MC together with my good friend and colleague, Amanda Gordon. Welcome. It's an honor to launch the 6th CAV Canada for 2023 here at our R&D complex for next-gen smart mobility, autonomy, and connectivity. It's really hard for me to believe it's been 6 years. I was thinking about that driving in today. And of course, we're honored to host this together with our good friends and colleagues at Canada North Business Association. We have hundreds of folks registered today. Hopefully these little guys will leave us alone here on the stage. Never a dull moment here. And thank you so much. Fall in Canada's capital. Many, many beautiful days and exciting adventures ahead. Here we go. I do have a phobia of wasps, so I'm going to hand off to my amazing colleague, Amanda Gordon.
Sonia here, I'll just take your sheet. Yeah. Okay, wasps and all. And she did warn me, she does have a true fear. So if Sonia goes running, I will pick up right where you left off. So good morning, everyone. I'm Amanda Gordon, and what a pleasure it is to be here today in celebration of all things connected and autonomous. I am the Chief of Staff and Interim President and CEO for the Canada North Business Association and Hub 350, and co-MC for CAV Canada 2023. Today we are delighted to welcome a top-tier roster of more than 40 speakers and exhibitors who are highly respected as industry influencers and leaders in the future of connected and autonomous vehicles and smart mobility innovation in our great city, across Canada and around the world. I encourage you to all take a moment to review our incredible lineup of speakers, which can be found on CAV Canada's website, cavcanada.ca. And our morning will start with an incredible keynote where we will explore the future and an opportunity to learn about the advances in CAV, including the thing that we are all talking about today, robotaxis in San Francisco. We will then move into communications and one of our favorite topics, drones and how CAV is being used by first responders. We have breaks set up throughout the day where we can take time to mingle and meet with speakers and enjoy the demonstrations that are happening here today. And after lunch, it's masterclass after masterclass. We will jump into autonomous farming, defense, safety, and we will end our day with a topic that is keeping our CEOs up at night, data, privacy, and security. Last, like I said, our gift to you today will be masterclass after masterclass. On behalf of our board of the Canada North Business Association and our fantastic team, we would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone who has taken time to join us here today at Area X.O. And, this is our incredible R&D complex for next-gen smart mobility and online from around the world. In partnership with Area X.O and Invest Ottawa, we are so proud to join you, Sonia, once again for this very special event.
Thank you so much. Before we begin our program, we would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today in person and virtually is the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. We are grateful to have the opportunity to be present in this territory and come together as a regional, provincial, national, and global community. Further, I want to respect and affirm the inherent treaty rights of all Indigenous peoples across this land. We recognize the contribution of Métis, Inuit, all Indigenous peoples have and continue to make, both in shaping and strengthening our country as a whole. The future is connected, autonomous, electrified, and shared. It's safer, cleaner, and greener, and it's one of unprecedented convergence and collaboration. This future is evolving now with the leaders who will take our stage. Today, so many smart mobility innovators and companies from the capital, across the country, and around the world will bring you inspiration and actionable insight to enable and accelerate the development and safe implementation of CAVs and many different smart mobility solutions. These leaders are contributing intelligence and technology to future technologies that will shape our world, from low-speed automated shuttles to connected and autonomous vehicles, drones, and related robotic technologies, spanning so many different sectors. There's so much momentum, and if you were here at TC Expo yesterday, you experienced it on the ground live in this exciting field. We're very excited about the market opportunity this creates for all innovators and firms. According to recent reports, the smart mobility market is valued at USD 48 billion in 2022, and it's expected to exceed 403 billion by 32. That's an incredible market opportunity, and it's a chance for us to change the world. It creates opportunity here in our backyard and around the globe. Anchored by our global leader and CAV Canada growth sponsor, BlackBerry QNX, Ottawa is home to more than 100 companies in our smart mobility cluster and global tech hub. We're honored to showcase many of them today, from startups to scale-ups to SMEs and the multinationals that have really played a pivotal role in establishing Area X.O, and they include BlackBerry QNX, Ericsson, and Nokia. We have the highest tech talent concentration of all in North America here in Canada's capital. And so we are so excited to connect all of that talent with those who are visiting us and those who are joining us online. And of course, this is the next generation of talent as well that's emerging from our post-secondary institutions, Algonquin College, Carleton University, La Cité, the University of Ottawa, and Willis College. You've all been here today at Area X.O, your R&D complex for next-gen smart mobility, autonomy, and connectivity. We are so excited to help build on the multi-generational expertise we have here in telecom, next-gen networks, cybersecurity. Area X.O is a serious playground for developing and validating that impactful tech. And with 5G and one of the most advanced communications infrastructures in the world, R&D Complex is designed for your all-weather experimentation, test, validation, demonstration, and commercialization. I've been saying recently, who knew snow, sleet, and ice could be a competitive advantage? It is one of the advantages that we bring to bear here. And we're so privileged to partner with KNBA. That is the home of our public test facility. So today, for those who are here with us in the audience, you're at our private test track, where tests that can't be conducted safely on city streets happen right here to make sure that they are ready to go. And then we move into the public track in Canada North. It truly takes a village of committed partners to make all of this possible, both Area X.O and today's event. From the Area X.O perspective, I would like to extend thanks to the City of Ottawa, FedDev Ontario, the Government of Canada, including so many different departments that we work with, especially FedDev and Transport Canada, the Government of Ontario, those who lead the Ontario Vehicle Innovation Network managed by the Ontario Centre of Innovation, and the founding industry partners, Accenture, BlackBerry QNX, Ericsson, Microsoft, Nokia, together with our post-secondary institutions. Thank you for making this possible.
As we get ready for a great day, I wanted to share a few housekeeping notes for everyone. So our panelists and speakers look forward to taking questions at the final 10 minutes of each session today. If you are here at ground on Area X.O, please raise your hand, and one of our roaming mics and team members will make sure that they come to you. If you are joining us online, welcome to all of our guests online. What we'd like to ask is that you use our conference platform, Hopin, use the chat box, and we have a team monitoring this, and they will make sure that we get your questions answered as well. For those of you who are here at Area X.O, we've got food trucks, coffee, restrooms, just through this exitway. And we thank you in advance for placing your phone on silent today. We also, you will notice a lot of people that are taking pictures today, so make sure you smile for those cameras. And we also, if you want to connect with Wi-Fi, please look for L5 Office, and our password is L5, the number, CAV19 $, all in capital letters. Be sure to share your experience on social media. We're using hashtag CAV Canada, and help us create some buzz. We are recording this event today, so we want to make sure that we can help as many people possible benefit from this stellar content. And we look forward to sharing today's event broadly to maximize the repeated impact on our community. Before we launch our program, I want to extend a sincere thanks to our dedicated sponsors who helped to make this event today possible. Our event title sponsor is NGen Canada, the Advanced Manufacturing Supercluster. Our scale sponsor is FCC, Farm Credit Canada. Our launch sponsor is Rogers. And our growth sponsors are BlackBerry QNX, Indro Robotics, MDK Business Law, Ottawa Tourism, Ottawa International Airport, RBC, and Ross Video, OSE. Please take time today, connect, mingle, check out the demos, and enjoy. For those of you who are here in person, we have beautiful weather, an incredible lineup for you. We know that powerful things happen when we connect our community to explore the art of the possible. We hope you make new connections, reconnect with old, and leave with a renewed desire for all things CAV.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker. Timothy Papandreou is a trusted global thought leader on emerging technologies, moonshots, smart cities, and the future of life and work. Currently, Tim is the founder of Emerging Transport Advisors, a global advisory firm helping startups, governments, and corporations accelerate emerging technology innovation. Previously, he held professional leadership positions with Global X Moonshot Factory, Waymo, and the City of San Francisco MTA. He presently serves as a key trusted advisor and mentor in several emerging technology spaces, including AI, automation, robotics, smart cities, climate and ag tech, crypto, fintech, and of course, CAVs. Following his keynote address, he will be followed up by Petrina Gentile, internationally recognized automotive journalist with the Globe and Mail and CTV, just to name a few, and they will be hosting a fireside chat. Please join me in welcoming Timothy to our stage.
Thank you. Good morning. It's going to get spicy. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Can everyone hear me? I'm going to do my own thing here and press play. Okay, can I see that? It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for organizing this, Sonia and team. I couldn't have done it without you guys. They make everything so smooth and so easy. It wasn't. It was a lot of work to get things done, so I really appreciate that. My name's Tim Papandreou. I'm the founder and CEO of Emerging Transport Advisors, and we're going to go into a little bit of a journey today on the future of smart mobility, and look at some things that are familiar, some things that are not so familiar, some things that are brand new, and some things that are cutting edge. Just by way of background, there are my contact details. Take a photo if you want of the LinkedIn thing. I also have a newsletter that you can subscribe to as well. And that's pretty spicy. I have a lot of takes on these different things because there's a lot of things happening right now that we're trying to get our hands around. And as we look at that, we understand that technology is not always what we want. These three symbols symbolize how technology has limitations. Who has experienced these three symbols and thought, a little bit of anxiety, right? If you have children or teenagers under 20 years old, they hate these three symbols. These three symbols really bug them out. But technology has not always been our best friend. This is what we do. We see a typical platform on a train station, and we see people on the train say, is this the technology's problem, or is this the actual society or the way that we are as people? Let's go back now about 100 years and just see how different this was. Not that different. So the newspapers were the new phones and the iPads, and people are still waiting for transport on this space. We as humans haven't really changed that much. Our technology changes a lot, but we as ourselves don't really change that much. And there's a lot going on that feels sometimes like it's just running past us, but it's actually just in process. We have a lot of dystopian future situations. This is the Blade Runner. This is the city of like 40 years from now. Not pretty, not interesting, not livable at all whatsoever. But we tend to always go to that extreme version. And then if we don't have that extreme version, we tend to go to another version, which is this utopia where everything is flying all the time. No one in their right mind has circular train line. We don't do that, right? We don't walk a robotic dog on some green lawn, but for some reason, that is the utopian way that we want to live our lives. And as we know in technology and in infrastructure, it's always not exactly what we plan to do, and things happen a little bit differently. This is probably more likely what's going to happen in the future, where we're going to repurpose our public rights-of-way between buildings and then come up with new ideas of moving around. But the previous two are kind of at the extreme ends, and this is probably where we're going to see more of as we move forward. But visioning is always fun, but sometimes we take it to the extreme. Like, too much technology is not good. Like, this is a situation where we've just visualized too much tech, and it's like, do we really need this much? Probably not, you know? But it's also there to remind us of what could happen and what could be. And a lot of people love this, a lot of people don't love it. But sometimes we forget that too much tech is not good for us, and sometimes we actually need, rather than VR, we need AR, actual reality, right? And this is, I always like showing this because imagine, have you ever been told by someone, go out there and walk on the grass, go and touch some grass, right? So it's just this idea that we don't have to always have tech in front of us. We can just use our own experiences, and that's more than enough. So finally sees the world and likes it. There's some big things going on around the world. This is the first time in history that we have more people living in cities than ever before. And we're going to have about 3/4 of the world living in cities by 2050. And while that number may sound abstract, what that means is that 3 billion more people are either moving to or being born into cities. And we just have a few choices right now. We can live in these environments, which are just all concrete jungles and high-rises, which a lot of people don't like for a bunch of reasons. It's very unlivable to do that. Or we can have this suburban sprawl, which is basically another version of that, but just flat and horizontal. And a lot of people don't like that either because it's so isolating, et cetera. And we've kind of given ourselves these two false choices. And what people want are these medieval, Mediterranean-type villages where people fly here to go for a walk, right? They don't realize that they go on vacation, but what are they really doing? They're flying there to walk and experience a walkable village. And so why can't we do this here? And we sometimes get stuck in the tech that what people want is this tech. They want everything done all the time. It's too much, right? And I'm not sure if people want this, if they want to have their facial scan to get in the vehicle, to get taken off somewhere, and then to be elevated to somewhere else. Why are we moving all the time? What are we doing? Like, why don't we have things just come to us? So there's a lot of those big questions there. And then these like mega infrastructure ideas, these visions of like, we're going to have 30 tunnels underneath our cities. We're going to move everybody around at 250 miles an hour. Why? Why do we need to do that? Or we're going to have these flying jets. Why? We need to ask the question, what are they for? And then we look at technology and say, well, we don't want high-speed rail, we want Hyperloop instead, but we can't, right? So we just need to think about it different ways. So there's just a lot going on right now around us, and we're seeing that as the world gets more connected, we're getting a lot more interest in opening up access around the world. This is an image of the Starlink system when it's fully built out. 5,000 low orbit satellites connecting everybody to everything. So ubiquitous access. I just had a colleague of mine who basically connected parts of the Amazon. And, as we look through this, we realize that we have a lot of issues to solve that we haven't solved yet. 3/4 of our air pollution is from cars. 1.2 million deaths every year from cars. People spend 10 days a year in their life in cars. 15% of adults have a disability, but they can't drive a car, so they're excluded from economic opportunity. We need to deal with those things. No matter how much tech we have out here, these are the fundamental truths that we're not dealing with, and we need to deal with them very carefully, because every time we try and do something, we realize that we hear this over and over again. Well, that's how we do it. That's how things are done. We don't do it this way. And here is a good idea of a design where we just didn't think this through. And is it the people's fault that they make the mistake, or is it the design itself? It's the design. And we also understand, like, a lot of things change. Since the pandemic, the number one reason why no one wants to people want remote work is because they don't want to commute. That's 100% of every survey. I don't want to commute. So how do we change that? Well, we change it through looking at things like moonshots. And moonshots are basically ways that we can identify a huge problem with a radical solution using breakthrough technology. And we have a lot of these here, and it's so good that Area X.O is really pursuing these, because that's how we need to approach these really complex problems. We also need to shift our mindset. We need to go from a thinking big mindset and fearing less. There's so much fear in trying new things. We need to open up more. Say yes. I challenge you all to say yes first. Make stuff, like iterate and try things, and then bet small so you can really go big, like try and iterate and prototype. Another reason why places like this are so important is because if it doesn't work here, it's okay, we'll fix it again. But we don't want to have this taken out to the real world. And we don't want to come up with ideas and have people say, we're too busy for good ideas. We should always be open for good ideas. I love this photo because it's like they're just too busy. They're working so hard. They're so bogged down. It's like if you just had wheels that had circles, you'd be fine, right? But you're not even listening to the new ideas that are coming up. So we need to listen a bit more and think about what's going on. And we need to move out of our comfort zone and a little bit more into the experimental zone, because that's what's going to help us see the world a little differently. Everything always looks like it's going to be fixed or binary until you step aside and say, what am I actually looking at, and how does it work, and how do I grow along with the process by saying yes? Other thing we need to think about is, like, we really need to, now we have to shift away from linear thinking, where this leads to this, leads to this. Now we're in a world of system thinking where this could affect that, which affects this, which affects this, which affects this. And anybody with a few kids around, you're a systems thinker. If you're trying to handle 2 or 3 little children, that's how it works. And we're seeing this happen in real life. This is DALL-E, which is the AI-generated technology. Version 2 versus version 3 with the same prompt. And AI now is really starting to understand the nuance of things and getting a little bit closer in terms of what we were trying to see. And this is just what the public sees, but this is what we're using to apply AI into other areas of our world. In aviation, for example, 1/3 of emissions come from contrails, those white lines that you see in the sky. A lot of emphasis is on focusing on electrification and electrifying the system, which is important, but it's actually quite a challenge. The contrails part is a routing problem, right? Now, when we apply AI to these existing data sets and re-envision this system, we can cut the contrails down by 54%. So the team at Google figured this out, and now they're applying it on airlines. So we're going to have a demonstrable reduction in CO2, in emissions, from flying that has nothing to do with the propulsion of the plane. It's how we route the plane. So stepping back and asking a bigger question, how might we solve for this by looking at things in a different way? And a lot of these organizations are understanding that platforms, the way that we understand platforms is we have customers who consume information and providers who create the information, and those two touch and create the platform, and those insights are extraordinarily valuable. That's every single data company right now is focusing on becoming a platform because the platform has the insights, and you have the insights, you have the knowledge. And when you have the knowledge, you can help things out move forward. But as we've been seeing, there's a lot of things happening, if we zoom it down to mobility, where we're seeing 4 big trends right now. Everything is going digital. Everything is becoming as a service. We're electrifying it all, and we're automating it. Pretty much in that order. And so we're going to see some examples now of how this is actually happening in the real world. But what's exciting is that there's so much going on in each one of these pieces, but we can't ignore that a lot of it focuses on the tech and not the policy piece. And the policy piece is just as important as the tech piece, because without the policy pieces, the infrastructure maintenance, the land use, the developing different travel demand management processes, we're not going to see the tech actually scale in the way that it should. And so we're looking at ways where AI can be used in helping infrastructure services. This is a company that I'm advising right now called Grid Matrix, where they're literally looking at ways they can use predictive AI in helping cities, governments with their infrastructure planning, their predictive analytics, et cetera, so they can actually focus on those pieces while they're greening everything else in the real time. Because there's so much push to green all of our transport, at the same time, that helps one piece of it, but the other piece is actually making sure that the system itself, the layer that it's on, actually functions. And so we've really always constantly this play. I love this map. This is a map of all the world's ships at one time. Half of these ships are just moving fossil fuels around. So when you ask why should we go renewable? Because of this. If we could go renewable tomorrow, we wouldn't have half of the many ships. And that has a huge impact on how our transport system works and the energy, et cetera, that's needed. And we could focus more on these last mile delivery services that are becoming much more automated. So there's a lot of these processes that are in place right now. Many of you may have seen pieces of this, but looking back and understanding how the system works is really valuable, because now we can start doing synergies that actually we couldn't do before. And these are really important pieces here. So we need to electrify everything. We need to do it renewably. We know that. The question is, how do we do it when our grid is so under-designed for it? How do we do it when our infrastructure around us is not ready for it? And we have so many rules in place that don't allow a lot of this stuff to happen. And so we're seeing these intermediaries come in. This is another company that I'm helping out that is doing charging as a service, basically. And these last mile delivery hubs, which are basically shifting the idea of, it doesn't have to be a big truck. It can be these little micro vehicles that can actually meet the needs of the local neighborhoods and the local services, because we're right-sizing our technology now to the needs of the population. And that's a really important thing to look at, because when we say we're going to go all electric, one large electric car, as great as it is, we could be powering hundreds of electric scooters or e-bikes instead. And as a government policy creator, you have to understand where you're going to get the most opportunity for the value and who are you helping the most. Currently, there's opportunities to have different devices, different swapping technologies. You can actually look at ways that we can look at for trucking, for fleet management, for all different services. Here is Tesla trucks and transit vans being used for Pepsi. So the whole supply chain now is looking at how do we integrate all of this into our overall footprint, because we can't just sit back and say, well, it's not us. We need to look at this whole thing. And when we look at automation, which is the big piece that's coming up right now, we're either automating passengers services, automating delivery services, or we're automating tasks, which is mining, construction, agriculture, so the tractor outside here. All those pieces are getting automated because there's just so much push for this. And there are pieces that are being formed right now as we speak, whether it's the AI itself, the machine learning, the sensor suite, the hardware stack, and the HD mapping, the hardware mapping devices, all the high definition mapping, all those pieces now are ready for prime time. And so we're seeing that. I was on the team that helped launch Waymo, and you're seeing that the technology is ready to be deployed for specific situations. Here is in San Francisco, where the ride-hailing services are coming up, and they're really starting to understand the world around them. There's been some hiccups, absolutely, because this is brand new technology. When have you ever launched anything in the real world and it's gone absolutely smoothly and perfectly? Never, right? So we need to understand it, but we can't let anything get in the way of safety and accessibility. We make sure that we're getting it done correctly. But here is the vehicle in the street, and it's looking and understanding the world around it. It's using basically its perception world, and it's solving for problems that we encounter every day in our world. If we can make the technologies help us have a better world around us, that's great. If we have to retrofit our own behavior for the technology, that's the wrong technology for us, right? Always think it that way. How does it make our life better versus how do we have to change for the technology to work? That's really the wrong way to look at it. And as technology policy folks, we should always be looking at ways that we can enable this so we can actually get to the outcomes that we want. We want better streets, we want safer streets, we want all of those different things. How might this technology help us get there? Versus, this is really cool, I want it, right? Here's a Waymo basically in Phoenix, trying to figure out where to basically drop off this passenger. And because the vehicles now understand if you have luggage or not, the backs already open up. So they're trying to understand how to make this much more of a customer-friendly experience. Here's a street in San Francisco where both Cruise and Waymo are going. It's not just passenger vehicles. This is a delivery service called Neuro that basically delivers whatever you want in your neighborhood. And it itself is learning its world around it. It's smaller, it's more compact, gives way to a cat. It's like these are all these things that you see. We're also seeing a lot of robotics in the street as well. We're in the air. We're seeing all of these different changes happen because the world just cannot have the same situations that we had in the past. Here's a robot basically developing street striping right now. And it's currently remote control, but very soon it's going to basically understand what it's supposed to be doing. And we're going to see more and more of these in real time because we've got a lot of infrastructure to maintain, and we just physically can't do it all on our own time. And so we're seeing more and more of these applications in the real world, in the assisting world, helping basically continue meeting our needs as we move forward. We're starting to see a situation now where there's going to be a massive shortage of workers, and we're going to need a lot of people to basically help us with these pieces. The question is, how do we transition folks who need to basically work in these spaces, but we also need people with certain skills at the same time? That transition that we're in over the next decade, it's going to be really important. Now let's move on to how we look at our right-of-way. And the average person is about 1 square meter, depending on how much you've had for breakfast, right? Then we have a person on a bicycle, 2 of those tiles, but a person sitting in a car is 8 of those tiles. And we look at how we use that space on the street, and we need to think of it differently. Like, we spend so much time trying to move those 8 tiles around rather than us as people who just need 1 tile. So the same right-of-way, we can move a lot more people safer, more effectively, by understanding that we don't have to use up all this space, right? This is a car commercial from Saturn many years ago. they didn't realize what they were doing. They were showing us what a waste of space cars are, right? They took all the cars away, but they kept the people in. And you see the amount of infrastructure we have to move those 8 tiles around, because when they're moving even with more space. Now this future mobility example that I have here is we cannot just have the technology underneath. We have to have the mixed land use plans, the traffic demand management, the travel demand management, the goods management, and then all the supplies underneath, walking, bicycling, transit, shared rides, autonomous vehicles, etc. Not the other way around. Everything we do in transport is to serve the land use. And here's a great display of a tram showing that basically 5 cars on that tram, right? That's the amount of space we can utilize. And when we look at space from a human perspective rather than a vehicle perspective, we can do some amazing things that we thought weren't possible before. This is Bogota, by the way. Bogota is the biggest cycling city in the world, much more than Copenhagen and Amsterdam. You want to see a real cycling city, you go to Bogota. I've been working with the mayor on a lot of their projects there. And this is phase 1, basically demarcating the space in the street, helping people to get around in ways that are different. This is phase 2, dedicating space for buses. Here is the typical congestion all day long, but those buses are moving 500,000 people down that corridor, and the freeway is moving about 100,000. So there's a huge, huge difference there. And we don't need to advertise this as much as we just need to do it, right? Demarcate that space in the street. This is a really important piece of infrastructure that helps people get that freedom that we talk about all the time with that auto cars promise, right? So let's look at this as well. Los Angeles, they put in their dedicated lane, but they've been counting how many people actually go through these corridors. So every single person counts. So is the person in a car more important than the person in the bus? No, we're all important, but we need to make sure that the space actually says that rather than just talking about it in words. So we need to actually show that in real time and physically have that out there. So you're getting a flavor of how we can actually look at ways that we can actuate behavior, not just through tech, but through physical changes in space. Again, another example in Bogota, they've basically made the street a cycling street, still allowing for cars on the side, but everything's protected. And what this intersection does in the middle, it helps people navigate using these amazing technology, right, on how to actually get through these corridors. And the volumes that they're moving are astronomical because the land use is already built in for this kind of movement. They're just now redeploying the space in the street. If you don't have the land use set up, it doesn't matter how well your infrastructure is, you're not going to get the shift in mode share. It's not going to happen. I've seen this happen many times. It doesn't happen. It's just that when you actually have a lot of pressure in the city to move, if you allocate the space accordingly, you'll see those shifts happen really fast. And then if we can get good infrastructure, we can get these kinds of, this is a autonomous SUV, right? It's the dad with the kids. But there's a lot of, I say that in jest, but there's a lot of discussions on how we can change things. Here is a vision plan for in Toronto. I want to show a bit of local flavor here. If we can do this, this is what people say they want. When we show them these things, they say, yeah, I want this. When we say we have to take away the parking, they say, I don't want that, right? And how we look at our cities now, we're looking at cities as much more organic beings and entities. We're looking at nature and saying, can we move away from this grid to much more of a natural pattern? Is there benefit in that? And using a lot of AI simulation, using generative AI, we're seeing that it's actually much more efficient. It's much more energy efficient, it's more human, it feels more real. We need to move away from this grid system of like high rises and concrete and start looking at how do we actually use our land in a more effective way. And because we're moving into these massive changes in our cities, and we need to figure out ways that we can do it much more sustainably. And in the next 25, 30 years, we're going to almost double the amount of urban space we have in our planet. So we have to do it very thoughtfully and figure out ways that we can do it in a way that's greener, more enjoyable. This is a vision for London streets of how do they bring nature back into cities? How do they actually bring that back in? This is simulated technology, but it's just using natural systems. How do we bring that softness back in our cities? How do we redesign these spaces so that not only can they move people more effectively, more efficiently, they can actually be beautiful spaces where children are actually welcome. How many places in the cities are children actually welcome? Very few. But by refocusing the question, we can actually make a lot more space once we understand that it's not about just moving cars, it's about bringing people together. And those are kind of examples we can see. We also need to change the way that we build materials. You know, the idea that we're going to have just concrete, we have to change that. We know there's a huge CO2 impact with that. Looking at nature and how nature builds, this is basically using the same technology that wasps use to build their nest, speaking of wasps, to use their nest. And we're using that same technology with an AI regenerative tool to basically grow that same system. Locally sourced materials that are much more resilient, they're much more appropriate, they're way cheaper. This costs a tenth of what it would cost to build a regular house. And so just rethinking those ideas are really, really valuable in how we look at this. Even here down here in the US, there is a company called Icon that's basically 3D printing houses for a fraction of the cost of what it would actually cost to build a house. Most of the interior is prefab right now, but eventually all will be printed. And they can do this in days rather than years, right, or months. So we're starting to get to that point where we can use technology to actually serve us and help us in ways that we couldn't before. So I think those are the really exciting things that we can look forward to. Using nature, look at the trees. Look at the difference between two streets. No trees and trees, right? We're getting hotter and hotter. It's getting warmer and warmer. We can use nature. Singapore has basically understood this and has just basically turned the entire country into a garden. And I think that that's an amazing change that they're doing. They're building a tunnel underneath their entire city where air conditioning will basically be ubiquitous and free for everybody, right? As a way to reduce their climate load, but also to improve basically improve the comfort of their residents. And here is everyone been to Singapore airport, the airport's turning into a forest because that's what they believe is the way moving forward, is to bring nature in and make it an enjoyable experience. So we can do these things. The technology is available. It's all around us. We just need to start applying it, trying it, and testing it out. Here's some fun facts there for the policymakers. If everything goes shared, electric, autonomous, and connected, how do we pay for infrastructure? There's no gas tax, there's no vehicle fee tax, there's none of these things, there's no parking fines, there's no fares, there's no structures. We need to figure out different ways to finance all of this because it's just not enough to go shared, electric, automated, and connected. We actually have infrastructure we need to take care of, and it's expensive. We need to shift our mindset now into a pick-up and drop-off system where we're being picked up or dropped off ourselves, or something's coming to pick and drop off a delivery for us, and we have to charge a per second, per millimeter, per square inch fee so that we can actually fund our infrastructure in a way that we haven't before. Because we're really going to be stuck with this in the next 10 years where we're going to have a lot of hard discussions about how do we do this. And if we don't bring safety, equity, interconnectivity, affordability, and sustainability into the front of these discussions, we're going to have a lot of challenges ahead of us. And so from a policy perspective, the government's role really is going to be to try and figure out how to do all these 5 things at the same time, where they really have been struggling with this, frankly, over the last 100 years. And AI and all the new technology is going to really press the boundaries on this space. And so whether it's the digital space, the mobility providers, or the infrastructure, governments now have to act as the platform. This is the public right-of-way, that's the platform. And they have to be the ones who basically decide, how do we use this platform to meet those 5 criteria? It's not what it looks like today. It has to radically change. But how do we get those changes happening so we can see that moving forward? We can't just have it all done by the private sector or by the research sector or by government alone. We have to all work together. It's really, really incredible that we do that. So I'm looking forward to doing this. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. All the best.
Thank you, Tim.
Oh, you're welcome.
That was excellent.
Yes.
Now we're going to sit down. Yes,
Okay.
please. And we will get to your questions after our fireside chat. If you do have any questions, you just raise your hand, and those joining us virtually can just add their question to the chat box. So let's just jump into this discussion.
Get spicy.
You gave us a lot to think about.
Okay.
How difficult is it to balance transport policy and keeping us safe and secure with that drive for innovation and technology and everything that is promised, the world to us?
Right. Well, it's simple. Simple's not easy, right? It's simple in that we have to make sure that we have guardrails. We're all, those of us who are in the transport policy space are the guardians of the galaxy. Like, we have to guard this space. Doesn't mean that we have to stop it. It just means we have to guide it and guard it. So as long as we have clear goals, and more importantly, that the federal government, the state or provinces, and the local government are aligned, because they're not aligned, unfortunately, on this sort of stuff. And we see a lot of issues in San Francisco where the city, the region, the state, and the federal are not in sync. And so the company comes in and says, well, what is it? I'm a darling at the federal level. I'm important at the state level. I'm a pariah at the local level. This doesn't make sense. So we have to get ourselves all aligned. We talk a lot about public-private partnerships. We need public-public partnerships. Federal, state, province, and local have to be completely aligned, because the companies will come in and basically either ignore because of the gap, or really press the button and say, you guys aren't aligned. So we have to get an alignment first, and then be very clear in our goals. We really have to avoid being prescriptive. Government loves being prescriptive. I was the chief innovation for mobility in San Francisco for a long time. And the biggest push was we went from being prescriptive to performance-based. Show me how you're going to solve for those 5 categories that I mentioned. And they'll come back and say, look, I've got 2 of them down now. I can't do the next 3 because, for example, accessibility, my vehicle is not designed that way, but the next generation will be. Okay, that's great. As long as we're working towards that, then we can actually do that. So again, creating the guardrails and being very clear about what's the intent by the government, what do they want to see happen, and then let the companies come in and prove that they can meet these thresholds. And the more you can meet, the more candy you get, right? So eat your spinach and we'll give you more candy, right? So that's because again, we own the right-of-way. We are the guardians of the right-of-way. So they need access to the right-of-way. You get access once you can prove you can meet certain criteria.
And let's talk about autonomous vehicles, because they're going to be a part of our future.
Oh, yes. Already here.
Yes,
Already here.
right. Waymo versus Cruise.
Yes.
There's a lot to talk about there. And there's usually 2 sides of the fence. It's this technology is going to kill me, or this technology is going to solve all of the world problems.
Right.
How do you get consumers on board with this new innovative technology?
Yeah, it's a real challenge. When I was on the launch team, when we were launching in Phoenix, we had, at the national level, it was very abstract. AVs, what are they? Robots. If you're under 40, you love them. If you're over 40, you're skeptical. If you're over 65, you're like, if you're over 75, you're like, can't wait, I don't have to drive anymore, right? So it just depends where you are in the demographics. There's no one way of thinking about this. But what we found out is that the idea that we're going to buy these AVs in the future is very, very far away. It may not even happen. There may be features that we add to our private vehicles, but the idea that we'll have a complete autonomous vehicle is very, very far away. But there are plenty of applications where we can actually use AV technology for right now, whether it's ride-hailing or public transport or any of those services that we talked about in the presentation. And it's just getting people exposed to them. The more people get exposed, the more they tend to be supportive of them, or at least they're opening the idea of them. We found at the national level, very abstract. At the state level, less abstract, but more concerns. At the local level, where they were seeing them all day, they had a much clearer understanding of the value and the benefit to them. So getting people exposed to them and getting to them to feel, see, and touch. Like, we have this thing called the extraordinary ordinary feeling. Once you're in a Waymo or a Cruise vehicle and you're riding, the first 20 seconds, like, oh my God, this is Star Trek. Whoa! And then people just go on their phones. Yeah. Which means that they've already normalized it. So that's when the extraordinary becomes ordinary. And we want to see that happen. But the only way to do this is to expose more people to it and get them a chance to experience for themselves. And some people come out and say, not for me. That's fine. But we just need to get more people exposed to it, I think, is the way that we move forward.
Artificial intelligence is a big piece of the puzzle here too, but there are also, concerns with this that come along. Cybersecurity issues, hacking issues. Right. How do we deal with those challenges? Yeah,
so AI is basically this big, broad term that everyone is jumping onto now. Everyone's company is changing their background. They're going from .com to .ai. It's actually quite embarrassing, but it's like AI is just a huge, broad term. But AI is basically about understanding data, patterns in data, making decisions of data, and then creating insights. So it really is applied statistics. It's not anything magical. It's applied statistics, understanding how to apply those statistics. There are a lot of issues with it because who coded that information has biases, and if 50% of the planet is men, and they're the ones who coded it, it's already biased against women. Not because it's intentional, because they just didn't account. Now, if you put in like age, background, gender, race, etc., those become big issues that we need to deal with. So we need more coders from all backgrounds who represent the populace to be the ones that are basically part of this. That's how we get around that piece first. On the safety side for cybersecurity, etc., for vehicles, the good AV companies, all the decisions made on board the vehicle. There's nothing really over the air that can be scrambled. And that's on purpose, because you do not want someone to basically like hack in over the air. Now, it makes decisions, and then if you can't figure out those decisions, so it basically asks itself 4 basic questions. Where am I? What's around me? What's everybody doing? What should I do next? That's basically how the entire machine learning AI algorithm works. When it answers that 4th question, it knows its safe path of travel. If it can't answer any of those questions, its default is to slow down and pull over and stop and rerun its diagnostics. So that's how they've built in the safety piece there. So I wouldn't say nothing's unhackable, but this is pretty close to unhackable.
What about all the data that's being collected and your personal privacy? Because cars are like computers on wheels nowadays, right? They have a lot of sensors are collecting information about where I'm driving, where I'm eating, who I'm visiting. And that is valuable information. I mean, we've talked about this before. Data is the new oil.
Right.
How do you protect?
But oil is a fossil fuel, so be careful about the data.
That's right.
Well, data is data. I can give you gazillion dreams of data. There's nothing we can do about it because it doesn't work. We can't infer from it. So it's the quality of the data, what the data is for, what it gives us. Data works best at the aggregate level, much higher, like hotspot maps analysis, origin, destination pairs, etc. Your individual behavior on its own is actually no value to me whatsoever. What's valuable is when I have 1,000 of you, your movements in a group. That helps me a lot in understanding the world around me. Now, AV technology is not just collecting data about the person inside the vehicle because you've booked it. It's gathering data about the world around it as well. So some things that are less cool and less sexy about AV technology is that it's helping governments with asset management, because it knows it can also calibrate traffic lights. It knows the traffic light sequencing is slightly off. It knows if the sensors are working very well or not. It knows if the street signs are actually maintained, the sidewalks, etc. Because it's picking up the world around it as well. It also knows the quality of the materials on the street, the buildings, which windows are being glazed properly. Like, that's the kind of data it's going to be gathering. So from an asset management, preventative maintenance perspective, that data is very, very valuable. But again, individual data is less valuable for this kind of application. So it doesn't really keep that stuff. It kind of just gets rid of it because it's just a lot to maintain. We need data centers of servers to keep all that data, and it's not really valuable.
What about when we look towards the future as well? If you're looking 15 years down the road, what is your ideal city? What will Ottawa look like? Is it a combination of bike sharing, ride sharing, low moving shuttle buses, electric vehicles that are connected and also autonomous, shared?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be all of those things, but it's the bigger question for Ottawa and for Toronto and everywhere else is, what do we want to physically look like? Because all that we've just talked about is the technology that supports that. So there'll be bike share, car share, ride share, all the shares, all be connected, all electric, all automated. But if we're still stuck in traffic, we're still getting killed, we're still getting fatalities because the roadways haven't changed at all, and the urban form is exactly the same, it's going to be the same, just because it look nicer. So if we can change our streets to really make it clear that this is for walking, cycling, high occupancy transit, and then regular driving as well of deliveries, that's going to radically change our way of doing things. If we change our building types so that there's where we can live and work closer to where we want to be, not where we have to be, that's going to help change things as well. And the tech will basically serve that. But ultimately it comes down to, what does the urban form look like? What kind of urban form do we want? And how do we want to experience our streets? Do we want to experience our streets with our children, where it's like lots of laughter and play, and we hear birds and leaves rustling and high heels and dancing and conversations? Or do we just want to hear like wah, 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 honking, 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 and just loud noises? Because it's a choice. And so we have to figure out which one do we want, and the technology will support that based on the policy framework that we develop.
Will we own cars, in the future, or is it going to be a subscription-based
That's
model
a-
where I pay $150 and a car comes to my house and takes me out and
Well, it's happening right now, so you can pay, it's not $150, unfortunately, it's more like $600
Yes.
a month. But you can pay, the average cost of car ownership now, at least in the US, is over $1,000 a month.
and it's going up.
It's going up, and I think in Canada it's like $1,200. Like, it's insane, like how much it costs. So we do have to shift this model. Electric cars are still not affordable for the majority, so we need to bring those costs down. I believe that a combination of AI and 3D printing will bring that closer to us. But yeah, we may have a situation where we don't own some of our cars. We probably won't own the second car. We may always want to own the first car, but the second car will probably be a subscription service for sure.
Okay, well, we're going to open up the floor to any questions. If you have one, please raise your hand, and one of our ambassadors with a microphone will come over. We have one in the front row right here. And as I mentioned, if you have a question virtually, you could just ask it in the chat box, and we'll get to it as well.
Timothy, exhilarating. So I'm old tech. I took notes. I took some of the pictures. So here's the question. I could repeat some of your story with the tiles. I like that. 1 tile, 2 tiles, 8 tiles.
Yeah.
I'm a boomer. I have 4 grandchildren. What can I do to make the world that you described in Ottawa with the trees and the grass and all of that happen?
I'm so glad you asked that question, because everybody listens to you because you're a boomer, right? So this is important. Use that voice and be a YIMBY rather than a NIMBY. Say, yes, in my backyard. I want the street changes. I want the trees. I want the, because they're always the loudest voices, get the voices in the city hall. I'm presuming, but if not, if you are retired, then go to City Hall and go to those meetings and be that loud voice saying, this is for my grandchildren, I want it for my grandchildren. You'll be amazed the response you're going to get, because they're not used to hearing that. You're used to hearing the other version, which is like, I don't want this, I don't like this, stop doing this. I've lived in here 40 years. Many times I go to City Council and say, I'm in a resident of 50 years here, therefore I have more authority. Really? Just come in and say, like, I actually want this for my kids, for my grandkids. Be the YIMBY.
Gimby.
YIMBY, yes, in my backyard.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have another question right behind.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My question would be around the side of the future of work and the next generation and the talent pipeline for these technologies. Are there ways, or what ways do you see that the world of academia can collaborate better with the real world of work, making these technologies, and how to help the next generation adopt them?
Yeah, it's a really good point. That's another presentation doing the future of work, so we'll go there. But just to summarize in it, you've raised a really important point. It's like we need to figure out ways that we can get people the skills quickly. So this idea of 4-year degrees for this stuff, we really need to rethink this. We need online and on-site training right now. There are so many people who are interested in this space who are in jobs right now that don't qualify for this area. But if we gave them a 6-month bridge skill opportunity, night school, evening trade schools, etc., we can get those people trained really fast. The thing is, what's happening right now is we've got this curve where e-commerce and digital commerce, etc., is needing more and more people to move more and more things. At the same time, we're having a massive driver shortage. People under 40 don't want to drive anything around these spaces anymore. So what gives? It has to be automated, but we also have to give skills for the things that need that automation. And AI won't take our jobs. You know, we hear this over and again, oh, AI is going to take our jobs, they're going to kill us, etc. It's not going to take your jobs. It's going to replace certain tasks and certain roles in the job, which should free you up to do more of the nuanced work, which is the much more human-to-human work. But that requires a skill shift, and we don't have that really well formed out. So in academia, I would implore academia to start thinking about what are the 6-week, 12-week, 18-week, 6-month courses that we can get people who are interested to shift into those spaces and get them certified and get them working in new spaces, because the meaning of work is going to change, but people still want meaningful work. That's really important. That's a great question. Thank you.
And we have a question right here on the side.
Hi, hello everyone. So obviously Bogota, which is one of the examples that you gave as a really good biking city, is on the equator. They don't experience seasonality. I'm actually from there. one of the things that I find interesting is that when we're trying to allot, the share of our drivable space, which is limited and it's very difficult to create more, we're trying to split it essentially between pedestrians, cars, public transportation, and bikes. Can you give an example of how cities that you would consider to be very bikeable handle the shift from people biking as primary transportation to something else during the winter months? Because it does seem like in Canada, it would be difficult for people to rely on biking in the middle of winter.
Yeah. So you have some cousins in the north who are much colder than you, who have 50% mode shares of bicycling, whether it's in Copenhagen or even in Finland and in the Lapland area of Sweden. They have an 80% mode share of children riding their bikes to school in the dead of winter. So two things there. The land use and the street design makes a big difference. And then the clothes, right? So the culture of the clothes. So in Denmark, they say there's no such thing as bad weather. There's just bad clothing, right? We don't have the right clothing for the system, but what they're kidding or they're saying is that their infrastructure is really designed for that. The first thing that these regions do when it snows, they plow the bike lanes, not the roads, right? The first thing they do is the sidewalks and the bike lanes, then the roads. And I think that sends a signal to the public that you're important, you count, right? Because the way that you get around is very important to us. So it's a mind shift set change. And you already see it here where you come into the winter areas where it's just 6 feet of snow. Like that's difficult, but that's a management situation rather than a physical problem. That's just something that how we manage our spaces.
So really it's a cultural perspective on when we can and can't bike?
It's a cultural perspective through policy. So the policy so what people understand is that policy, zoning, land use, urban form, street design, that sets our culture, not the other way around. So if we change and tweak those things, you'll get people biking in the middle of winter. And if we actually encourage it and promote it in a way that it's actually doable, people will do it. I've seen people bike in Montreal in February. They're tough, but they do it. But if we had a system that was much more forgiving, much more inviting for that, we'd see a lot more as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we have time, I think, maybe for one more question. There's one, maybe we'll try to squeeze in two more.
Hi, Tim. Great presentation. So in the images you showed of Bogota and also LA, there are these amazing BRT lanes that are moving very rapidly and smoothly, but also on the other side, you still have the roads that are extremely congested. So if the goal of creating bus rapid transit is to relieve congestion and reduce pollution, then it doesn't seem like in these cities this goal has been achieved. Or maybe the goal of creating these lanes is just simply to give people an alternative option and not really to reduce the gridlock or pollution of streets. Could you please comment on that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So we get confused sometimes that we think that dedicated lanes are going to reduce congestion. Cars will take up all the available space. There are 8 tiles compared to a passenger on a vehicle, right? And they need 64 of that. So a car is 8 square meters and needs 64 square meters to move. So no matter how much space we have, it'll always be congested. Cities are growing, they keep growing. There's nothing you can do about it. If your goal is to solve congestion, you need a different goal. The goal is to create access, right? We're moving more people through that one lane than we would have if we had it as a travel lane for cars. And that's the difference. More people get access. Now it means more access to opportunity. It creates a reliable system. People can actually access jobs they couldn't access before. It's now cutting down the time it takes from getting from one part of the city to another part of the city, and it's reliable. It's all the time. So reliability, frequency, and speed is what gets people to shift modes, right? And that's what those guardrails literally is what keeps that frequency, reliability, and speed going. If people shift out of those buses back into cars, the entire thing collapses. So because cities that keep growing, keep moving, those lanes help the bus move faster and get more people happening, but the travel lanes are still adding more and more cars. The way to reduce congestion is not just dedicated bus lanes or bike lanes, it's pricing. We have to price the system and then have a demand management model that will reduce. Singapore's done that, London's done that, Stockholm's done that. Those are demonstrable reductions in congestion. But again, what is the goal? What is the question? And what is the policy tool that we're using That's what we need to think about as we think about this stuff. But it's a fantastic question.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. Yeah. Tim, I want to thank you so much. That was an excellent way to start off the conference. Thank you for your questions as well. That was fantastic. And I'd like to turn it back to Manda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Timothy and Petrina. If you were following Timothy on social, he was actually saying he was going to make things spicy in Ottawa. So I think he made it spicy. I would love to introduce for you now, it's my pleasure to introduce Omar Chowdhury. Omar is Project Lead Transportation System Management for the City of Ottawa, and he's moderator of our second session, V2X 2.0, Pioneering the Future of Intelligent Vehicle Communication Discussion. Over to you, Omar.
Perfect. Let me just check, make sure everybody can hear me all right. Hopefully you can all hear me. Excellent. It's great to have everybody out, and thanks so much for everybody for coming. We have a really amazing panel, and I'll invite them in now. And I just want to thank Tim for that amazing presentation. I've got so many ideas coming out of that. Hopefully I can secure some big budget to make some of the changes that he was talking about. And I'm really actually happy because, you know, some of the things that Tim was talking about, we're actually doing now here at the City of Ottawa. We have e-scooters, and we actually implemented a vehicle alerting system, so they make a sound, so that way people who have accessibility needs can actually hear them coming. We just launched with Purelator, last mile urban distribution center, so that way they are now in the downtown core going to be using e-bikes and low-speed electric vehicles. And so we're making those steps to move to the next level. But really what we want to figure out is, well, how do we move from now, what we have, to where we want to be in the future? So I'll introduce our panelists as we go down the line, just for the first round of questions. And I'll start with you, Amy. Amy is VP and Global Surface Transportation and Mobility Innovation Lead with AECOM, global engineering firm, doing a lot of stuff in that space, but you also have a government background working with Colorado DOT. And I want to preface this by, in my 25 years, when I first started in my career, there was talk about beacons every 100 yards down the road, and we'll broadcast that message to the vehicles, and that's the way they'll know where ICE is and so forth. And then in the early 2000s, we'll do 511 interactive voice response. People can call and get the information they need. And then this little thing called the iPhone came out, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, now all of those kind of things. And we have this DSRC, dedicated short-range communication, which is used to broadcast information. That started in around 2000, 2001, when this would have been the future. We dropped that. Now we're at CV2X, cellular vehicle to everything. Do we sometimes settle on like a technology before we actually have like an outcome that we want to achieve? And what is V2X and that kind of thing from your global perspective?
You know, it's interesting. Make sure my mic's on. The question I think that we all have to ask ourselves is, did we create a technology before we created a use case, right? And when we talk about connectivity, I think this is an interesting question to the audience, and I'd love a show of hands, actually, as we're getting into this. Does connectivity in vehicles or with people matter? Yes? So now the question is, why? What's it delivering? Is it delivering safety? Is it delivering sustainability? Is it delivering eco-drive? Is it developing it? We say it matters, and yet we have spent the last 20 to 30 years not delivering it. Why is that? And I think that the interesting piece to this that we have to ask ourselves as we go into it is, did we start wrong? And so we're going to have a colleague here who works in the vehicle space. Did we start wrong? Did we start with the wrong use case? And I think as we have a conversation today, I think these are the questions we ask ourselves. Should we have started with people? Should we have started with our vulnerable road users and protecting them on our roadways? Should we have thought about how we make sure that they are the ones who are connected rather than our vehicles? We start with the easy, low-hanging fruit. It should be simple to put something into a vehicle, and we should be able to answer it. The reality is we have not been able to get there. And so I think as we sit and we talk a little bit today, and I'll leave it as we introduce the other questions, is how do we dig into that a little bit? What has been the failure for us in that accomplishment, and where can we go to actually drive that into the future?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so next I'd like to introduce Thomas Bauer, CEO of Traffic Technology Services. Thomas is coming to us from Portland, Oregon, via Germany, who just arrived, and thankfully, because of I think maybe the technology that you or your company provides into the vehicle of an Audi, you were able to get here on time. And we'll talk a bit about that. But Thomas has been working with the City of Ottawa for 5 years now, I guess. We started with a little pilot project on the Hunt Club, expanded that to across the entire city. And maybe, Thomas, can you talk a little bit about your technology, what you guys are doing, and how you're doing something different than the concept of V2X or CV2X and the DSRC of being everything has to be at the intersection broadcasting information out?
Yeah, thanks, Omar. I think, and picking up what Amy just said earlier, the problem has been a little bit from my perspective that the focus was always on technology, communication. We are in the V2X space, if you so will, the connected vehicle space. And when I introduce what we do, people immediately say, oh, are you doing this technology or this? They always focus on the communication, which is an important aspect, but they never focus on the content. What good does it do you if you have the best way to communicate between two devices or vehicles or whatever else, and you don't have a use case attached to it, and you have no content? So our company is really focused on the content. In this case, providing predictive information about what traffic signals are currently doing, what they're going to do in the next 2-3 minutes, and provide that to the vehicle. We don't really care how the data gets into the vehicle. That's somebody else's problem. Now, what's typically done over the last 5-10 years, at least to date, is using existing cellular communication to do so. But that's not our focus. Our focus is really on understanding how traffic signals operate in real time, predicting what they're going to do, and then focusing on the use cases that actually provide value to the drivers. And yes, shout out to Audi. It was our launch customer, was the reason we exist as a company, and we've been able to bring this technology, Audi Traffic Light Information System, for those of you who like Audis, all over the world now into vehicles from North America, Europe, China, anywhere where Audis are being sold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, having worked with Thomas and being able to, on the City of Ottawa side of things, we're actually developing an app internally for being able to get snow plows and our buses with the information about what the signal up ahead is, so that they can moderate their speed. And Thomas knows that through the ACATS program from Transport Canada, thanks to them for a lot of the funding, we were able to show that one of our drivers, young guy, really enjoyed the technology, could use it to both know that the traffic signal up ahead, which had a red light camera, was going to turn and actually stop and slow down so that he didn't get a ticket, because all of our staff have to pay tickets if they incur them. But he was actually able to achieve a 14.4% fuel savings. Now, I mean, Tim during his keynote was talking about what and how these kind of impact on environmental, on the contrails that he was talking about. That kind of impact. And that was actually something that Audi actually, in some of their testing of the technology, was able to identify as well, which really kind of blows your mind as to, you know, the City of Ottawa uses somewhere around 10 million liters of fuel a year for all of our fleet. What's a 14% fuel savings at today's gas prices? Significant, right? And how can we reallocate that kind of funding to other things? Next, I'd like to introduce my friend Divi Cambodge. Divi is Technical and Testing Director here at Area X.O. Divi and I have done a number of different projects, Transport Canada projects and so forth, focused on vulnerable road users, as Amy was talking about, and then also some rail safety. So what are you seeing in terms of the technology coming in to Area X.O and how you guys are able to support companies to be able to look at what the new technology is and maybe direct them in some ways to where the opportunities might be.
Thank you, Omar. Good morning, everyone. I echo with both the panelists here in terms of the adoption scale that we have seen, or the curve of adoption, and how we are qualifying technologies in terms of their relevance to the pain points that we experience as a society, right? So I think it's good to have all the cool gadgets and gizmos and all the latest and greatest, but the previous, I think the keynote speaker highlighted this point very effectively. What are the key pain points that we are trying to solve in a specific community? And I think that can help us leverage the right tools, right? So I think there has been enough understanding in terms of what are the benefits of the V2X technologies. I think we will also have to tie that where some of the needs are actually existing. We have data from municipalities and cities. They understand the road safety aspect of it. We perhaps also maintain a pretty detailed database of where some of these incidents are happening the most. Those are the high-risk locations where the vulnerable road users can actually benefit from such deployments. So when we say, and I think you pointed out the approach of having beacons across a city, infrastructure, maybe that's not the exact blanket deployment that we would want to envision. Maybe it's more targeted, and once you have shown the performance and the benefit of that technology, it's easier to achieve the network effect. So yeah, I think at a site like Area X.O, what we have done is, and along with a thriving ecosystem of partners and collaborators, even from Transport Canada, the intent is that how can we test and validate these solutions in a contained and a secure environment, understand where it fails, iterate upon it, improve the solution, and then test it in the public setting as well. So the transition all the way from simulation to private to public, at a site like Area X.O, it allows you to leverage the platform and then improve your product offering.
Yeah, and it's been really great. I mean, I kind of view it from the city's perspective as this gives us like an insight into what's emerging, right? And to be able to provide that. But we're also here in providing guidance as well. So, we've had experiences where a vendor comes in and says, I got this great new technology. I got a 6-foot plug-in cord. You understand that the signal up on top of the pole is 30 feet up. It's got to go through 30 feet of underground conduit to get to the cabinet, right? And then okay. Now we got to rethink of how we do it. But in the lab, it's very easy because you just reach over there. And so those kind of things that reality is really important because we're benefiting the companies and helping them to grow and scale together. And next, I'd like to introduce Fahad Hassanat. He's co-founder and CEO of Sensor Cortec. Now, you're an SME. You work here at Area X.O. You've also been participating in a couple of our projects, one on the vulnerable road users for a safe and smart intersection, and then now we're just starting a rail safety program. And I remember we were sitting at the smart intersection out in Canada, and you were telling me, we had a 4 terabyte hard drive where we were storing all of the data from a LiDAR, a thermal, a camera, and other devices. And we filled it up in 12 hours. Yeah. And so you're doing like 250 gigs of data. And I was joking saying that that's why my Netflix was slow that day. So if you have issues, you know who to call. But there's so much data out there. How do you actually get that data and make it useful? I mean, I think Tim was talking about in his keynote that there's so much information out there. You can't push it all to the cloud. How are you guys looking at it? Because you also do infrastructure as well as on the vehicle. You're doing sort of on both sides of things.
Absolutely. Good to be here. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be with this great panel and in front of this great audience. Yes, data is a problem. However, the stage at which we collect the data is a preliminary stage in which we collect everything that we can in order to pick and choose what is the best data content that we can train our algorithms on it. Once that process is done, the data from the sensors will be consumed on the edge, and only the inference will be used to inform either road users or vehicles, and vice versa. So it is a big challenge, and And the diversity in the sensor is essential because, for example, here in Ottawa, we have quite a diverse weather. And in some sensors fail in certain situations where others succeed. And with technologies that, we're developing sensor fusion technology that can sort of cover the weaknesses of one sensor with the strengths of the other, that helps us achieve that artificial perfect sensor that can work in all weather conditions. But we still have a scenario where we would have an overkill of the number of sensors. So out of, for example, 20 sensors, we might only need 3. And this is the part where the technology needs to grow and mature. And we will be aware of which sensor types we can, based on historical data, can deploy at certain intersections, based on the location, the weather patterns, the type of traffic there, and as such.
Yeah, because infrastructure is expensive, right, Amy?
Infrastructure is expensive, and I think, when we sit and we think about infrastructure today, and, I'd be curious about this, I talk about sort of the transportation system of the future, even though it's today. I really think it has 3 components, right? There's the physical infrastructure that we put in. So you have your physical sensors, you have your fiber, you have your detectors, you have your traffic controllers, you have your signals, you have all of that. You have a secondary layer is much more important these days, which is the digital infrastructure. And what does that mean? You've got your digital layers, you've got your data infrastructure. How do you house and collect all of that data? How do you create the analytics that builds off of that? But then you have this third layer that's really critically important, which is, I'm going to call it the human infrastructure, the human services layer pieces of it. What mobility use cases are we doing? What mobility services are we running on top of this? How do we access and support how people move around, how cargo moves around, and how do we do that? And I think, frankly, when we talk about connectivity and we think about strategies like V2X or how we layer in dedicated short-range radio or cellular V2X and how we put those in, we so often just think about the physical layer and then how we attach to the digital layer and that human layer comes back through. But the reality is you're trying to put all this together. It costs money. Yeah. It costs a lot of money to be able to put in a roadside unit, to listen to the data or the sensors that are coming in, to be able to take that and transmit that into my traffic management center operations, and to be able to actualize that in some sort of pattern or what I want to try to accomplish on my roadways. And we don't budget for it. And so I think that's the other challenging issue is, when we think about how we put together our budgets as a city or as a state or as a province and how we think about where we allocate those dollars, we allocate those dollars where? In the one bucket of physical infrastructure. We put our budget right there, and how we build the budgets for the rest of the data infrastructure and the human services on top of that. We don't really do that. Why? Because we reward capital improvement. We reward things that could be engineered, designed, and built. And that's where we sometimes stop. And so how we create policy approaches, budgeting approaches, resourcing approaches that hit all 3 and control that from a maintenance and operations side on the end of it, because it's one thing to put it in, it's another to keep it going. Therein is sort of, I think, the energy that we need to put our attention to and how we sort of build all of this.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things is we have 1,200 traffic and signalized traffic intersections, but we have 300 traffic poles that get knocked down a year.
Yep.
So that means that for some period of time, that one, and if it happened to be the one where we put all of our sensors, we're SOL.
You're offline. Yep.
Right? And then nobody can drive. If it's a totally autonomous vehicle, everybody will just stop and sit there, and hopefully you have your newspaper or at least your phone to read an article while you're waiting. But Thomas, you guys are actually, you guys have circumvented that need for that infrastructure because you're using the infrastructure of today to be able to do what you do.
For us, the premise was scalability, right?
Yeah.
And if you have to deploy hardware at every individual intersection, that just limits physically. Even if you have all the money in the world, there's just not enough cherry pickers out there to scale at speed. And that's why we, from the get-go, focused on what data is available, how can we get to the data, how can we utilize existing communication infrastructure. I mean, the city here, look at the city of Ottawa, almost every single intersection, if not all, it's always safer to say almost all, are networked to your central system.
Yeah.
Why not utilize this communication infrastructure that you have already paid, that you're maintaining, and built on top of that? And that's what we have done in terms of our service. Let me also add that I think, Amy, you layered this very well as you just structured it, but there's another aspect that I always like to add to it, and it's the business case.
Yep.
Because yes, traditionally ITS has always been funded from the government, and that was the simple business case. But what do you do when that doesn't cover all of it? Is there not also a business case to be discussed or seen that comes from the user's perspective? And so from our end, our primarily customer base is on the user side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do they pay for the service?
They pay for the service. But that also means, do they pay? Are you going to ask a driver to pay for the safety of somebody else?
Right.
Hard, very difficult to do.
Right.
Are you going to ask the driver to pay for something that saves them 14% fuel? Yeah, I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
So my point being is that there's the fourth layer, if you will, if I follow your analogy, and that says, okay, there's safety use cases that are clearly the responsibility, or at least most people would agree it's a government responsibility, especially if it's vulnerable road users. But then there's maybe fuel consumption, comfort. When we first launched, and first experienced it, not just in a lab, but in reality, it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. That reduces your stress level. This is a driver comfort feature. Well, the government is not going to pay for that, and it shouldn't. But that's clearly a user use case. So my point is the business case has to be part of that in that discussion. Who's paying for the initial deployment? Right. Who's paying for the ongoing maintenance, et cetera. Sorry, I took enough airtime.
No, absolutely no. And that's really good, right? I mean, like, in order to pay for all of this infrastructure or justify it, you have to be able to present it to committee, to council, to the provincial government and say, there's a reason for us doing this. Please invest in it. And if you can't make that business case, you're not going to get there, right? We do have 4,000 plus people killed in Canada and 42,000 people killed every year. If you actually do the math of the lifetime value of that person who's passing away, the damage to their families and to society, to the healthcare system, it would be, why don't we do this? But we have collisions that happen, 2 or 3 people here, 1 person here, and that kind of thing. And so it never makes a story. Plane crashes, all planes have to cease operating until such time as we figure it out. So, I mean, Divi,
let me ask about that, because as we go into this, and I'm curious, when we talk about things like safety and safety components, so much of it comes from a government perspective. We pay for it because it's mandated. And so it gets mandated because we're mandating our seatbelts, we're mandating certain traffic systems, we're mandating certain things requirements-wise in our safety systems, right? And yet we've shied away from things like mandating connectivity, as an example. So you all raised your hand. You're like, yes, it's important, and yet we haven't mandated it. And I promise I'm not advocating necessarily for all policy improvements to come through mandates and such, but why not? And why have we shied away from this next layer? It's been a long time since we've had mandates like this. Really, frankly, the seatbelt's been the last one. We call digital connectivity, the digital seatbelt, you use some of the framing like that, but we've shied away from it. And so why is that? And I'm curious and what we think about that answer. And I'd love, later as we get into the audience, I'd love to ask that question to the group too.
Yeah. I think going back to the theme of V2X, we raised some very good points, and Fahad, I concur with everything you said, and just in terms of the data and then the hardware that's needed to generate that data, right? I guess the question that I think about is when we say V2X, are we tying this to CV2X or are we tying this to DSRC? In my view, there's a sense of ubiquity to it. When we say connectivity, most of the vehicles have some form of connectivity. It's about how do you relay the right information in a secure manner, right? So I think when we say V2X, maybe the first impression is, okay, there's probably X dollar deployment that's going to happen at a specific intersection, and that's cost prohibitive. However, in the spirit of using existing infrastructure, can we leverage those layers and add the relevant layers on top to generate the use case, right? So I think there has to be a little bit more systems level thinking. I like that slide that was shown in the keynote speech. So I think from that perspective, V2X has probably more broader implications than we realize right now. And when we say autonomous vehicle and adoption and commercialization, how are we going to assess the safety of these systems in a very standardized fashion? Like you can have OEM 1, 2, and 3. They all would have a different software and hardware architecture underneath the hood. How are we going to ensure that there is a common key performance indicator that we can measure those, autonomous solutions, on even level playing field, right? So I think so when we do projects like ERSTDP with transport, what we're trying to understand is what are the key parameters that we can monitor and track that can give us some indicator of the safety assurance. There is no such thing as safety guarantee. It's always a moving target. Yeah. So I think in terms of understanding, and one metric that comes to mind is, at high speeds, 80 km/h corridor, you do have pedestrian crossing even there. You have an occlusion scenario, a trailer parked on the right or the far side, near side or the far side. How many milliseconds does the vehicle have to react and come to a stop and avoid that collision? Yeah. That's where we talk about cooperative perception. You have infrastructure, which is fulfilling that gap, and it doesn't need to be a blanket deployment. It could be a very targeted, high-risk location that we are trying to solve. Yeah.
I think the interesting thing, though, and since we're sitting on the connectivity panel as opposed to the automation panel, is that those two are completely siloed efforts right now. And so not a single automated system that I've really seen has used any kind of data infrastructure that is coming from the vehicles around it. So it is a solo operator in a solo system, the same way we are solo drivers in a solo system. And so this idea of connectivity and infusing sort of an operational awareness that is dynamic and includes the traffic signals, that includes the vehicles around it, that includes the data environments there. I'd love to see a test environment that runs that here, that actually takes an automated driving system, an ADS system, and includes data that's coming off of your systems, the data that's coming out of your systems, and actually sort of enhances the ADS systems such that it has an operational awareness of the world around it. But we're not there yet. Yep. And that's the other interesting piece of it, is that we have seen over the last 20 years this piece, the connected piece, sort of move itself along, and the automated piece has been moving itself along. And we keep saying, yes, the world should combine. We all know this. This is where the future goes. And yet, they're just continuing to poke along side by side without any kind of overlap. And that really makes it very interesting.
Yeah. But I think, at least every time I've talked to the folks from the automation side, the immediate answer or question coming back when I say, hey, why don't you use connected data? Mm-hmm. How much you have?
What do you have?
What's your coverage?
Right.
And you say, well, I have whatever, 10% of the intersection, which is huge, right? No. Well, what about the other 90%? And so I think it's basically that problem where they're saying, well, we are supposed to be autonomous. That means alone, autonomy from everything. And yes, we would rely on your connectivity if you could give us 95+%. That's the challenge, I think. We're both, all the directions move forward because they have a business case and they have something moving, but they can't rely on each other because it's out of their control at the end of the day.
And I think, sorry.
I just wanted to go back to you, Pab, because you do both on the vehicle and on the infrastructure side of things, right? And I think Amy was bringing a good point, because I'm wondering whether or not the government actually has to be involved in any of the infrastructure. We have the traffic signals. We'll tell you whether it's green or red, and then you go to it. But if you have an occlusion, should the car on the side street not be able to tell the car on the main street that there's someone running across the street and let them know, even if that car on Main Street can't see it? And can we get to that point where the vehicles and the sensors that you're installing and testing that are fusing all this data can actually provide that there's a pedestrian walking at this pace, at this location, and this is their travel path currently, to another vehicle?
Yes. So there are a few challenges ahead of getting to that point. And when you're transporting data between infrastructure and vehicles, or anything to anything within the autonomy framework, you want to ensure capacity, you want to ensure reliability of delivery, and you want to ensure the safety of the messages being delivered. So in order to do that, I mean, right now we just started to have the 5G, 6G technologies coming in, where it promises a bigger pipeline and a bigger bandwidth. So you can connect many devices, and you can provide a high level of bandwidth to transport that information. In terms of reliability, well, this is another issue where we want to make sure that regardless of the conditions, the congestion, we don't want the system fail when there is a congestion, when there is traffic, and works well when there's less traffic. And in terms of security, we're still also working on getting to the point where we can deliver those messages reliably. Because imagine an intrusion, in its smallest cases, it can cause an accident with one car, which is extremely, unfortunate, or it can weaponize fleets. So it's quite a broad, challenging area. Yes, I mean, the ultimate is to be able to have eyes everywhere. So the vehicle, the connected vehicle, is not limited by the sensors that it's on, and it can rely on the sensors that are distributed, whether on infrastructure or in other vehicles. And that's extremely, extremely powerful.
Yeah, I think, I want to maybe touch on some use cases, right? Thomas and I were talking about how there's basically for traffic signal information, there's about 12 use cases. 2 of them need that 10th of a second, what's going on at this moment. The others, they can operate on a second-by-second basis or even bigger time gaps and be able to provide that information. I'm on approach from a signal, but I'm 400 meters away. I don't need to know on by a tenth of a second what the signal is changing. I just need to have a game plan for when I get close enough. So how do you see, and when we talk about V2X, it's network, it's infrastructure, it's pedestrians, it's other vehicles. What use cases actually should we be targeting to actually make something useful?
Right.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, and on top of it, it's go-to-market strategy, right? Because all of that, you have 12 use cases. Let's stick with those, right? There's 12 use cases. How do we get 1 going, let alone 5 going, or maybe all 12? And what's the go-to-market strategy? And yes, we're talking for the most part, let's say, government investment, but it still needs a go-to-market strategy because the government does not control, let's say, the OEM side, the vehicles, and all of that, right? So you have to provide value immediately. You have to provide, and that means coverage across many, many intersections, many, many cities, so that you get the entire data chain and the entire value chain together. Because you won't believe how many times we have government agencies ask us and say, we just equip 1 intersection with all the bells and whistles of modern technology, right? $100,000 intersection. You always work with OEMs. Couldn't you just get 1 car here so we can drive through it that can actually utilize this? And it's like, no. What are you going to do with 1 intersection? Nothing. It's thousands, it's 100,000s of intersections, and then we're starting to talk. And because only then is the value there for the other side to actually build the vehicles to consume it. Because at the end of the day, if the last 30 years, we talked about it earlier, right? I mean, I remember I was in graduate school when we talked the first time about V2X communication. It was called Automated Vehicle Highway, AV, anyway, something like that, highway system, something like that. The point is, it's a chicken-egg problem. You have all the no vehicles, no signals, or whatever you want to do, infrastructure, no vehicles. You have to break this chicken egg problem.
And the interesting thing is, like, the technology that you guys have actually provides us with information. We have 800,000 vehicle intersection engagements or events happening every month just from the Audis that drive in here in the city. That gives us split failures, it gives us arrivals on red, it gives us all the signal performance, the amount of delay, and that's stuff that we're getting for every traffic signal everywhere at all times.
As a byproduct.
As a byproduct, which benefits us for actually being able to evaluate what signals are working and make adjustments as we need to, because we're responding to complaints, we're responding to counselors coming into us and talking to us and saying that's an issue.
Yeah. Well, and I want to say that as I'm sort of throwing out some challenges, if you will, of the question, I want you to know that I am absolutely committed to connectivity. And I'll say this, back in my days as I was working in the public sector, had one of the largest connected vehicle programs, $20 million investment to build out 600 miles of connectivity on the infrastructure side, and recognizing that the vehicles weren't going to follow that necessarily, but it was still committed to moving that forward. And I think that what we want to be able to do, and as we have all of the folks in the audience here, as we sit and we think about this, is what is our call to action? What is our call to action as we think about this space, and what does that mean? What is a truly connected vehicle framework and call to action that really keeps us driving forward? So it is commitments from industry in how we pull this into our vehicles, commitments from our public sector partners in how we make investments that make sense. What does it mean to accomplish that from a use case perspective? And I threw out the comment, a while back. Did we make the mistake of focusing it in vehicles? And so let's talk about vulnerable road users. If we had sat down and said, what if we want to try to protect every pedestrian and every cyclist on the road by adding a layer of connectivity that allows a car to see them and them to see a car? And as we were to say that is our primary goal and our primary objective, and we were focused on vehicle to vehicle, cars seeing cars and cars seeing infrastructure. What if we were to switch that equation? What would that do for us? And we all know that what we've seen are rising fatalities in the last number of years. They've not been going down. The rising fatalities, the worst cases, are those of vulnerable road users as we have cars that are getting bigger and heavier as we transition to our EVs and others. And people are dying. And they're dying in much higher numbers, and they're dying much higher numbers on our local streets and our city streets. And so as I sit and I think about our call to action and where we might want to go, the reality is the technology is there. It has been there for the last 20 years. We can show that it works. I can show you right now where a vulnerable road user can be seen by a car. There's a company that I happen to be advising that is doing that kind of work as well. And the reality is, it is there. So what is our next step in regards to that call to action? And I think that we could have had this conversation 5 years ago, and I had this conversation 5 years before that. And we were sort of talking about all the same things. You all were sitting in Colorado, outfitting some of our intersections as well, and we were creating that connectivity on the countdowns with the lights and the data that we were pulling in from that. And now we're talking about 10 years ago, right, that we were doing that. So what is our actual call to action? And I would challenge our audience, and I would challenge us to be more definitive in that statement. And I have some thoughts about what we could say, but I'd love to know from your perspectives, as you're involved in the tech side and the development side and the integration pieces of it, what do we think we're missing right now when it comes to our call to action to actually make that next leap?
I think hearing everyone's comments, I feel that this boils down to layers of redundancy as we define the safety paradigm, right? I think it's not V2X versus machine vision. It's about where they can be complementary to each other. In a hub and spoke model, everything is kind of coming in the center. But then right now, if we consider machine vision and multiple modalities within machine vision, which is RGB, LiDAR, thermal, different camera types, if those are one of those spokes in that hub and spoke model, V2X is just like that. So I think it plays a complementary role, and it's about the fitness of that specific technology to solve a specific problem. Autonomous vehicles driving south of the border, sunny California. I mean, that's the operational design domain. Let's try that middle of February in Ottawa. I mean, that's the question we have, and layers of redundancy and cooperative perception, they don't necessarily place bias on one or the other. It's how do we combine and get the right solution out.
Yeah, and Divya, we've certainly had the opportunity of sitting out here on a cold February snowy day and actually doing some testing, and it doesn't always work, right? Maybe get yours, and then we'll go to just a couple of questions from the audience.
Of course. So, it's interesting because throughout my research into trying to understand more about the fine line between smart mobility and smart cities, I've came across multiple use cases throughout the world in Barcelona, Helsinki, Copenhagen, and one close to home is in Columbus, Ohio, where there was an initiative. Columbus as a city won the Department of Transportation award for a smart city, and they started the project that is 5 years long, 2019 to 21. And they had three objectives, really. They wanted to have connected vehicles, they wanted to have mobility as a service, and they wanted to have equity in transportation. And by focusing on those three examples, at the end of the 5 years, they had measurable performance where they reduced delays in traffic by 30 minutes, accidents by 30%, greenhouse gas emissions by 6,000 tons. And I'm reporting, I'm just saying that this is the highest numbers that they have reported. So there is a positive outcome. And in every, and that experiment was quite unique to Columbus, Ohio. And what happened in Barcelona is also quite unique. When Lomar, Germany was also quite unique. So the way you implement and the way is at the end of the day, is aiming to benefit benefit the population, the citizens, and elevate the quality of life. And I want to go back from the technology perspective. We have an evolving hardware, software domain where we have, for example, radars 10 years ago, they could only tell you if there's something there. But now with radar, I can tell you heart rate, breathing rate, blood pressure, so many things. And we want to be able to use those information. And imagine, for example, not only infrastructure communicating to a vehicle, but a vehicle communicating back to infrastructure. This is the health of my occupants. Do something about it, in order to guarantee and prolong the well-being of the users. So, in a nutshell, what I want to say is that this is an evolving challenge, and municipal governments, provincial and federal, have to be aware that this is an evolving challenge, and we need to be able to pay attention to it and continue to invest in it in order to grow it.
Excellent. So I want to wrap it back up, and just this week we had the Transportation Association of Canada conference here. So we had 1,400 some odd professionals in the transportation industry, and there was one presentation that they were talking about what would be the future of the level 4 or level 5 automation. And they were talking about, we'll need to paint the lines, we'll need to make sure that the signs are all lined up, because the vehicle will need to see those lines to be able to do that. And I thought, are we looking at it from the wrong way in that perspective? Because we're looking at it from what the vehicle needs to see, assuming that they are like us humans. Right. But the Matrix, everybody knows Neo, could see everything digitally. He didn't need to see that there was a painted line. He just needed to know that the Matrix told him the line was here, and he could do it. So I want to open it up to questions from the audience. Well, maybe take 2 of them if anybody has any. You mean we left you speechless? That is awesome. That is awesome.
In the scheme of building out networking equipment to support the whole V2X environment, there's obviously the processing that's on board the car that does real-time and near real-time processing and AI-based interpretation often. There's a non-real-time interaction with wireless networks, which are kind of, let's say they're already there, for argument's sake. In between that, there's this vehicle to infrastructure communication that requires a lot of roadside equipment. We've looked at that on a global basis, and I think somebody else mentioned that the cost of it is just out in outer space. Is there an appetite for collaboration where the city would participate in a consortium of sorts that would deploy that, and there would be multiple users running in a neutral hosted environment where there's multiple participants footing the bill for that, including maybe the city contributing real estate, powering sites, and in exchange getting private slices of that network to support specific V2I applications on a private slice of that network? Is there a collaborative appetite for that, do you think?
Maybe I'll turn it over to you, Amy, because now you're no longer in the public sector, so you can talk more of what you're seeing globally of what.
Yeah, and what we're seeing globally with connected vehicle deployments, and I'll sort of challenge the comment that it's super expensive. So to get a connected vehicle deployment, you need OBUs in the vehicles to be able to sort of plug into the port. A retrofit of a vehicle is $5,000 to $10,000, give or take, usually in the 5 range. To put a roadside unit on the infrastructure to hang that, to be able to listen to those vehicles is comparable, about $5,000 to $10,000 investment. However, you put that in about every mile, not including the labor, et cetera. And so, as we sit and we talk about sort of how we do this, going back to sort of what infrastructure needs to be there. So when we think about it from a consortium perspective, I think that's the important part that you were talking about, Tim, about sort of how do we use what's already there. And so I think that there is appetite, and you're seeing that sort of move across a variety of different deployments in the United States. You're seeing some of this happen in a little bit in Europe. Mostly, actually, now in China, you're starting to see a lot of connectivity coming through in the V2X environment, specifically the CV2X environment, because they've gone CV2X. In the US, it's been dedicated now to CV2X. As you know, we just had a federal ruling that sort of transitioned our spectrum to the use of CV2X. Europe is still in a dedicated short-range radio-ish world as we go through things. But a consortium and a pooled resource of funds to actually help offset the costs of some of the infrastructure development is important. Now, the real question is, do we actually need all that infrastructure to do connectivity? Back to your question. And I think that the short answer is maybe not. And my consulting buddies, as I am a consultant now, would like, stop, Amy, because we want to be able to design and hang and engineer how we put those roadside units up. I also have software engineers who are sitting on the backside going, I could take the AVL systems coming off of either buses or my clouds or others, create a software interface that I am actually using to do preemptive signal timing for those same vehicles going down a roadway, so transit prioritization or otherwise. And with a few strokes of the key and a little bit of code, I'm actually doing that. And they, in fact, have turned it on, and we're turning it on in a place in Florida, for instance. So I think the question of the consortium is, yes, it's possible. B, collaborative funding from public sector, private sector, along with maybe a public-private partnership that allows for the operations and maintenance of said tools and said equipment that's out there. I think it is possible. And the real question is, do we have the pools of money to be able to sort of jumpstart some of that? The challenge is to jumpstart some of that. In the US, we did something called the SPAT Challenge, where they were encouraging people to do signal phase and timing integrations on certain intersections, which was great. And so you consequently see DSRC developments all across the country with dots on a map. And what that was 2 intersections per city. So it was nothing near the kind of volume that you're really talking about. So I think back to that call to action that I was mentioning before. I think a consortium, pooled fund, resource approach that also includes private sector investment that allows us to move some of these forward is actually what will take us into connectivity. And a commitment potentially even from a policy or regulatory environment that says, folks, we think that this technology layer is important to the use case of safety. Our number one issue is keeping people from dying on our roadways. And so how do we actually do that? And because we're not successfully doing it by making infrastructure investments right now. It's not working. So long-winded answer to a short question, I think, but that's where I'd look at it. I'm curious what you all think.
I think we are out of time, but I know that all of our wonderful guest speakers are going to be here for the rest of the day. So if you have any other questions, please follow up with them. But please, let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
We're going to welcome everyone back from the break. And I am happy to say I don't see any wasps, so I think we're in good shape. So as everyone comes back in, what I'd like to do is take a moment to introduce you to our next host of this next panel. Philip Rees, founder and CEO of Indo Robotics, is joining us today and will be our host. Over to you. Sure.
Okay.
Your panel to come on in. Take the stage.
Walk around this way.
Went really well. Everybody sort of comes back in.
All right. Is that your chair?
I think this is my chair.
Happy to see you here.
I don't think so. Gotta switch it up.
Yeah. We'll help each other out.
Yeah. My first technology challenge of the day.
Turn mine back on.
Oh, I'm still not working. Can anybody hear me out there? I can. It's not loud. Okay. There we go. Getting louder? Excellent.
Hope you can get it.
So thanks everybody for coming back in. I know it's nice weather out there and it's a little warm in here, so I appreciate everybody coming back in to listen to this next panel. And it's the panel before lunch, so I know sometimes people are going to drift off on me, but we'll keep it entertaining so that won't happen. Our panel here today is going to be about emergency response and the use of technology and drones and how they've made a difference to it and how they will make a difference in the future. I'd really like to thank the team here for allowing us the opportunity to present. It's a great facility here, and obviously we've got a great team. Yesterday was an amazing day at TC Expo. We saw lots of amazing technology really being put to use and through its challenges. And today we're going to hear about how it's being used now and how we plan to use it in the future. I think it's really came to a point where a lot of things have coalesced together to move things fast. You know, we've got regulations which are really starting to speed up and allow a lot of things that in the past have not been allowed. We can fly further, we can fly longer. Robots are coming out into the wild, as it were. We've got technology moving ahead at a great pace. As we saw yesterday, there's so many new things coming into the marketplace that can be put to use for all sorts, not just for commercial use, but for emergency response as well. And of course, we've got the use cases. You know, unfortunately, we're seeing more and more wildfires, more earthquakes, more floods. Even here in Ontario, we're starting to see tornadoes whipping through every so often. So it's really important for us to be able to respond to some of those with the technology that we've got. My panelists here have all been involved in that from one level or another. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and sort of give a bit of information on where they sort of sit in the environment of emergency response and technology. I'm going to start with you. If you go, Wade.
Hi, everybody. My name is Wade McPherson. I'm an advanced care paramedic from the county of Renfrew, and I'm here today to represent the frontline operational side of drone delivery and deployment in emergency response. I've been a paramedic for about 10 years. I'm one of the most specialized advanced care paramedics in the country on the clinical side. I certainly don't profess to be an expert in drone operations, but it's been an absolute pleasure to be an operational pilot and to have some real-world experience using these in real-time circumstances.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Rossmark. I'm from the United States, specifically the Chicagoland area, and I'm thrilled to be here. I have been in the industry since about 2015. I am a commercial pilot. I run a company called Women in Drones. And just to kind of give you the bigger picture of what we do, in addition to being drone pilots and sourcing drone flight operations, we actually are helping to write history by ensuring that when the history of this sector of aviation is written, that women are included in the narrative. And so we ensure that there's a pipeline being built and developed to put women into opportunities to learn and grow and develop. Because a lot of people know the story of the Wright brothers, but they don't know that there was a sister behind the scenes because no one tells that story. We want to make sure that when the history is told about this sector, women are involved.
Well, howdy. That's the official greeting from Texas A&M. I'm Dr. Robin Murphy and a professor there. I specialize in robotics for disasters, and I've been working with drones since 2004. I led the very first team to deploy small drones for a disaster that was Hurricane Katrina in 2005. So I've been to 30 disasters, not of my own making.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Chow. I'm coming from Elroy Air. We're based in San Francisco, so we're a Silicon Valley startup. We're building an autonomous cargo drone, right? So we're autonomous, we're vertical takeoff and landing, and we're also hybrid electric. So we would help on the emission side of it as well, right? And what we're focused on is really 3 verticals. One is military, so carrying supplies to our service people in dangerous environments. The second one is carrying middle mile packages for companies like FedEx. And the third one is really related to what we're talking about today around humanitarian aid and disaster relief. So resupplying, for example, wildland firefighters in these type of dangerous situations. So thanks for having me and looking forward to the discussion.
Hi guys, my name is Matt from LeMay.ai. We're an enterprise AI consultancy focusing on providing companies with AI strategy, implementation, and scale-up. We have a team of 20 people across North America, mostly engineers, and a lot of our involvement in search and rescue and in various sustainability efforts involving drones includes the conversion and deployment of models at the edge, predictive analytics, and all matters of support for MLOps. Thank you for having us.
Excellent. So you can see from our panel here that we've got it all the way from actual operations now to all of the background and bringing through the new skills. I think it might bring it home, particularly to this audience here, as Wade obviously is local with Renfrew County, if we could hear a little bit more about how you might put the technology to use.
Appreciate that. One of the most remarkable things about coming to the county of Renfrew is the vast geography that we serve. We're one of the largest geographical counties in the province. Actually, we are the largest geographical county in the province. And we have little pockets of suburban areas surrounded by massive lands that are totally rural. We have difficulties with cell connectivity. We have difficulties with access to healthcare in a timely need, and emergency response times can be significant. And through that, the drone and the aviation industry have been imperative in just allowing us to overcome some challenges. In just 3 years with the county of Renfrew, in my time there, I've seen a number of things that we've used, and I'll touch a little bit on a couple of different uses here. We've built a drone program that runs about 8 different aircraft with various assets and capabilities. Through that, we have seen the authorized dropping of medications in flood scenarios where we had people that were isolated by flood waters and needed something as simple as access to prescription medications. There has been a significant amount of research done on the delivery of automated external defibrillators in cardiac arrest, which would be an enormous game changer in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. That's a medical condition where time is absolutely critical, and access to something as simple as electricity is very imperative, but to get that device where it needs to go is the hardest challenge, and drones have been instrumental in that. Still a work in progress. Our real-time operations, and what I'm often a part of, is more to do with things like wilderness search and rescue, supporting things like structural firefighting, just for situational awareness and accountability of crew. And then there's a number of various different operations that we've slid into. So things like recently we participated in the search efforts for a military helicopter crash, where we did have a double fatality and 2 survivors. And it was a quick response to that scene that enabled us to enhance situational awareness, cut down on the risk to those on the ground required in the search. And I think that's a very valuable thing, is the ability to protect your human resources with the use of smart resources. As well as a number of different thermal applications where we've been looking for people lost, stranded, last seen in water, etc. So there's no shortage of different deployments that we've been a part of, and some of those different challenges we've overcome are things like multi-agency operations, being able to integrate in real time with agencies that we don't work with on a normal basis. I would think, with my background, that would routinely be things like the police service and the fire service. But as we saw recently in real time, that became a Special Forces unit of the Canadian Armed Forces. That's who we had to work with. And being able to be mobile and agile enough to keep up with that demand and to be responsive in a time of need was a huge benefit.
Well, it's great to see that you get an extra tool to sort of your equipment there, because, I mean, you're out there doing what we all need to be done. And it makes a great difference to the community. So any tools that we can provide to you obviously must make a difference, would be great.
They have made a difference.
Good, great. And I can imagine with the delivery, I know you've been involved in the AED, the defibrillator delivery program, for quite a few years. I think Renfrew County was one of the first ones to get involved in that situation, flying beyond visual line of sight. So bringing equipment into the place that it's needed, it must be a game changer.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I could see bringing heavier equipment in as well. I mean, is that Elroy Air's opportunity there? Not just a defibrillator, but bigger things?
Yeah, exactly. So that's one use case. But before even getting to that use case, you were talking about search and rescue, right, Wade? The idea for our aircraft is that you can think of it as the aircraft itself, but we also have a decoupled cargo pod. So that cargo pod is what it sounds like, right? You can put cargo in it, right? And that's what FedEx, the military, will use to transport cargo. But we also can use that as an auxiliary fuel source, right? So we could put Jet A fuel, for example, or batteries in there to extend the range. And our sweet spot is 300 pounds and 300 miles. So we could extend the range and optimize them for these types of search and rescue missions that Wade is doing. So that's one use case, right? Search and rescue, monitoring different wildfires, making sure that it's contained in these areas. But the main one for us, right, is the cargo pod itself. So being able to go from a supply depot where all of the hoses, the different types of supplies that these firefighters need, taking them from there autonomously and taking them to potentially dangerous areas, right, where you don't want helicopters to fly to. Helicopters, as you all know, are very expensive. They require 2 pilots, sometimes maybe 2 crew members, sometimes 2. So taking risk out of the equation as well as the cost out of the equation too, in order to, sometimes deliver medical supplies, hoses, and other food and water types of cargo as well. So that's how we're seeing the use cases play out.
Yeah, and I imagine that deployment, how are you going to drop that off? Where are you going to drop it off? I mean, it really would take a lot of processing of data to gather that in. So I know Wade is gathering a lot of data when you're flying these drones, pulling it all in, trying to get that situational awareness, pick out these points where perhaps pods could be delivered, pods could be dropped. Mm-hmm. Is there an opportunity for us to bring AI or new technology into that, do you think, so that we can speed that whole process up?
Absolutely. There are 2 broad perspectives that we tend to see when it comes to using AI for emergency responses. And obviously, I hope that we're going to be able to share some thoughts here based on what we were discussing before the panel. But from an engineering perspective, when we talk about trying to address the issues regarding the use of AI or the applicability of AI with various deployments of AI, we tend to look at 2 broad families of problems. The first one is, can we improve the detection and monitoring of likelihood of extreme weather events? And can we improve the monitoring and tracking of discrete or live events? And what we tend to see is a lot of people do focus on the discrete and live events. Those are the ones causing damage. Those are the ones that are part of the emergency situation. Those are the ones that need as much information as possible, as quickly as possible. But we find that also improving the likelihood tracking is something that has been quite beneficial. We've seen some teams in Alberta and in the Western US be able to improve reconnaissance routes of government helicopters to improve the likelihood of detection. So they have reduced their flight time by anywhere from 30 to 50%, which then clears up resources that can be used for the tracking, for the extraction, for the rescue operations that inadvertently will happen in these situations. So anything and everything that we can do to help optimize the activities can be included into those 2 particular families. And we're also talking about your experience in all the way back from Hurricane Katrina, right?
Sure. And of course, AI is so important, but most people think of it in very different ways. It's not always just detecting. So the fact that you can do so many things with the same amount of information concurrently. So while the drone is flying, often flying autonomously, or certainly partially autonomously, because that's how it doesn't fall out of the sky. Okay, so you've got this going on. It's no longer just, hey, there's a fire, or there's the tornado damage, or the flood damage. We need to see that slightly broader picture, because it's also about, okay, there are people in need over here. How do we get to them? The next question downstream. Is there instability fixing to happen? Is things not going, like there's a bunch of trees with this flood, and we've got to get that squared away, or we're going to have a major secondary event. So these are types of things, but now you've got more information coming in at the same time, getting the right information to the right person at the right time. How do you prioritize? How do you snip it and get that through these wonderful advances in cellular networks to get it to the person over here who makes that decision, to the person there, to the tactical responders who are there. So AI's got a huge role to play.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of it's about deployment of resources, getting the right resources at the right place at the right time, and then maximizing so that, because we're all short of resources. And one of the biggest resources that I see us being short of is people. Obviously, there's, we need skilled and trained people to be able to deploy the drones itself, to be able to deploy the technology, as well as to be able to respond on the ground. How are you seeing the resources coming through? Is there enough training going into people coming through this into the new industry?
So I'm happy to jump in there. To answer your question, the short answer is there enough training? It depends. So there's enough training going on. It's the type of training and the specific skills that we're looking. A lot of people think it's about learning to fly the drone. And what we're seeing is that there are a lot of training going on to secure your certificate or your drone license. What's missing is the specific applications and having the expertise and realizing that you can take this gentleman here and give him the drone training, and he applies that in an emergency situation to what he's already doing. So really helping people understand that the drone is a tool, But within that, there are other applications or other opportunities. So back to the people resource, it really comes down to leadership and culture. If your organization from a leadership standpoint appreciates bringing in a diverse group or being inclusive, then people will want to be a part of your organization regardless of what the type of industry or type of sector that you're in. And that's where the really application or the real need for people is developing people for the pipeline and then giving them the background and the ability to understand where they fit in using drones as a tool. It's not about just training people to be a pilot. It is beyond, and that's where we're falling short, is the opportunity of beyond the training for the test in the case of the states and then the actual application.
Is there a solution for that? I mean, do we have to bring more industry or more technical expertise in that perhaps isn't anything to do with drones? Like, obviously, Wade's been through a lot of experience on the paramedic side, presumably before you even got hands on a drone.
So it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, quite honestly. We've done classes, for example, where we've worked on bringing women in to take them through a safe environment of learning to use the application of drones in disaster. Dr. Murphy actually led that session. And here's what the learning was. Out of the 12 women that attended the first session, about a third of them said, I get it, I'm ready to go. I know how to go back to my local community, talk with local public safety officials, and become involved and become a part of the team. The next third said, this was a great learning experience, being out in the heat in the week, going through various disaster scenarios. But their takeaway was, I don't see myself as the lead pilot. And up until then, they had actually been engaging in a lot of different scenarios to learn to fly, but it's that actual application and the realities of flying a drone. The third group said, you know what, I get what's involved here, but this is not the reality that I thought it was, because it looks, for lack of a better term, sexy on TV when you're seeing the disasters and people come in, but the reality is, you don't know when your day is going to end. You don't know where you're going to sleep at night. You don't know where the restroom is. You don't know when your next meal is. And understanding that helps people better understand where they could fit in. They may be better sourced for being a part of the team rather than being the actual pilot. They may be part of the planning. And so that type of training, the reality of what the application is, or how do I use a drone as an EMT? What does that mean? Well, it doesn't start with the drone training. It starts with becoming that professional as an EMT first. So that's the applications that we're seeing are the real opportunities to bring in more diverse talent, is helping people understand how do you get there.
Yeah, I can see it's got to be the whole team. It's not just one thing. And each of that team has got its own players. I mean, you must see in disaster response, which I know you've been involved in quite a lot. Is it a big change? Do people get what they're expecting? As you say, it's sexy on TV, but then when you're actually in that real life disaster, how different is it?
Well, we see a couple of things. One is that drones are becoming increasingly used by agencies having jurisdiction. And so this isn't like 2005, Hurricane Katrina. It's not even 2015. Since Hurricane Harvey, they've become pretty common. Public Works will have them, the law enforcement will have them, you come together and use them there. So, but what we still see is a large number of people showing up with their personal drone and saying either, oh, here, I'll fly for you. Here, I'll come from Tennessee and I'll go fly in another state because, and that's also illegal because you don't self-deploy to an actual disaster, but it's also clutters the airspace. In one case, we had someone who, normally you can say, hey, we've got to fly here, we're with the county, and they go, oh, okay, sure, can I help? We ran across one guy who was no, it's my right. I've got a Part 107 license. I'm going to fly. And so said, hey, fly this side of the road, let us catch this side, and then we'll swap. And you can, because we got to get this, because it's a flood, it's the second day of the flood, we really got to get, and he said no. And so they finally just sent out a deputy and explained it to him. And so we still see that, guys, but we see a lot of the volunteers, I'm going to be in and I'm going to be a hero. the knowledge that you have, that's where the flying the drone's the easy part. It's what you do the rest of it that is the critical part. And I think that as civilians, we tend to forget that and not respect the amount of work and training and the constant vigilance that you do.
It's interesting that you say that the flying the drone is the easy part, and I agree with you. It is, and it seems to be that we're automating that part more and more as well. It's becoming more automated. I mean, is the Elroy package, is that fully automated? Is that?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking of. It's going to be a pilot on the loop, right? So someone monitoring the aircraft. You file a flight plan, and the aircraft would go itself, right? But not only autonomy in the air, but also autonomy on the ground, right? So in these types of situations where we're dealing with these types of dangerous environments, right, you want to be able to pre-package and pack all the cargo into these cargo pods, right, so that you don't have to be there maybe sitting in a dangerous environment or standing in a dangerous environment, right? So it's ready to go, allowing for less kind of hands-on labor there to receive it. So that's what we're thinking about, right? Thinking about extending the capabilities and reducing risk by increasing autonomy across the board.
Could we bring AI into that, where we're packaging these cargo pods? You know, could AI predict, oh, there's going to be a fire, this is sort of the path, these are the kinds of equipment we're going to need? Is that too far for AI to get involved in?
No, that is actually very straightforward resource planning and predictive analytics. That's the advantage of where the state of the science is right now, is these types of forecasts are quite available, quite useful, even available on potentially on the systems themselves right as they're about to get deployed. Just looking at the latest information and seeing if there's a way of combining the resources that are available to have the largest effect in the field. In addition, there was this theme circulating about difficulties with how do we coordinate across multiple individuals, and how do we ensure that there's communication between the people that are implementing the rescue missions themselves and the drones that are being used as part of the operation. One thing that we're seeing in the aerospace and defense sector is a lot of research on manned-unmanned teaming. So how can I participate in either a rescue mission or an offensive mission, while instead of having numerous fairly expensive, very expensive vehicles that are participating in that mission, have a 1+3 or 1+4 setup. So if you think of a fighter jet, that can now be augmented with an electronic warfare drone, a reconnaissance drone, payload drone, even a sacrificial drone has been part of the research. These are all elements that can also be transferred and included as part of these firefighting, rescue, relief missions after the fact, in combination with cargo drones, in combination with a single pilot that can take lead and have these advanced analytics and augmented intelligence participate as part of the series of events to make sure that everybody's safe.
So it sounds like the technology is here, the AI is here, we know the need is here from where we are, the training is coming along. Is there something that's standing in our way from putting this all to work now?
There's a few perspectives. One of them is from the base science perspective. Sadly, there aren't enough emergencies for the AI to be deemed reliable. So that means that if we look at how we go about developing and implementing these solutions, there needs to be a just-in-time response to the type of actuation we want from the AI itself. Do we want to look at, is there different types of models that we want to use for changes in wind conditions, changes in weather conditions? Are there combinations of high wind plus tornado plus fire that we want to put together that might lead to additional effects? Do we want to have a consensus approach to multiple models so that we can increase the reliability of what we're seeing? All of those are items that are presently under research, and they're slowly but surely, from what we've seen, being able to be deployed and tested in real time.
So that was one of the, just to jump in, to amplify what Matt was saying, that was one of the very first use of AI in drones was to University of Colorado Buffalo to start storm chasing and starting to put multiple drones at different altitudes when you see a cell forming, a weather cell, and then you didn't care. They were cheap enough to be destroyed, but you would get the real-time data as it was going, and then you might get your platforms back. And they were putting 8 to 10 platforms up in radically changed the way the predictives have worked. And then you can correlate that with what you're seeing from NOAA and from the weather satellites of the post-damage. But you're right, not enough disasters, not enough data collection of the right kind, and not enough agency coordination. In some cases, we've seen the data is available for AI, but it can't be released because of this agency is not allowed for regulatory reasons because of privacy concerns or something that made sense when that regulation was there, but maybe doesn't make sense for this use. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, this has been great information, and I'm sure the audience here have got some questions as well. I know we're running up on lunch shortly following us, so if I could open the floor perhaps to some questions out there. The mic will be on its way.
Just wondering about redundancy in the drones for rescue when you don't have access to satellites or cellular communication, and if there's things being worked on to make these drones work just by using like just visual references, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I can actually tag team this one with you.
Go for it.
This is definitely your space, but there are a lot of very smart people and very well-funded companies trying to tackle this problem, right? So there's all the way from ground-based terrestrial stations to SATCOM, which has really come a long way, to 5G networks, and the list goes on. We're thinking on the SATCOM route right now, but that might develop over time. But I mean, the experts right here, the moderator of the panel, Philip.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I would actually answer that question by going way back to, for any of the pilots in the audience here, we used to navigate by map watch ground. So you're heading in a direction, you know the speed that you're going at, you know how long it's going to take you to get there. But you've lost your GPS, you've lost your satellite, you've lost your communications. So now you're looking down. What are those points on the ground that you recognize that should be on the route that you're on? That's great when you've got a pilot in there, but when you don't have a pilot in there and not have a pilot in the loop, now you need to turn to AI to be able to assess that information. You know, you've got computer vision on board that can process that data, that can come up with those answers. So redundancy is super important. You know, we go from RF to cellular to satellite and now to autonomous systems that are on board the aircraft. So yeah, it is something that we're all working on, and I think the solution is just around the corner. Any more questions? Please.
Oh, so it's related to the previous question and what was mentioned at the end, where the data collection. So in an emergency kind of scenario, I don't think the data collection would be the priority, or like how does it work in terms like you need that data to power that AI solution, and also you need a lot of it because then you don't want that bias in terms of that there isn't like emergencies happening all the time, right? So how do you collect that data and make sure that you have it for the next time?
When it comes to the event itself, we've seen a lot of efforts going into dynamic command centers, trying to collect as much information as possible, trying to get as much visibility as possible. And luckily, in terms of the types of analyses and predictive analytics that you want to run, it's usually pretty straightforward. You're looking at coordination, you're looking at effort allocation, and that's pretty straightforward. What happens is when we look at the classical ways of building models, of building methods for creating these algorithms, there's always this assumption of complete data or clean data. And that's where different philosophies such as sensor fusion and having even old school techniques like evolutionary algorithms as opposed to neural networks could make a difference when it comes to deploying these types of systems to make them reliable in a very dynamic environment. We think that right now there is still a tremendous amount of data out there. Combining them is still very difficult, but some of the research that some of the panelists are doing today is hopefully going to address that.
Yeah, let me jump in here too. What you see a lot of times as we think of things as being the data to decision means putting it in a centralized server, you know, a big map and a big board with a big screen in a nice air-conditioned room, and people make decisions. And that is certainly one set of mostly strategic decisions get made. But for the people in the field, there's other missions that require instantaneous and hooking them up to somebody who can know. So for instance, during a flood or an earthquake, being able to get to that structural engineer, of whom there are very few in the world who are qualified, having the network back and connecting to them directly with the video feed, and even letting them go and say, oh no, left, other left, yep, there, no, can you zoom? Ooh, wait, got to go this way. Things that we as pilots would not know. And so connecting that. So there's really more than one path. And I think the thing that we're trying to get back to is that there's so many missions. Understanding what the missions are, the drones can provide so much information for different decisions. How do we isolate that? How do we notice that? And how do we make those paths work?
One of the things that I think needs to be considered too is we often have a directive in these missions that we're flying that's pretty focused, sometimes is very high intensity, but there's so much information that's gathered in the execution of that singular directive. So it might be a matter of search and rescue, search and recovery. We're looking to save or preserve life. But just in that flight path, we've been through an area of natural disaster. The assessment of, are those lights on in those houses? The people there that have chronic health conditions and are dependent on oxygen generators or other things for medications, refrigeration for insulin, those types of things, those are decisions that will need to be made in the coming events, especially in those, we're not talking about your 1 to 2 day power outages where we can, we're used to as a society bridging those gaps. We're talking about the unprecedented circumstances that present new challenges that we need to remain responsive to. That mission's already been flown, that information's already been gathered, but we're not looking at it yet. But to have that information in there, I think that's where there's such an enormous opportunity for AI to come in. And I'll complement that just a little bit to add that my job day by day is clinical. I'm an expert in emergency paramedicine and ultrasound, not in flying the most optimized search pattern. So when you can complement my ability to be there in real time with AI that can put me on the right path or optimize my chances of finding what I'm looking for, we end up with better outcomes.
There is also one quick thing to add here, which is oftentimes the difficulties, when we talk about supporting people on the front line, people often underestimate the cost of running the IT systems just to store and maintain the data and make sure that the data is available and searchable and retrievable. So those are your boring expenses, those are your hard drive replacements, those are your backup systems, all matters of IT that are required in order to eventually being able to ask those questions about what is the optimal flight path? Is there any lessons learned that we can derive from previous events? What do you think is going to happen next? All those types of questions need to be asked in an interactive relationship with the data, and we think that those particular items are often not thought about when there's a fire breaking out.
Excellent. Well, I know I'm standing in the way of lunch. Yep. So I'm sure you'll join me in thanking the panel and all of their expertise.
Thank you all so much. We'll let you all exit the stage. We actually have one more panel before lunch, and it is Smart Cities. But lunch is coming very soon, and it is amazing. We can't wait for you all to enjoy it. I just want to thank Philip, Jason, Mathieu, Robin, Sharon, and Wade. What an incredible discussion. Drones here at Area X.O constitute about 40 to 50% of our client pipeline, whether they're actually engaged in drone innovation today or they're looking to integrate drones into their innovation and product development tomorrow. We're seeing this tremendous lift, and it is no wonder why, given the many different application areas, including public safety for first responders. Earlier this week, we published a story in the Toronto Star on aerial first responders. I would encourage you all to take a peek at it, how drones and these technologies and associated applications can increase efficiency, safety, and quality of life. And you heard that directly from those leaders today. I want to encourage everyone to take a moment. We have just popped up our QR code for our survey. Our goal here is to create the best possible experience, inspiration, and actionable insight with the many diverse leaders that we bring together from our community, from across Canada, and this year from across the US and Europe. We really would love to hear from you. What works? Where can we improve? We really want to continue enhancing the impact for you and giving you information you can put to work in your business and in your future as we all work together. Every member of this community is helping us to implement smart mobility innovations that will deliver the economic, social, and environmental impact that we are seeking. I know our speakers are just getting mic'd up. I do want to do a special shout out to Indro. They're an incredibly special strategic partner here for us at Area X.O. If you haven't had an opportunity to visit our drone and advanced robotics testing and training facility, it is truly one of the unique pieces of infrastructure that we have created together with Indro here at Area X.O. It is a high-tech obstacle course, and they will give you the opportunity to actually drive a robot through this obstacle course, everything from sand, gravel, water. There are so many different types of terrains, and we have a netted area for the drones. What we are seeing is that obstacle course, or the DART as we call it here, is enabling innovators to accelerate their time to market. It's allowing them to test their innovations, validate them, refine them so that they can move to market safely in a robust way. We're very, very excited and grateful to have them on site. They are building out an incredible R&D team here. During the lunch, you will have the chance to experience all the different technologies, and many of the assets are on display. I saw so many of you gathering around them. We love that. If you're not directly in technology, we want you to take away that inspiration and help to get others engaged, particularly the next generation. That's a very big target for us, inspiring the future innovators, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders who are going to change our world for the better through the application of these technologies. I'm just going to take a look at my colleagues to see whether or not our speakers might be mic'd up. I think they are coming shortly. I really hope that you've enjoyed today and that you had the chance to experience TC Expo. Yesterday, we had almost 80 companies demonstrating many different types of innovations, and I think we had close to 1,000 people through our gates. It's amazing, and we want more next year. So if you are engaged in the technology space and you have something to demonstrate, to exhibit, we want you. We are already beginning to plan for next year together with our government partners and all of our sponsors. And we're excited to welcome even more innovators from across this region and throughout the company to Area X.O so that we can connect you with potential investors, talent, R&D business partners, clients. That is one of those key elements that we know helps to build your business. And now I am delighted to introduce Vivian Brady-Phillips, Head of Strategic Initiatives with the Urban Transformation Team with the World Economic Forum, another one of our tremendous partners, to moderate our final panel before lunch, City of Tomorrow, Revolutionizing the Urban Landscape. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. So nice to be here. Thank you to Sonia for a warm welcome. As she said, my name is Vivian Brady-Phillips. I am the head of strategic initiatives for the Center for Urban Transformation at the World Economic Forum. But I also have city government in my background, having served 10 years in city government, first as a deputy mayor and later as the head of our housing authority. So I listen with those two experiences in mind. We have a wonderful panel today to talk about the city of tomorrow. How do we get there? Revolutionizing the urban landscape. So I'd like to start by asking our esteemed panel to tell us a little bit about themselves, but more specifically, their company and how their company aims to help us achieve the city of tomorrow. To my left is Timothy Papandreou. And Timothy, why don't you introduce yourself again to this audience and tell us a little bit about your company.
Hi, everybody. Great to be back on the panel again. My name is Tim Papandreou. I'm the founder and CEO of Emerging Transport Advisors. We work mainly with governments, corporations, startups, and investors around the world to help them understand and put together all of these massive changes that are happening around us on the different types of technologies. And what we do is we try and help cities, governments, and different organizations of the policy space craft policy that will enable, guide, and ensure the outcomes that they want to see happen in this space, especially for the cities of tomorrow.
Thank you, Timothy. Next, we have Bjorn Christensen. Welcome.
Thank you
Bjorn.
very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. I was very impressed about all the presentations yesterday. I have a long background with Siemens. I used to run Siemens Venture Capital with worldwide responsibility for all small investments in small startups. So it was close to my heart. Thank you very much. For the last 13 years, I have been involved in a technology called vehicle-to-grid. And the idea is simple. It's 26 years old. It was invented in 1996 at the University of Delaware by Professor Kempton. And the idea is you have a car, electrical car, and that's only used for transportation 2 to 3 hours a day, at least for personal cars. And that's a capacity factor of 8 to 12%. Which is really bleak. That's not the way we should utilize our resources. We should use much more better use of those batteries. The second thing is electrical vehicles are too expensive. So we need to bring down the cost. And vehicle-to-grid is exactly what is necessary to do that. Because you can use those batteries in electrical vehicles when they're not driven to actually, by bidirectional power flow, which we call V2G, we can actually feed energy back into the home, into the building, into the grid, or even to another car. And thereby we can earn revenues, and that revenues can be used to give back to the owner of the car for using his battery, just like Airbnb. And so that's what I'm doing. What I'm doing right now, I am advising countries, for example, India is one example, and as Timothy said, also cities. How do we then get started with this? Because it has all these promises, but we have to take the first step.
Thank you. Welcome, Devashish Paul.
Hi, my name is Devashish Paul. I'm the CEO and founder of Ottawa-based Blue Wave AI. What our company does is it uses data from our customers to predict, optimize, control, dispatch how renewable energy is used in electricity grids, as well as how the impacts of EVs on the grid impact the operation of the grid. And then large fleets were increasingly onboarding electrical vehicles, electric buses, and so forth. And all of this is going to add a huge amount of demand. If we look at the Ontario grid, if it ends up with 25% electric vehicle penetration, it would add in the range of 15 terawatt hours of additional energy needed to be distributed through the grid. That's a huge amount because annually right now we use about 130 terawatt hours. So when you add that much more to the grid, it's going to become a huge challenge. We have a project on the go right now with Area X.O, the system operator of Ontario, with Hydro Ottawa, Area X.O, and ourselves and the Ontario Energy Board to understand the impacts of how those vehicles coming into the grid will basically transform entire cities, states, and nations worldwide. The interesting thing is this is going to create a massive shift in relatively short time in overall geopolitics, because if you think about it, all the energy that, or not all, but a large amount of energy that goes into transportation today does not come from energy that is produced here locally. So the opportunity exists to move $2 to $10 billion of energy that we create here locally into our transportation network in a relatively clean fashion. And we're focused on enabling that energy transition. Clearly, vehicle to the grid and other technologies like that are part of that. So I'll pass it on. Here we go.
And Michael Tremblay, last but not least.
Thank you. So Mike Tremblay, I'm responsible for Invest Ottawa and Vanguard and the work that we do here at Area X.O. Our goal is to deliver programs and services that help build the economy. Our focus is on basically the knowledge economy. This particular site exists to support helping ensure that entrepreneurs have the accessible reach to try out mobility and cybersecurity scenarios along the lines of vertical use cases. By establishing a facility like this one, it really brings down the cost of being able to do the kind of testing that is required to go after some of these long-range markets. And so it's a bit unusual for an economic development agency to get into something like this, but because we live in a city that has big government, lots of tech companies, lots of academics doing advanced research, it's kind of the perfect triple helix model for us to tease out working on long-range programs that open up economic opportunity. So that's why we've done this initiative, and I'm just thrilled to see how the last 2 days have gone.
Thank you. So Michael, I'm going to start with the first question to you. From your perspective, how can the smart mobility industry help cities and other urban communities understand how this technology can solve real-world problems?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so sort of building on what I was just describing, we get to try out things that are really difficult to assemble without having some of the basic infrastructure, really advanced technology available for these things to happen. And we have enough capacity here to support somewhere between 25 and 40 SME projects a year, in addition to 2 or 3 that we run ourselves. And it's been very effective for us to actually do this because as an economic development agency and a nonprofit, we're able to actually act as a catalyst for bringing the research from academia, governments who work very closely with us to deliver programs to support SMEs, as well as the combination of industry players that we have here. We have a lot of tech companies here. There's literally 1,800 tech companies here. So we're very blessed to have that kind of setup, but it needs an orchestra pit leader, and that's the role that we tend to play to make it happen. So I think it's working with all of these groups to bring together relationships that lead to projects, that lead to inspiring others to want to try out new scenarios, even having companies work on their projects here and seeing what others are doing. We see relationships forge, and the next project is forming with the companies that are here. So it's really a mobility accelerator in many ways. I can't underscore the importance of the relationship that we have with the City of Ottawa in this process. A lot of the infrastructure that you see that's been installed here is as a result of the city actually helping us to make it happen so that it's actually spec'd to regulatory requirements, and it's operationally and connected to the city systems. So that is a very difficult thing for any entrepreneur to replicate. So we actually have the practitioners from the city, the province, the federal government, and then we've got the industry players, academic players that are active in making that real. So it's really practical. It's not theoretical. We're working on things that are real and crunchy.
Thank you, Michael. I hear what you're talking about is the creation of an ecosystem, right? So I'm next going to turn to Devashish. From your perspective, startups sometimes struggle dealing with the risk of bringing things to market. What do you recommend for startups so that they have a good experience working with cities?
I don't know if any recommendation I provide is useful for someone else. In a way, you walk in your own shoes, and how your shoe fits on you is what works for you or not. So I'll roll with that. What we found was we have to take our tech out of the lab phase where it's kind of in our office simulation mode, and if we're doing technologies that involve basically the city of tomorrow. What does that mean? The city of tomorrow is something way out there. And by definition, entrepreneurs, like the only thing we can do across all industries is kind of like look at what's coming next, kind of like what Wayne Gretzky used to say, skate to where the puck's going, not to where it is now. So you go to where the puck is going and you aim for that. Which inherently means there's uncertainty in terms of where it is going. Okay, so now you're trying to help the city of tomorrow and explain to them where their city will be tomorrow, because you have a crazy vision of some kind. You've gone to angel investors and VCs and maybe some small government funded projects, and now you're like, I would like to test this out with you. And I think what I would say is the bigger the city, the bigger the challenge on getting them to test it out initially with you. And we found success with smaller municipalities initially, who, in a way, they, you know, kind of joking aside, you know, we went to a small municipality in Summerside in the east of Canada in Prince Edward Island. And the head of economic development used to be kind of a sub-pro level hockey player. And I'm using a few hockey analogies, but he said, look, no one's coming here to watch the Leafs play or watch the Canucks play. We got to make ourselves stand out. And we got to do things that the big cities aren't necessarily doing. And therefore, we would like to take a risk and try your AI software out to see how it can help manage our grid here locally. And in their case, they had actually invested in having like a local solar farm, a local wind farm, a battery plant, all connected up and metered to their grid. And they actually needed to take some of these risks themselves to diversify their economy. So I would say, based on my experience, go sample here in Canada and around the world, you know, who is taking risks that can onboard your tech of the future, because they're already on that trajectory. They have some policy in that trajectory. And then when you come in with your tech on top and go, look, you're already going down that path. How about we test out our tech on top of what you're already doing, whether it's policy or equipment. And something like Area X.O is a good scenario for us, because we can actually test it out kind of it's not on the city streets yet when you're testing it out here, but it kind of is. So you can make the case to, when someone says, well, show us where it's working, at least you got a springboard. And the smaller municipality, so that's unique, Mike, thank you, that in a large municipal area, relatively large, we have this type of a test bed. So I would go with that. Start small and don't try to go straight to New York City or LA Department of Transportation, because we'll get bogged down in endless legal red tape.
Wise advice. Thank you. Bjorn, can you talk with us a little bit about how electrification of transportation fits within the broader smart city strategies?
Yes, I'll give you a concrete example. You know, I've been involved in 13 vehicle-to-grid projects or VGI project all over the world, and I think time is now out. We don't need all these trials anymore. Now we need to implement it. And in California, where I'm residing, we had a project in 2017. It was called Invent. It was funded by the California Energy Commission and CPUC, and it was basically paving the way for vehicle-to-grid for fleets in California. And we focused on fleets and saying, what is the biggest fleet that we have in California, in the United States, maybe in Canada as well? It's the school buses. It's yellow school buses. They are perfect because they don't drive very much. They drive in the morning, in the afternoon, but they don't drive in the weekends. They have long vacations, 2 months, where they're doing absolutely nothing. And you can even have a solar panel on top of them. And they have batteries 250 kilowatt hour. So why don't we start with them? And an outlier of that project was a California ruling by CPUC in 2020 that basically allowed according to Rule 21, it's a rule that you have to follow in order to interconnect bidirectional vehicles to the grid. So it's now allowed in the 3 public utility companies that we have in California. and as we speak, it's actually running down in San Diego. It's actually providing services like emergency power, getting about $2 per kilowatt hour return to the grid in case of very hot summer days where we don't have enough energy. So, how does that help city? We just do it. We're over the time of testing and all that stuff. We're really now to do some projects. Now, if you haven't done it here yet, I would recommend, for example, here the X.O. It's a beautiful place where you could have some trial. The trials that we did in the Invent project was with the Bluebird, which is the biggest school bus electrical vehicle manufacturers in the United States. And we also did with your companies here, which is Lion Electric. So I think you have a good home base where you can actually start doing it now. The technology is here today. We just need to start it because we have all this beautiful dream, but we have to take steps. So that would be my recommendation, and that would have practical implication for the city in the planning and the local planning and the building codes and things like that. But we need to get down to that level in order for the whole thing not to be nice PowerPoints and a dream.
Hey, just to add to what you're saying, it probably flew over all of you in the audience. He just said something, $2 per kilowatt hour. So to put that in context, you get paid $2 to turn on 10 light bulbs worth of energy back into the grid. That's not nothing. I think here in Ontario, every time we take 1 kilowatt hour, we pay somewhere between 7 cents and 15 cents. So that's actually good money to help the grid. Just wanted to add that because that probably didn't register with most of the audience what the magnitude is.
Yes, and part of that revenue is going back to the owner of the electrical bus. That means the school districts. So it is going to lower the cost of ownership, which is absolutely critical when you're talking about fleets. Total cost of ownership is really what they care about. And that's where vehicle to grid, I think, will happen first. And school buses is a very good example.
Just to add to that, so think about it this way, like when the sun's shining and the wind is blowing, if you have these school buses sitting around now at noon doing nothing, what you can do is you can put the energy into the grid, into the school buses, and then they go do their evening run, and they come back, and they're still pretty full. They're not like totally empty. So now the evening comes by in California. What's going on is when the sun sets, there's the capacity for like 30 gigawatts of energy to disappear. I might have my number wrong right now, Bjorn, but you can correct me. But basically what happens is in the evening, PG&E has to turn all these gas turbines to basically give energy to the cities. Now, if you have all the school buses sitting around at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m. after they're done, they can actually take that same wind and solar energy that was shoved into the school buses mid-afternoon, and then they can release it back to the grid and displace all that carbon. So there's a big interrelationship between all these moving parts, between electrification, between renewable energy, between the data. And as a city here in Ottawa, we actually have many of the building blocks to take advantage of this energy transition.
Thank you. Tim, you touched a little bit on this morning, but can you talk a little bit more about the role of regulators in helping us progress to the city of the future?
Yeah, I think the challenge we have is, and I think Bjorn said it really well, we are done testing. We've got all the technology we need. We have pretty much all the tools that we've needed for the last 2 or 3 years. Now, the battery science is getting better and better, which means lighter batteries, better use of batteries. They last longer, they have better range. But now that we're going through the second generation of batteries for our transport fleet, they have a second battery life as stationary power sources. A lot of it's not legal. So we have to basically spend this time, and I call this policy surgery or policy acupuncture, to sit there and find that one sentence, those 2 paragraphs in law, and strike it out. and replaced with something else. But it takes that kind of detail, because even politicians, which, I work with a bunch of politicians, they say all the right things on stage, but the operational bureaucrats, they run the letter of the law, and those statements say you can't do this. So first what we have to do is do triage, literally like a patient comes in into an emergency. We have a climate emergency, so let's triage the policy patient, strike out all the things that are causing harm, fix those, and then work on ways of making more enabling for growth. So one of the key areas right now is that we're looking at shifting from prescriptive-based regulation, you must do this, you should do that, to performance-based regulation. Work towards these goals. Show us the pathway to that point, rather than saying, if you don't have this meter and you don't have this widget, you can't do this. It's like, no. We want to see you guys get to this point, but here are the steps that we want to see and show that you can do it. So that it's not just fixed infrastructure charging for cars, for example. Right now in the federal government, I think both in Canada and the US, mobile charging, which is just starting, is not technically eligible for any federal funding. Yet it's the only way that fleets will electrify in the next 2 years. They cannot wait 2 or 3 years for transformers and for substations to be built by the utilities because they're backlogged. But there's mobile charging applications right now that can get electrified fleets up and running in the next 2 weeks. We're talking to governments about that, and they're like, whoa, how do I change this? I'm like, just make it legal. Just don't say you can't do that. So sometimes it's performance-based regulatory frameworks. Other times it's just saying that this is the tent of things that are allowed. And saying if it's not in this tent, it's not that it's not allowed, come and tell us, because we don't know, right? Governments only know what they know. So if we can have a two-way dialogue of the tech companies showing their latest tech and the government's basically saying, show us the tech, and then some grounds like this is why it's so valuable to have, is to prove it out. Because a lot of tech says they can do a bunch of things, right? The old saying in technology is that we overpromise and underdeliver. And government basically over-regulates and under serves. So if we can have a proving ground, a middle point like here, we can both get the win-wins that we need.
Thank you.
I have an actual very practical example of this, and it's happening right here at Area X.O. So we are partnered with a company from Vancouver called Moment Energy, and that company is basically taking secondhand recycled car batteries, packaging them up into a larger aggregated battery to be used in the grid, so that when there's wind and when there's solar, you can put it in that battery, and then in the evening, you release it from that battery locally to the houses down the street. So we want to test this whole system out, and it's all ready to go. And our colleagues at Hydro Ottawa have to do the procurement of this battery. Now, this battery has not passed the certification. So the procurement guy at Hydro Ottawa can't finish the procurement. It's not his fault, which means we can't bring it to here and get it up and running. So we got it tested from our cloud as an IP address in their lab in Vancouver. We got it all working, but it's in their lab in Vancouver. We need to put it on the street, and the certification is getting in the way for us to do it here.
Well, this is a follow-up, I guess, to everyone. You're talking about your emerging technology. Governments are not up to speed. Sometimes these challenges emerge when you're, trying to get a specific technology implemented. What's the type of public-private collaboration that needs to happen to anticipate this? Is it different staffing models, different types of industry government collaborations? Really love to hear your perspectives.
You're ready to go.
Super. It takes a big disaster. And in 2018, on the 8th of November till the 25th of November, we had a little town called Paradise, 167 miles north of San Francisco. 26,000 people burned down in 4 hours, burned down from wildfires. Almost 100 people died. All 18,000 structures were destroyed, and the damage is estimated to be about $20 billion. Now, us in San Francisco and the Bay Area, we say, oh, we have these wildfires all the time. It doesn't affect us. It did, because the wind started blowing our direction. And we had some of the world's worst air quality. We couldn't send our kids to school for about 14 days. So what did the PG&E, which is the grid operator, do? They got sued because people could prove that one of their grid turned over and ignited some trees, and that's where the fire started. So what do you do in the United States when that happens? You just make sure that if there's any risk of wildfire from your grid, because it's not, it's all up ground, it's not buried. What happens is that you get sued. And so they actually went out of business. They got sued for $30 billion. What do? They didn't say, okay, let's do it the right way. We just cut off power. If we're in this situation in October, November, where we have the Santa Ana wind, which is blowing hurricane strength, and we have the wind fueling the fire, it just grows tremendously fast. So what do we do? We just shut off the power. And we give warning. So they shut off the power in 2019 for 2.5 million people in the Bay Area and north. And that means you can just imagine what happens to your fridge and your freezer. If you have parents that are on medical equipment, have to go in $2,000 a night at the hotels and so forth. And you can imagine who is that hitting hardest. Those are the most vulnerable people. So that has really, and so that is an existential issues for California, and that has really awakened our regulators and our politicians. So there is a new law, Senate Bill 2033, that's gone through the Senate and almost gone through the House. It's still not approved, and it basically states that all vehicles, electrical vehicles, as of 2030, must be bidirectional. So that will set a start. So it takes a big disaster before people react. It has to be your kids, not the kids down in Bangladesh, that's happening.
Yeah, of course, Mike.
Yes, I agree. You don't want to waste a crisis, right, when you're trying to look for opportunity to change. However, I do think that there are some proactive things that we've seen that have been extremely helpful. And I'll use a case example with Transport Canada that we've been working with closely now for, I'd say, about 4 years. We've done actually successful projects and more complicated over the last 4 years. The first one being a very simple test where we took an Origo pod, we ran it from a hotel to a golf course and back. We had riders for several days, hundreds of them that participated. The reason that particular one was done was so that Transport Canada could actually get feedback from the public on how they feel about being shuttled back and forth with a vehicle that actually doesn't have a steering wheel in it. This is 4 years ago, so it seems weird to talk about something like that being not a normal thing to look at happening, but 4 years ago that we just didn't really see that. And then a few years ago we ran a low-speed autonomous shuttle test around downtown core of Ottawa. We did the pre-testing here, then we did the public testing downtown Ottawa, and we had over 650 riders, so it was a really, really good project. It was a bigger project. We had the regulator engaged with us, more surveys to determine how the public was feeling about that, and we were able to fund SMEs, larger industry players, and the regulator, again, was quite active. That was really, really a good project. The third one we did was a smart intersection project. So we had to retrofit our site here. We set up a smart intersection, all of the infrastructure you can imagine for doing different types of testing. And we built another one in the heart of our tech area in Ottawa, which is Canada. And so there's an intersection that we continue to use today. The infrastructure is close to identical to what we have here. Do the pre-test here, run 4 different types of tests that really, put the vehicle through its paces. And the regulator loved that because they could determine what the art of the possible is and also understand the appetite of the public for receiving the technology. Kind of picking up what Timothy was talking about in the keynote this morning. The latest one is Level Railway Safety Project, which we're in the middle of now. Now, these last two, these are two notorious areas where accidents occur. And so whether it's an intersection or a level rail crossing, these are actual problems that Canada faces on a day-to-day basis where somebody is injured So it matters. So it's not quite considered a crisis, but it is a crisis because a family has had to deal with the fact that they've either lost a loved one or they're now in hospital over an accident that's occurred. So these public-private partnerships, if you're seeing the business interests of industry covered, if academia see their applied research being put to the paces, and if the regulator finds a way in which they can do policy hacking, what ends up happening at the end of all of this is you're opening up a market, one that is going to be sluggish without these kinds of advanced projects.
Yeah, I think I can speak from experience of doing this when I was the Chief Innovation Officer in San Francisco for mobility. We had a really hard time because at the very beginning, we got bombarded by all these technology companies promising the world. You know, we'll solve all your problems. We're like, but you don't even know what our problem is. So they had these amazing solutions that had not identified a problem. And the typical response from the city would have been like, you know, go away, we don't want to talk to you because we're too busy, like that slide that I showed. But we changed that whole narrative to actually working with all the different departments in the city, the county, the region, the state, and saying, what are our problems? And I'll tell you, the innovation part was airing our dirty laundry. That was the innovation. We actually said, we actually have got problems. We're not perfect. We've got problems in this area, in this area, in this area. We made a public-facing portal that said, if you can meet these criteria, and if you can actually help us solve these problems, we will not only meet with you, we'll bring you in as an expert in residence for 16 weeks. We called it a startup in residence program. And that completely changed the whole attitude. We got the salespeople with the solution. We got the innovation or the engineers from those teams coming to work with our engineers and our teams to actually crack this nut, like figure this out. And then from that, it started creating a lot more comfort in the legal and procurement side of the city, which said, okay, we'll allow you to test this on public right-of-way with these caveats. And so we started like slowly opening the door to more and more on-site applications. Now they've been doing this for 10 years now, and there's not a company in the Bay Area that has not tested ground truth or proof of concept in San Francisco because it's so easy to do now. And the legal departments are comfortable with it, procurement's comfortable with it. So you just got to start that one or two opportunities where you can actually say up front, what are my problems? What do I need help with? And then that helps the companies actually come in and really work with you rather than saying, hey, I've got a solution, what's my problem? You know, it's like, that's a really, really good lesson to learn, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Tim.
If I could add just to follow up on the regulatory side, there's something that happened this week that is really important for the autonomous vehicle space overall, specifically transport vehicles. So I think many of you will know that in California, Bill 316 found its way all the way to the governor's office a few weeks ago. It wasn't until this week that he actually vetoed it. And the importance of that is this was a bill that is dealing with larger transport trucks, 10,000 pounds or more, actually requiring having a driver in it. Like, what's the point of doing an autonomous vehicle test if you actually physically have to have a driver in the seat? One of the best commercial opportunities for advancing autonomy is something that actually generates a lot of cash in an area where you don't have enough drivers. Like it would have been a colossal disaster for all of us. That was like Monday that was decided. And so if San Francisco is on the outer edge of this, and I'm looking at, I was there in July at a conference, and we had the director of transportation talking about some of the practical challenges of autonomy in the downtown core, where a autonomous vehicle finds itself in and around a hazard that's occurred, and you've got like a fire truck that comes in. The AV doesn't know what to do. It's stuck there. It's actually in the way now. Like they physically have to lift the thing out of the way because it's now confused. These are practical issues on the ground that happen. So even in San Francisco, so advanced with really testing every possible scenario, ends up getting hung up with a freight issue around even considering, like this would have moved to Texas probably as an opportunity.
Yeah. I can talk about that because I was actually there with this whole process. Just because you have good ideas and good technology doesn't mean that the incumbents and the protectors want to want to be open to, dinosaurs didn't approve asteroids coming to Earth, right? They did not want those. So we have the same situation here. Like these are the dinosaurs of the industry, and they don't want change. But change is happening all around them. So again, as government, we can, people can put their head in the sand, or they can stick it out and say, let's actually guide this. Let's guide it for the public good. And I think Governor Newsom, who used to be my boss, was the mayor of San Francisco at the time, he's always been the person who'll listen to all the sides and then make a decision what's best for the state. And he's got bigger issues to talk about, which is this would have not just stopped AV trucking from hitting California, it had a geopolitical issue as well. This might actually go overseas to other countries that we don't want it to go to. So sometimes it's like you may not get what you want for that particular issue, but there are other things much higher why those decisions have been made. And I think that's something to talk about as well in the future of how do we get the right policy to enable the economy while ensuring there's safety, equity, accessibility, et cetera, and making sure that we're competitive as well, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, I'd love for us to delve a little bit deeper into that, right? How do we address similar types of regulations in ways that ensure that we don't stifle? I'm really curious to hear your thoughts about the impact of this recent veto and your hopes for the future.
Yeah, I could start just by saying that the veto itself means that this kind of testing can continue without the sort of restrictions that having a driver sitting in a seat, it's almost an embarrassment to be in a situation where you've got to do that in California. So seeing that move forward just tells me that the public is actually feeling comfortable enough that this kind of testing, which does have a lot of safety benefits in addition to the commercial benefits that it comes with, that is extremely important in terms of keeping the market moving. Something like that could move you back a few years. Like it really could. And I don't fully understand all of the geopolitical consequences of choices like that, but just knowing how this commercially would affect some of the businesses that we support here, how they're watching it, it's very direct. Like these kinds of choices, they matter. And they can really set you back in a hurry because the public really does need to be comfortable. If they're not, you're in trouble with technology like this. It could sit in the shelf.
Absolutely. So, I hear a lot of optimism, honestly, on this panel. There are certainly challenges working in emerging technologies where the policies and regulations haven't caught up, where people may not understand, both residents and city workers. Tell us a little bit about what's been revelatory. What's really sort of moved you, made you think differently in your work?
I think maybe coming back to, look at where things are going to go. And I think that provides, at least in my head, that provides a lot of clarity. Because there's naysayers, there's blockers, there's skeptics. You'll never get it working. No one will adopt it. And in a way, that's exactly when you need to do it. That's exactly when there's all the pushback, when someone's dragging their feet. There's some things that you're just not going to stop. So I'll rewind back to 2006, and I was sitting in an interview with Jim Roach. Many of you know him locally. He's the president of Stratford Partners, but at the time he was founder and CEO of Tundra Semiconductor. And so I was sitting in the interview, and he's like, okay, what do you know about 3G networks? And how much business have you done in China? And so I immediately replied back that I don't know anything about 3G networks, and I've never done business in China. However, if you put me on a plane every quarter to Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, I will learn all of that. But where are you coming from, Jim? Where are you coming from? Like, why China? Why is this so important? And basically he said, look, the Beijing Olympics is coming up. This technology is all proven out. And what's going to happen is in a big bang, they're going to deploy 3G networks all around China, and they're going to want to showcase it by the Beijing Olympics. Here's our opportunity to, so what he was looking at the prize a bit downstream. He's like, we have to set up a Tundra Semiconductor China entity, have offices in Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, recruit people, make relationships with Huawei, ZTE, Potevio, Ericsson, Beijing, Nokia, Shanghai Bell, get in front of everyone, get our products in their base station designs. And then once 2008 comes, there'll be some random government guys shaking hands in Beijing talking about their advanced 3G network, and they'll have like literally one call that's operational for the Olympics. But then after that, it's going to roll out in a big way. But this is going to accelerate it. So he was having all of this pushback in Europe, in the US and all that. And he's like, look, the Beijing Olympics is going to take care of this. We got to be a player. Can you make it happen for us? And I'm like, look, if you put your trust in me, I'll make it happen. And it was really an example for me of an entrepreneur looking ahead to, like, it's going to happen. Someone's got to go do it and take the bruises. Just let's go do it. So now with our EV Everywhere program, that's our product line, which basically envisions a future grid, you know, with every fourth vehicle being an EV. Like what's the software and platforms we have to put in place to be the, you know, I was joking with our staff, be the hand of God behind the grid, managing all of these EVs and putting the right energy in the right places. We have to start with the small building blocks right now. If the certification guys get in the way, it's okay. We'll overcome that. And just looking down the sheet of ice to where the puck's going to be, I think that's the most important thing. And then just manage your frustrations along the way. And obviously we have many, like some of my colleagues are sitting in here and, you know, they take the brunt of it sometimes, but in a good way.
And I think we're going to open it up for some of those colleagues right now with some questions. And hopefully we'll be able to respond because I see a lot of interest in answering that question from the rest of your panel colleagues. So do we have questions from the audience? I see a few.
Sorry, my voice is lost. Just a question about battery degradation on the vehicles. So I'm a Tesla owner. If I have solar panels on my house, if I could hook it up tomorrow, I would. But there's one hesitation. It's like, are my batteries going to degrade fast? And am I getting paid enough for that to be worth it?
You want to take a cut at that? Didn't get your question.
Just the degradation of the battery on the individual.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. And so you're using the battery more than driving, and the question always comes up, what happened to my battery? And we are now on the second or the third generation of batteries. There's some very bad examples when Nissan Leaf in California, in the United States, introduced their Nissan Leaf, which had bidirectional power flow. That basically performed very badly. Then the second generation battery, which we have been using in my previous company in Denmark since 6th of September 2016, where we're doing frequency regulation for the grid with 10 ENV200, which is another version of the Leaf with 24 kilowatt hour batteries, and actually pushing a lot of energy in back and forth, 14 hours a day and 24 hours in the weekend. And so that's been running for more than 300,000 hours of V2G operations under extreme tough conditions. And we had the Danish Technical University in and testing it every year for the battery degradation together with Nissan Research Lab. And it turns out that there's a roughly 1%, very roughly, 1% degradation per year from vehicle to grid. By far the biggest degradation is battery aging. And then comes fast charging. Fast charging also, you know, we're not quite sure about what the effect of that is. And then for driving. So if you're driving and you're accelerating, you're putting a lot of power on the electric motor. And when you brake, regenerative braking, you're putting up to 90 kilowatt back into the battery. Whereas if you're using your car, as we're doing in Denmark, with 10 kilowatt back and forth, it's most, and you operating it in a state of charge between, let's say, 85% and 30%, depending on the battery chemistry and things like that. So I'm not concerned about that at all. What best proof is that Nissan and some other car manufacturers are now offering battery warranty if you're using the car under certain conditions that have to be approved. They're offering you warranty on your battery if you use it for vehicle to grid.
There is a company locally called G Batteries that's actually working on high-speed charging and protecting the battery integrity through the high-speed charging process. It's called G Batteries. I was looking through the audience to see if Kostya was still here. He was here yesterday, but they received quite a bit of coverage with the Ontario government. They're on some new program with the Ontario government. If you look them up, G Batteries, they actually have a really interesting tech designed right here in Ottawa.
I'd like to answer that in more of a collective way. So we could suck 50 kilowatts of power. So, 50 kilowatts is 500 light bulbs of power out of your car instantaneously. Or we can take it from 50 cars at 1 kilowatt and put it back in the grid. And there's actually, it's not one single battery from one bus or one car, and it's not charging one car or one bus at a time. It's, effectively, when you think about it, there's 84 hours of evening. Subtract, let's say, 1 or 2 hours for if you are driving, it still leaves about 70 hours where this battery is either being charged or it can be discharged. And when you have a collective of batteries, cars in the grid, you got 10,000, you got a pool of 100,000. I think Ontario has 100 and something thousand EVs today. You don't have to take it out of one vehicle, right? Or 10. You got 100,000. The thing is, the 100,000 have to participate in a program, and all kind of at a large scale benefit. I believe there's opportunities emerging in the market to do that, and right now we all have to operate as individuals, and the utilities and so on generally are looking at the point impacts of what's going on. But there's a big picture where this collective of vehicles becomes a real asset to society. And it doesn't need to kill your battery taking it out at 50, right? We can touch on 500 people and literally pull it out at 100 watts, So there's all these options.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to thank our wonderful panel. I think they deserve a round of applause. And for being such an engaged audience. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. I also want to thank our panel. So Bjorn, Dev, Tim, and Mike for your inspirational discussion. I want to take a moment before everyone heads off to lunch just to share what an incredible morning this is. But this is because we care about connecting our community and having you have exposure to experts in the field. So if you look at the panels that have been here this morning, I hope you appreciate world-class innovation, experts, thought leaders, and this truly is a celebration of Sonia's hard work. So thank you very much, Sonia. The other thing I want to make sure you appreciate is this afternoon. So we have put some powerhouse, I said earlier, masterclass. There are masterclasses this afternoon. We're going to be talking smart farm tech. We're also going to be talking safety. We have a session on defense. And we also have a session on the thing that keeps CEOs up at night, data security and privacy. So I encourage you to stay around, whether you're online or you're here in person today. We will be back online at 13:40, 1:40 sharp, and that's when we'll launch into our afternoon programming. We will be beginning with Smart Farm panel hosted by Farm Credit Canada, or FCC, a farm-focused innovation and lending leader, and our CAV Canada growth sponsor. Before we jump into lunch, I have a new best friend. Here she is, Emily Mackey from Ottawa Tourism, who's going to talk to you about all the great things Ottawa.
Hi, everyone. Why is Ottawa Tourism here? You probably live in Ottawa. It's the most asked question I get at these events, so I'll jump into that a little bit. My name is Emily Mackey. I'm the events researcher and Think Ottawa facilitator at Ottawa Tourism, and I identify community leaders who want their expertise front and center on an international stage by helping them to bring events to Canada's capital city. Think Ottawa is a joint program between Invest Ottawa, the world-class Shaw Centre, and Ottawa Tourism. Ottawa Tourism is the destination marketing organization steered by data and innovation that promotes all that Ottawa has to offer across the globe. My team is dedicated to providing unforgettable delegate experiences and have worked on events such as SAS North and most recently IEEE sections, as well as sport events, which you may know of, such as the World Juniors Hockey Championship coming, the Women's Canadian Open, and the Master Indigenous Games. I've loved listening and learning to all the wonderful speakers this morning and connecting with innovators at TC Expo yesterday. To circle back to our first panelist, this morning I am currently looking into the Winter Cycling Federation's annual Congress with Bike Ottawa. This event is mandated to assess and create positive change for its host city. I'm seeking events that not only tap into Ottawa's strengths, but leave a tangible legacy on our city. We want to roll out the red carpet for you and your delegates through our extensive and thoughtful complimentary services. What I ask of you is to think Ottawa. Think of events that can come here that bring thought leaders to our innovative city and show them that this is a place to live, work, play, and invest in. I'm here today with my wonderful colleague, Lizzie, who is dedicated to bringing corporate business to Ottawa and telling your organization's story and vision. We would love to connect with you and hear ideas of events we can bring to our city. Please consider us an extension of your team. There's a short video, and then I promise it's actually lunchtime. Thank you.
My first thought was to go to Think Ottawa. I think it's the first important place that you want to go if you want to organize any conference of this size.
Think Ottawa was basically the crux of the bid. I looked after the scientific aspects, and Think Ottawa looked after arranging all the hotels, the location of the meeting.
I was just blown away with the support we had from Think Ottawa. It is a great blend of different partners that help things happen in Ottawa, help showcase the city as a wonderful place to work, play, live, and do business.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Bienvenue tout le monde. I hope you enjoyed an excellent lunch, some power networking, some of the technology here that's on display. We're very grateful to have you back for day 2 on the heels of TC Expo. It is my great honor to introduce an amazing panel led by an amazing leader, a partner and friend to the CAV Canada stage for our next session. Yesterday, we had the honor of announcing the next chapter of a strategic partnership between Area X.O and FCC at the opening of our very big event yesterday. And we proudly introduced the Ottawa Smart Farm powered by Ag Expert. We are incredibly excited to work together with FCC. They were our very first Ottawa Smart Farm sponsor. The City of Ottawa and Area X.O came together to establish it, and FCC has made that investment, been a believer, and been a champion for the Smart Farm from day one. They are also our growth sponsor for CAV Canada, and they're working with us in so many new ways, and they'll just add so much value, not just to our region, but as they do every day to producers, innovators, and ag tech companies across the country. And together, we're going to feel so much more. We could not ask for a greater collaborator or champion for the Smart Farm or for farming-led innovation. Please join me in welcoming Fred Wall, who is going to moderate our next panel.
Thank you, Sonia. Okay. Everyone can hear me, I think. Okay, that's good. That's a good sign. People usually don't have a hard time hearing me, so that's good. I am very excited both about what's happening here at Area X.O and with the Ottawa Smart Farm, and with the group of people I have gathered here on stage. I don't think there's many people here right now who've worked with me for a number of years, but those who have know that this panel and the vision that's going to be conveyed here is really years in the making. So I'm like a kid at Christmas right now. A kid at Christmas with a bunch of hard questions, though, for a great collection of people. So we'll do what's traditional at the start of a panel, and I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves, their organization, and maybe one thing that excites you about the smart farming future, starting with Chuck Barisic.
Thanks, Fred. I'm a farmer from southwestern Ontario. That's kind of where I hang my hat. And my brother and I and our families are cash crop operators. And 20 years ago, we started an agronomy company called Haggerty Creek Limited, and we serve the 4 counties area. While we were both farming and running our elevator, we always wanted to improve not just our own farm, but our customers' operations. What things do we do better? Can we improve their operations? Because obviously, if our farmer customers are doing well and making more money, then we as an elevator make more money. There's a mutual win. And precision ag technology was always part of that portfolio to make those improvements. And so we have a lot of experience in the precision ag space, and robotics is a natural evolution of precision ag technology. And so starting in 2020, we got our first robot. We now have 18 robots as part of a new company we formed called Haggerty Ag Robotics. And what we're doing in that company is we are trying to figure out a business case and a model for deploying robotics outside of a controlled environment. So these are robots that are working in field conditions, in real world conditions on a commercial basis. So most of our robots in 2023 were deployed commercially. We're also doing service and training of those robots. And lastly, we have been working on trying to de-risk the adoption of those robots for our farmer customers, because there is a lot of risk in this new technology. And I think what excites me about the innovation farms and this model of technology transfer is the de-risking part of the business. That's probably what excites me the most.
Awesome, Chuck. We'll definitely be coming back to that theme, as you know. My friend Jacqueline.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Keynote. I'm from Manitoba and an organization there called Emily. We're an industry-led nonprofit, and this morning or this afternoon, I'm most excited to talk about our Innovation Farm project there in Manitoba. And I suppose related to that, or maybe I should share just a moment about Innovation Farm in Manitoba. So we are it's a 5,500 acre commercial smart farm. We've partnered with the grower so that as he and his team continues to operate that as a real commercial farm, we are able to test and validate new technologies across that farm at scale. And so we work to test and validate new technologies, pre-commercialized technologies across the farm as part of a real commercial operation, and then also to demonstrate commercialized technologies and show how they work in a full-scale setting, to really give producers that comfort and confidence to see how they work in a full-scale way before they're being asked to take on that risk to trial it at their own farm. So we're taking some of those steps for them to advance how these new technologies are able to be more fully deployed in Canadian agriculture.
Awesome. The most energetic CIO I've ever met, Vidya.
Thank you so much, Fred. So good afternoon, everyone. Vidya Shankar-Narayan. I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, accountable for digital, data, I would say innovative technologies, and of course the CIO of the department. So I am just thrilled to be here amongst some, I'd say, awesome leaders from the industry here, and a big thanks goes to Mike and Sonia for keeping me engaged in this space. So today, what I say a bulk of what I'm going to be speaking about is this triple challenge, but a triple opportunity we have. One is, as a country, we're in the top 5 of feeding the world, and we want to up our game even more. Perhaps becoming top 3 or even becoming number 1 in feeding the world. While we're doing that, climate change, reducing emissions, and while we're doing those two, continuing to become, I would say, a bigger economic driver in the country, because agriculture is already at least about 10%, agriculture and agri-food, 10% of the country's GDP. It's already a big economic driver. How can we further that? Now, none of this is going to be possible without leveraging technology, innovation, data, and I would say all my colleagues who are here, because without this coming together, you just can't make the, the triple challenge become a triple opportunity. And I would say this is the best time to be in the field of agriculture and agri-food.
Excellent. Okay, now over to our most robust post-secondary partnership, Olds College. David.
Thank you very much. I'm David Fullerton. I'm the Director of Applied Research at Olds College in Olds, Alberta. And if you don't know where that is, it's a community about an hour north of Calgary. We are in the black soil area of Alberta, and so it's non-irrigated, just to give you some context. We focus on broadacre dryland farming. So I guess my perspective on all of this is what do we do as a post-secondary education institution? Unlike a university, we're a college, and we're very applied in nature of everything that we're doing in terms of both research and education. So the college itself is all about agriculture. There's no other programs outside of agriculture, but we're looking at traditional agricultural practices, but we're moving more and more into precision ag, digital agriculture programs. So there's a whole education side of what we do, but we're also, I'm the director of the Olds College Center of Innovation, and there's 35 applied researchers working for us, and we're working in many different areas to support industry. And that industry is either a business coming to us that wants to validate a technology, or it's the farming community overall. And that's the important thing. We work with companies for the main purpose of supporting the industry, and the industry is the farmer itself. We work in crops and we work in livestock. And so those are the two focus areas that we want to continue to work on. And what we're trying to do is what Chuck had said, is we want to de-risk technology. So farmers are more willing to take the technologies so they can improve production, they can improve efficiencies, and do it in an environmentally sustainable way.
Excellent, David. Okay, and a man who has helped a ton bring this panel here together through his work right here at Area X.O, Jordan.
Yeah, so my name is Jordan Wallace. I'm with GPS Ontario, and we're part of the Ottawa Smart Farm. My father and I started GPS Ontario back in the early 2000s, and we started because we wanted to bring ag technology to farmers. Oh, new mic. All right, perfect. Oh, that's probably better. Maybe. That one good? All right, perfect. So we started GPS Ontario back in 2000 to help farmers to transition into more technology, to be able to adopt technology faster and make their farms more efficient. We started here at the Smart Farm 5 years ago in the first season to basically establish a baseline of, the land that was here. Where are we at? What can we do to make it more productive and more profitable? And then start looking at how do we transfer some of this new knowledge that we're creating on technology and sensors and acceptance of this technology to the farming community so that they have a better understanding of what is even out there. What's the possibility? What's the world of the possibility? And how do we really take that information and adopt it back to a real world example? Again, de-escalating the risk of adopting technology, whether it's simple spray rate controllers or all the way straight up to a level 5 autonomous tractor. Anyone that was here yesterday would have got to see that firsthand. And there's huge risk to autonomy, but it's also really, really cool.
That's awesome, Jordan. For the benefit of the audience, I think it was 5 years ago I first saw Jordan present about his company. It was during a session when it was all 7-minute presentations, and Jordan's commitment to improving the bottom line of farmers stood out to me. And that, I just made a note to myself and for some of my staff, we're going to keep an eye on what this guy is doing, and we've established the partnership. That gets me to my first question directly, though, for you, Jordan, is what excites you most about the work you've done here at the Ottawa Smart Farm so far?
I think the biggest exciting piece is some of the research that we've been doing on nitrous oxide and nutrients sustainability, making fertilizer more available to plants while increasing yields and reducing that overall fertilizer application, but then greatly depreciating or decreasing the overall nitrous oxide emissions that are coming out of it. We're at Area X.O, we're not just meeting the 30% mandate that's coming down the line, we're blowing that out of the water. That's what's exciting.
And what makes a difference then, Jordan, in doing it here versus somewhere else?
I think the biggest thing is the collaboration, right? Being able to work with my colleague, Professor Tet, from the University of Ottawa, being able to work with, AAFC and some of their research teams, being able to collaborate just around the industry. We have ag experts everywhere that we can leverage here at Area X.O to really deliver that message out better.
So it's not really just a message, you must do this. What you're doing is saying, hey, we can do this, come and see. And that's some of the advantage of what's here. So Vidya, I'm going to look for an energetic answer on this. So keeping on brand. But you mentioned the triple challenge in your opening remarks. There's a lot of debate on whether Canada can be a leader in sustainable smart farming for the future. What's your take on that, and how does it fit into the triple challenge you talked about?
So, wow, Fred. Because Fred asked me before, he said, is there anything that he can't ask me? And I said, he can ask me anything. So that's a very...
I wouldn't have given me that, but yeah, here we are. So take it away, Vijay.
So, and when you say debate, so I'm going to say is that I don't think it is a debate at all. I'd say is that we absolutely, so number one, we're already an innovative country. We have been on the forefront of innovation across the board. I take an example just here in Ottawa. I started working with Invest Ottawa, I think, many, many years ago, and that's how I actually started working with Area X.O when I joined agriculture. So as a country, we've been at the forefront of innovation, whether it's emerging technologies, AI, and I would say everything to do with the agriculture field. So that's step one. Now, how do we embrace our own innovation? And how do we actually put it into practice? So that's an area where I would say we've not made as much progress as perhaps some other countries are leapfrogging. So some aspects there is fear of adopting technology. Then there is an aspect of lack of infrastructure, broadband being one of them, and not the only one, but one of them. And then there's cost. Because as a country, so going back to some, I used to work for Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and that's when I used to work with Invest Ottawa, is 98% of Canadian businesses are small and medium-sized businesses. That includes agriculture as well. So if you're a smaller or a medium-sized business, your access to capital in order to buy and train your staff, which could be just your own family, and to sustain continuous use of different technology platforms is not as, I would say, sustainable from a technology adoption perspective if you are one of the large, in the 2% category, where you have the large-scale farming and the large-scale producers and, I would say, processors. So from a debate perspective, I would say is what we're doing here today, just this group that has come together, we need to continuously, and I would say deliberately and consciously work together to start breaking those barriers, and the barriers with regards to fear, with regards to adoption, with regards to, because there are programs. The reason I have my pad in front of me here is that as agriculture, we have a number of programs that we actually provide to Canadian agriculture businesses. innovation, science, and economic development have even significantly larger programs when it comes to leveraging technology, clean technology, sustainable technology practices. Are our businesses actually being able to apply for them and be able to leverage that funding? Because sometimes it may not be that easy to apply for some of our programs from a user-centric perspective, I would say, or human-centric perspective. So that is one. Second is, are they actually receiving it at the time they need it? Because they could be in different stages of their technology adoption.
Right.
At this point, I would say at least 60% of our agricultural industry leverages technology in some sort of form. But there's also a technology interoperability challenge that comes in, is because there's a lot of tech out there. And if you're small or medium size, how do you know which technology to start with, or which technology you want to grow into? So I'd say really conscious effort as well as deliberate effort in us becoming the facilitators to ensure that this innovation not only continues, but it's adopted. And how do we make it easier for them? Because that making it easier part is significant. I'm not a farmer, just over 3 years now in the sector, and they have a lot of work to do. So on top of all the day-to-day farming work, how can we make it easier for them to get the program funding they need, to apply for it, and then of course get access to it, but also how do they adopt and where do they get the talent? So that's the last point I would say. There's a big talent shortage in technology, but also in cyber resilience when you're starting to use this technology, understanding the data and analyzing the data. So how do we also start supporting them in bridging the talent gap? So I'll pause there, Fred. Hopefully, was it energetic enough?
We'll work up to that. No, it was excellent. What I heard is that deliberate, conscious collaboration helps us see that path forward. And you mentioned in your opening remarks, we're already 5th largest. We already punched above our weight there, so we're building on a potential advantage. And some of the topics are on adoption, especially for the small and medium size, and then on talent. You packed a lot in there. This is good. I do want to put in a special plug. The team at Ag Expert at FCC has seen some pretty remarkable collaborations. Some we'll be talking about in the new year under Vidya's team with the AFC team. So I see lots of effort within AFC to engage to do more of that deliberate collaboration you mentioned, Vidya. Jacqueline, your turn on the hot seat. Okay, so we've got Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Eastern and Southwestern Ontario on stage here. Frequently we hear, well, that works in this place, but not something else. What's the key to having innovations be adapted elsewhere and even just be understood elsewhere?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I do think that's a big piece of sort of what this advantage that we're creating by having smart farm activities in so many places across Canada. So in order for these technologies to work in different places, they have to be trialed and tested and iterated in these different places in the real situations where they want to be deployed. And so we think about, Jordan and I were having a conversation about some of the work and experiments that are happening here. Let's bring them to Manitoba, try them there. I'm sure there will be some elements of that will be different, but is there a way that because a technology is well established in one place, is it so much faster than to get up to speed in a new region, through a great partner at a smart farm, and be able to get that online faster and easier because of sort of this sort of network. Some of the things that we talked about, and Chuck and I have talked about this, is the role of labeled data sets and images required for algorithms to be trained on. And so if a technology is being developed in one place, fantastic, you can get it up to speed there. And then in parallel with that, can those same images be collected in the same way, data collected in the same way, so that it's more interoperable, so that as soon as one technology is ready, it's easier to be able to shift into a new region. That takes a little bit of commitment and a little bit of vision to know that we need to get ready in this other region so that when a technology is up to speed, we are ready to be able to do that incremental iteration in the new region and then roll it out. So it takes a little bit of vision across the country to decide we're going to get ready across the country to be able to roll out new technologies in different places. There's going to be some commitment to do things in a similar enough or interoperable enough way that we're ready to do that exchange as well. We sort of need to prepare for that bigger future all along the way.
And Jacqueline, so building out that network, making sure we're talking to one another. Would you like to plug your upcoming show with that theme?
Well, thank you. If you liked this, we're going to do something sort of similar, especially sort of similar to this panel on October 26th in Winnipeg at Agriculture Enlightened. And it's really, you know, building out that network. And the whole point of the Agriculture Enlightened conference is to talk about the role of new technologies in agriculture and agri-food data across the value chain in ag. And people always say, well, what's the audience? The audience is purposefully diverse because we want all sorts of different innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, students, and sort of all sorts of different people from the industry to get together because they're interested in these sessions and then meet each other and collide in the audience, if that's not too much of a buzzword. Because I think that's how we sort of cook up more innovation, by getting more people connected. One of the sort of pet peeves that I have is when people look for a collaborator or connector, whether it's researcher or complementary technology or something like that, and they go find it somewhere else in the world. I'm like, that is like 3 blocks from where you live. That person already has that expertise. And so how do we just make it so that people are able to sort of find and make those connections a little bit easier?
Excellent. Thanks, Jacqueline. David, time to bring Alberta into the mix here. So one of the things I know we struggle with in particular on the prairies is connectivity. Olds College has a large footprint in multiple provinces now, as I recall. Can you tell me a little bit about connectivity? Is that challenge over now, or should we be paying attention to it? I've heard it's over.
I'd love it for it to be over. So yeah, rural connectivity is a massive issue everywhere. In rural Alberta, if we're going to bring technologies out that are part of the Internet of Things, that machines are connected, machines are sharing data, machines are sending data back for analysis somewhere, we need to have rural connectivity. In our region, so Olds College has a 3,600 acre farm in total. Most of it's right around the campus in Olds, but we have 800 acres in Saskatchewan, and we have a couple other parcels, 300 acres about 7 miles away from us, and then another parcel of land that's a pasture, which is 40 miles away, or kilometers, I guess I should be saying. So it'd be lovely if we could connect everything together and be collecting data, sending data. Rural Alberta. The piece that's farthest away in Alberta has a cell tower on a hill within sight lines of where our property is, but you come down that hill and we lost all cell connectivity. So we're working in close collaboration with TELUS and a few small businesses around various ways of expanding connectivity into these holes that exist. And this is just outside of Calgary. It's within 40 minutes you're in Calgary. So it's not as if it's way far out in the middle of nowhere. It's fairly close to a populated center, and there's homes around and so on. But this is a true example of there's a cell tower, but we don't have connectivity because of geographic dislocations and so on. So we're working with the various technologies. Actually, there's a story on CBC. I don't know where you'd find it, but it just came out the other day with our researchers on trying out several different technologies to expand connectivity into that specific set of fields, to try to figure out how would a farmer take all the technology that's available and still make use of it, so that it's not coming off a combine in a USB stick, and then if they remember to look at it in a few weeks from now, but it's real, it's live all the time. So I don't want to name names, but we have a large telecommunications company that says rural connectivity is great because their measurement is 25,000 people and under. But you go off the main road, where there's cell towers generally off the main road, you go off and within a couple of miles you're losing connectivity. So it's a critical issue. We're examining it, but all these technologies in the world are not going to be any good unless we have that connectivity to everything.
Awesome, David. Thank you. Chuck, you have for a long time tested out technology on your operation. How did you figure out what's real, what's not? This is a huge problem for adoption. So how do you do it, and how do you recommend others do it?
kind of like these microphones. They either work or they don't. No, borrow yours, Jack. Yours seems. See, that's part of it right there.
Yes.
We can all go home now. I think I've always been a bit of a technology nut. Like, I've always liked it, but I'm not the kind of person who would go out and buy the newest iPhone just because it's the new model. It needs to have a reason to exist. And really, I think the first criteria that I look at is, what is the gap in the operation? Are we spending too many hours in the field? Are we losing data? Is, something as simple as is having my employee drive 3 hours to the lime truck to put a USB stick in for a variable rate map. That is not an efficient use of their time. And so it's simple things like that. So I think I start with, what is that gap? What is that pain point that we can use a piece of technology for? Then I do like to get to know some of the people that have built the technology and say, what is their motivation? When I talked to the two brothers that formed Farmdroid in Denmark when I was there in France in February, they built that robot to solve a problem on their farm. And that was their reason for existing, was to make their, they grow a lot of organic sugar beets, which we don't really grow here, but their reason for existing was to solve that problem. On the flip side, when I was in California at FIRA and talking to some of the companies that were presenting, their reason for existing was to sell themselves to a IBM or to a John Deere or whatever. And that's fine for them as a business to want to do that. But for me as an adopter of technology, that's extraordinarily risky to partner with a company like that, because that piece of technology could become abandoned once they get sold or once they move on. A lot of times those technologies get swallowed up by a larger company, and it could be 10 years before they see the light of day. And so when we're trying to adopt something new on our farm, you're playing the, I'm old enough to know the VHS Betamax story, right? So you have to say, which one of these pieces of tech is going to stick around. And the sales pitch that comes to me all the time is that, well, we're going to build this machine, and every farmer is going to buy it, and we're all going to make lots of money. And what I tend to do is I'll go out to my farmer customers and I will present the sales pitch to them and see, will they actually write a check for it? And boy, if my customers won't write a check for that, then there probably isn't a business case. And that's a great place to start.
That's excellent, Chuck. So I'm going to stick with you just for a second, though. I bang on about the theme of talent quite a bit. You know this. Vidya mentioned this as being a critical gap. You're probably as advanced in ag robotics as anybody on the continent. As we advance ag robotics, does that solve the talent problem for us? Does that make the talent problem go away?
I think the issue we have is we require talent as farmers and as an agricultural industry on a bunch of different levels. And if I put my agronomy company hat back on, it used to be that if I needed someone to drive the sprayer or the fertilizer spreader, you would find the next young farm kid who was 18 or 20 or 21 years old, and that's who you'd hire. And the reason why you'd hire them is that, if you put them in this machine, those kids got used to their parents yelling at them saying, don't damage that machine, right? So they have some of that experience on how to handle these things. But the reality is that, we in agriculture are a shrinking number. We're still producing lots of food, but there's less of us. And that's never going to change. That's been the history since the beginning of time. So the reality is that we need to look outside that talent pool. So one of the benefits of robotics technology, for example, is the multiplier effect, in that we aren't replacing the farmer, but what we're doing is we're going to the farmer. The farmer has this generational intelligence of how to farm, and we can program that into the robot so that the robot knows how fast to drive, how deep to put the tool, whether the planter is doing a good job, and now that farmer can multiply themselves by 4 or 5. That's one of the examples. The other example that I gave was that, or that I use is that, like, the airflow that I just bought for spreading fertilizer is $750,000. And you can't just put somebody into that machine. One, because that first scratch is going to terrify me. It's a lot of money. This equipment that's running up and down the road is often $1 million a pop. Not only that, they're heavy and they're dangerous and they're fast. And so you are not only putting your equipment at risk, you're putting the general public at risk. So if we can take some of that knowledge on the operation and move it into a machine where the safety protocols can be pre-programmed and can be pre-operated, such as geofencing, parameters, speeds, turns. This again expands that labor pool where we can hire people, whether they are new Canadians or people who aren't from a rural area, who don't necessarily have experience with our agriculture. We can take our knowledge and share that with them and be successful.
That's awesome. So the talent we need shifts.
That's correct.
Especially so you don't get scratches on the new.
No, scratches are bad.
David, I want to go to you for a second because when we think about Olds College, and we heard this morning in the sessions that somebody's got to go. We heard in the intro remarks about the need to de-risk technology, persuade on adoption. How does Olds College fit into that?
So Olds College, our research center is about working with small business, medium-sized business, large business around validating their technology. We don't develop technology ourselves. We'll work with companies and they'll approach us and say, we would like to see how our technology from Australia will work in Western Canada under Western Canadian conditions and so on. So our teams are working directly with companies to take their technologies and understand how they work, give the information back to the company themselves so they can adjust it, change algorithms, do whatever they need to do to make sure it works in our environment. But at the same time is just having that technology being done by us gives comfort to the farming community because it's not a company themselves just saying, this works, please buy it from me. They've got third-party validation from people that they hopefully trust us, that they know they've done the work. At the same time is we'll write reports, we'll give reports so the company can use those reports and so on, but I'll promote our own event, so AgSmart in July 30, 31, I think it is, next summer. We have a large event, 3,100 people came this last year, and it's an education event where we are having information sessions, education sessions. We have technology companies coming in, presenting their technologies. They have booths, they have large machines out. But it's not a trade show. It's not, we don't want anybody to sell anything. It's all about education. Our partners have bought into that. They're very supportive because they understand if I can educate someone on what my technology is all about, I've opened a conversation with them and maybe they'll come talk to me and maybe I'll sell them something. But I think if we ever had somebody said, yeah, I sold something at that show, we'd probably say, stop doing that. We don't want you to do that. We want this about education. We want to be kind of neutral. So that event is growing over time. And it's become well known right now with 3,100. I think it was 2,500 last year. It's in July, so it's kind of a busy / quiet time in the prairies. But it's an event that we can showcase what we do and what our partners are doing and what new technologies are out there. So
it is a great show.
It's a combination.
I'll echo that. Chuck, you wanted to jump in, and then I got a question for Vijay.
And I think the de-risking innovation on Innovation Farm, our own experience has been when we've tried to do this on farmer fields, especially with high value crops.
Right.
You were asking the farmers to risk too high of a percentage of their income, of their livelihood. Like, it's fine for someone to say, well, why can't the farmer just go test that? Well, they got to put their kids through school. They need to eat, and so saying to risk their crop is a big ask. And a lot of the startup companies don't have the financial wherewithal to recompensate the farmer. And that's where the innovation networks step in.
Thanks, Chuck. That needed to be said. Vidya, a question for you, and from an AFC perspective, I think there's a few untold stories. Can you tell us a bit about how AFC is working with tech partners to support farmers and the industry and innovation?
For sure, absolutely. And just before I get into it, it's a couple of things I wanted to add. So I've been to AgSmart twice, last year and this year. So I highly recommend. It's been just fantastic. And Tanya from the audience here, she's in my team and she joined me this year. So totally recommend that. And another quick thing I wanted to mention was on the talent part, Chuck, when you were speaking about talent as well, is that cross-pollination, because we can't only be dependent on a particular, I would say, field like it was in the past. It's Dr. Tet has electrical engineers doing agriculture, so that cross-pollination is really going to be helping us. So now, agriculture, thank you for giving us a little bit of limelight on that one. So we're trying. Now, do we always get everything bang on right? Of course, as I said, it's a learning process for us. And the more we work together in these deliberate collaborations, the more we're going to be learning as to how we can have programs, or I should say launch programs that really meet the needs of our clientele. So last year, so in 2022, we came upon the agreement with all the provinces and territories, because agriculture, from a government perspective, is one of only 3 sectors in the entire country that is a partnership between the federal government, the provincial government, and the territorial government. So that, not even health is provincial. Ag is actually really a true partnership. So we have launched our Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership. It was launched April 2023, $3.5 billion over 5 years. This is big for us, lots of programming, and the programming is everything from agriculture clean technology, agriculture climate solutions, living labs. So I'll take one example, which is living labs. This is co-creation, because we do know it can't just be, whether it's just the federal government or FPT, provincial and territorial, just working amongst ourselves to come up with research and innovation. Those models are long gone. Co-creation, co-development with the industry, with the farm community, and especially, as we were just talking about, is the de-risking. So how can we work with smart farmers? Because farmers have to, as you said, pay their children's school fees, feed, as well as provide into the supply chain. So co-development is the #1 theme for our living labs. And the way we've set it up is we've set up the technology platform. So I take a little bit of credit as the CIO for the department. We actually set up this platform that is interoperable within the government and outside the government. So living labs is the scientific community, academia, farm community, industry stakeholders, with, of course, researchers, and also discussing with our international partners. So that is one example there. And with our clean tech solutions, we have a number of programs. I believe we've actually already funded about over 250 projects on the agriculture clean technologies. We, of course, have the agriculture climate solutions. Because we know, so in the last 25 years as a country, we have doubled our production. So when I spoke about us becoming in the top, going into the top 5, that's huge as a country. We've doubled the production. We want to significantly increase that. And in those 25 years, we doubled production. However, we did not contribute more into the GHG emissions. That said, we have a big target ahead of us to significantly reduce the emissions. We need to better understand, how do we measure it? How do we baseline it? How do we report on it? As well as, what are the technologies? I mean, we have Jordan here, whom I met about a couple of years ago, and looking at the precision ag technologies. How do we start bringing, it's almost like starting to make all those connections. The more we grow, the triple challenge I spoke about, how do we then in parallel align the technologies? This is where the programming, the direct programming that is coming from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada and Innovation Science and Economic Development. We work very closely with them, where they have the strategic innovation funds, which are, of course, significantly larger than the funding that comes from AAFC. But also looking at, are we able to provide these programs at the time we need it? Because there's the time to market as well as are we catering to the real needs? So thank you for giving me a little bit of limelight to speak about the programs, but in parallel, I also want feedback. And feedback even from the group that we have here, as well as, of course, you spoke about the event that's going to be happening at the end of October, and I'm actually going to make it. I'm convinced I have to be there. Is we want to hear back as well so that we can continuously innovate and improve, because there's money that, I should say, significant dollars that we're investing in the innovation landscape. And how are we doing? What are the stories, the success stories? We need those success stories, but also not just the success stories that they received funding and they have bought a certain technology. How much has the technology helped reduce the GHG emissions? How much has the technology helped to de-risk some of those challenges that we've had, to reduce the, I would say, the dependency on the lack of talent that we are all facing? I mean, there's a lack of workforce, or shortage of workforce, I should say. So those success stories as well as ongoing stories is something I'd like back. So if we can have that continuing.
I love it, Vidya. And that's part of what I meant by the untold story. I don't think most people knew that you've funded 250 projects already under that. Now, if somebody watching this is saying, wait a minute, 250 projects, I want to be 251. Where do they go and find out more about SCAP?
Okay, so it is right on our website. So everything about SCAP is on our agriculture, or I should say, agr.gc.ca. So on our website, and I'm going to ensure that I speak to my public affairs team to put a showcase on it, so that when people who are listening, whether here in person or I think we are streaming, so to ensure that we put a showcase on it, because it's not only just understanding the information, but how do you actually apply?
Yes.
And that is just one program I mentioned.
Right,
we have
absolutely.
an entire list of programs, and I do want to add one more plug here.
Go, and then I'll go to Jordan.
We recently set up, it's not yet live, AgGPT, because we realized that we have so many programs. I mentioned just one, which is on clean technology. We have agriculture climate solutions, we have living labs, and I can just keep going on and on. Agri-science, agri-insurance, agri-assurance. AgGPT, the reason we realized is we ourselves need some AI technologies so that to support us, but also really support our stakeholders across the country. Not yet gone live, we're testing it, but that is going to be added on to our website so that when when producers are looking for funding, how do they actually are able to have a little bit of automated support in achieving, or I should say, kind of like reaching the different programs that they would like to apply for.
That is amazing news. Let me know if you need a beta tester.
I'm going to take you up on that.
Yes, okay. I'll bring you an army if you need it. Jordan, I know I'm, in theory, supposed to ask you a tech question, but I actually want to ask you about succession a little bit in talent. So you're part of a multi-generational farm. Obviously, because I'm sure lots of people met Morley over the course of the last day or two. So how do we inspire and foster that next generation of talent and just bring more people into our cool industry?
That's a great question. I mean, there's got to be definitely, some hard conversations and some difficult pieces moving forward, but the average ag population is definitely getting up there, and it is a challenge for multi-generational farms that is a real world case today. Beyond that, I don't really know today.
That's entirely fair. Go, Chuck.
The stuff that we're doing with robotics and with technology and everything that's changing what agriculture looks like is helping. It's definitely helping.
I think so too. I think the ability for precision ag technology to allow even my father to still farm today and get in and out of the tractors and be just as efficient as I am while I'm out driving the same tractor that's what's keeping agriculture alive today while we get into this transfer phase of multi-generational.
Awesome. I know we're getting the hook here, but let's get more school tours out next year watching your demos at this event, Jordan. Yep. I'll leave it there, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to our panel. I had the pleasure actually of having lunch with Jordan and Morley, and that was a true pleasure. So I'll let our panel come off the stage. Thank you so much. I think the thing that excited me the most about that panel was the collaboration that we're seeing within your space. Yeah, very inspiring. So our next panel today is going to be run by our MC, Adam Murley. He's a Senior Director of IoT with Rogers, a valued sponsor of Area X.O, and growth sponsor of CAV Canada. So I will ask Adam to come on up. Adam.
Number 5 in that, right?
Yeah.
Hey everyone, and just for clarity, I'm not running the panel today. I'm merely doing a short infomercial about Rogers, not really, and introducing the rest of the panel today. So obviously, you know, many people would have questions as to why Rogers is here today. You think of us primarily as a wireless and wireline company, and while that's true, like our foundations are in innovation. That's really what we do. I think oftentimes, and a recurring theme that I've heard today is technology for the sake of technology is not particularly valuable. When we point it at a particular outcome or an objective that a business has, that's where it becomes compelling. So fundamentally, we believe that all organizations are trying to become data-driven in the way that they operate. And certainly, you know, as a communications provider, we are the foundations for some of those, you know, amazing sort of innovations that we see happening today. But that's not all we do. You know, as you can imagine, like the breadth of Rogers, a family company, a $20 billion family company, our roots are in wireless, but it started before that in cable. And in the early 1970s, Ted, when he founded the company, you know, would lay cable when we were losing money, frankly, to some of our customers and would say, pay us last. Bring this innovation to your customers and then pay us last. And some of those relationships that started then 50 years ago still continue today. And many of the deals that we made in the 70s and the 80s, handshake deals, continue today. And really, like, we try to embody that spirit in the way that we do everything today, and bringing innovation, bringing partnership, enabling, you know, people with special circumstances and skills to bring their innovations to market to solve problems for our customers. So I have the pleasure of introducing, well, this panel today, starting with you, Sonia. I'm excited to hear, frankly, you know, where the conversation leads today. And by the way, David, wherever you are, we are going to talk about that wireless network issue that you're having. But thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today, to be a partner to this innovation, and I look forward to our continued collaboration.
Thank you so much, Adam. We are incredibly grateful to have Rogers as a strong partner here at Area X.O, and I am privileged to lead the panel today, Guardians of Safety, Navigating Autonomy. We've had a lot of discussion today, some very exciting and very provocative discussions, I think, on this very topic. And safety is really the North Star here at Area X.O. So I'm delighted, and we're just going to launch right in terms of what we're going to be talking about today. We've got amazing voices in autonomous vehicles from both the public and the private sector on this stage. And we're going to be looking at some of the hard-pressing issues and opportunities surrounding safety, technology adoption, and regulatory dynamics. We're going to emphasize some of the real-world challenges, like iced over AV sensors, something we know something about here in Canada's capital in our snowy winters, and a discussion that will focus on how to prioritize safety without suppressing innovation. And that's been a common thread, I think, through today's discussions. Topics like cybersecurity across vehicle fleets, the phenomenon of robo-taxis, safety at level railway crossings, they all illuminate the complexities of this field. So today we want to give you a comprehensive view of how we can collectively lead in fostering a safe autonomous driving ecosystem. And so I will invite each of my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves as I pose an introductory question. And I want to start with Transport Canada. They're an incredible partner to us here at Area X.O. Jim, I'd love for you to describe the regulatory environment here in Canada as a little bit of a level set with respect to safety and autonomy.
Thanks, Sonia, and great to be here. I'm wearing a very black suit in the middle of the blazing sun, so enjoying it up here. Look, at the moment, government has taken a non-regulatory approach to CAV technologies, right? I think it's the worst thing governments can do to come in and regulate too soon and potentially stifle innovation. But Transport Canada has issued a number of non-regulatory guidance materials in this space to try to help influence and inform manufacturers of CAV technologies on how they can test and explore their technologies in the Canadian context. So all those things are available on Transport Canada's website for those that haven't seen them. Material that we produce, not just independently, but with colleagues in similar jurisdictions, as well as colleagues in a shared transportation space that Canada has, where we've been working with the provinces and the territories in this area as well. So a non-regulatory approach in this space. Thanks.
And when you think about some of the projects that we've undertaken here together at Area X.O, could you describe some of the outcomes perhaps that are most exciting to you in terms of advancing the safe adoption of these technologies?
Yeah, no, lots of great work here at Area X.O, lots of great work with Invest Ottawa. Just to choose one, we did a low-speed automated shuttle deployment with the City of Ottawa and Area X.O out here, where we first tested the vehicle in a controlled, contained environment on the tracks out here, doing sensor testing, not just for vulnerable road users, but also for Canadian geese, which are prevalent on the place where we actually deployed it on the city streets. And then from there, learning from that, adapting a little bit, we brought the low-speed automated shuttle down to Tunney's pasture in downtown Ottawa, where it did a controlled loop, where we validated it in a real-world context. So again, I think using testing infrastructure to its fullest strengths, where you explore the technologies and how it's performing prior to deploying it out in the open environment.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We're going to move to Amy. Amy, in your role as VP of Surface Transportation and the Mobility Innovation Lead for AECOM and the former Chief Advanced Mobility Lead for the Colorado Department of Transportation, I'm particularly excited to hear from you on some of the autonomy innovation programs, policies, and operational deployment that you have led. Maybe any lessons learned from some of the pilots and deployments that you've been deeply involved with in the U.S.?
So I have had a variety of experiences with automation over the course of my career. And, you know, from the very early first commercial beer run, if you will, that was a 100-mile corridor in Colorado where we loaded a truck full of beer, Anheuser-Busch, I might add, and took it 100 miles down the highway. And we used to joke that it was a bunch of beer and our careers in the back of that semi. But, you know, I think that as you move from that to low shuttle and low speed shuttle deployments to starting to think about on-demand shuttle deployments and others, the trick with autonomy is multiple. An opportunity to create operational design domains and frameworks that are in participation with the public sector. They're knowing, they're aware, they have the engagement and the participation and the partnership with you. 2, open lines of communication that allow you to be honest and fruitful about what's happening and what's not happening, better yet, when you have things like disengagements or vehicles that are stopping in the middle of a road because they don't understand what's happening with emergency service personnel, as an example. And number 3, the will to keep it moving forward. And I think that's the interesting thing that we see with automation today, is that with the consolidation, if you will, of the automated industry, where we're starting to see some of the partners in that either shut their doors or consolidate their services or move out of certain things like freight automation and stay in certain other areas. I think that the challenge that we have and the question that we are asking ourselves is automation dead? And I think the short answer is no, it's not, and I think we can get into a conversation about that. But this is where the collaboration, I think, becomes even more important. What are the layers that a public sector private entity can do to support a private sector entity as they're moving forward? Are there things that we can help shortcut, such as mapping interfaces or otherwise, that continue to accelerate a future of mobility systems that we all believe strongly will achieve what we need to achieve, which is safer roadways, the decrease of fatalities on our roadways? So I look forward to sort of having some of that conversation.
Excellent. I want to dive into the state of autonomy, but first, I want to hear from Eric, who joins us from Michelin and the Board of Directors of ITS America. Eric, how is Michelin approaching safety within its business, and some of the key learnings that you think our audience could take away and put to work?
Thank you for having me. First, it's a pleasure to be here for my very first time in Ottawa. Definitely a place that I need to come back to more often. It is beautiful here. But to answer your question, I think like most things that Michelin does, it really comes back to mobility and to behavior. And our expertise in this domain is in really understanding driving behavior. And while most people think of us as just either a tire company or Michelin Guide restaurants, we are actually active in a variety of categories, from fleet management companies to big data, and really understanding how each of those play together. Specifically in this domain, we're really hoping to bring in that understanding of the trends of driving behavior. Where are the risky spots? How are those changing over time? How is the really connected tire element, which is going to be becoming more and more relevant as we think about autonomy, as we think about understanding a software-defined vehicle? And then also from a computer vision perspective, we've recently made a lot of investments in that area to understand the condition of roads, the conditions of assets, and really starting to bring together and fuse that data to provide the right level of foundation to enable autonomy. And I think working with companies like AECOM and other partners in the ecosystem is really what will bring that to be.
I love stories. And so I wonder if you maybe have an example of a collaborative project, just building on that theme of collaboration, which has been very prominent today, a collaborative project that you've undertaken in safety with Michelin, or perhaps one that you've seen through your great work with ITS America.
I think one relevant right here in Ottawa at the moment, we're doing some work with Omar and his team here to really validate and understand where some of those hotspots of behavior are related to harsh braking and near misses, and then taking it a step further and doing a network screening to really understand where is the speeding happening, where are your highest risks with vulnerable road users, understanding the behaviors that have led to crashes and fatalities with PEDs and bikes. And then how is that information then able to be leveraged to work with partners like AECOM or other engineering firms in the space to really plan around that and use that data to drive actionable results? I think, again, being data-driven and making sure that the data going in is equitable and makes sense for what you're doing is really, really important to us.
Amazing. I'm going to go now to Roni Michaels, who joins us from Silicon Valley. She is coming to us through our Hopin platform on the great big screen to my right. We can't wait to welcome her to Ottawa. That's coming very soon, I promise you, Roni. You work and reside in Silicon Valley, one of the most prominent regions for public deployment of robo-taxis and the affiliated companies. We've talked a lot about them earlier today. Can you share your observations on the associated approach to safety, as a safety engineer yourself, and what you're seeing on the ground in the Valley?
Oh, fantastic. Thank you for the introduction, Sonia, and thank you to the panel. From my perspective, I'm a cybersecurity engineer, specifically more on the systems level for in the automotive space. And in that space, I do look at the complex intersection between the safety infrastructure as well as how to manage risks and potential concerns as we're implementing some of these new bleeding edge technologies on our roadways. So it's fascinating to see all of this new technology coming to fruition, both in Silicon Valley, and it sounds like there's a lot going on in Ottawa too. But as we're looking at rolling out driver assistive technologies, cars that think they can drive themselves to some degree, and then trying to build that into the infrastructure with self-driven cars by the individual drivers, as well as cars that drive themselves, the robo-taxis. It is a complex ecosystem, and I do believe that some of the data that we can learn from those individual components of the network can help us sort of see through to another objective goal of a safer environment. So we can have data from sensors, we can learn different road surfaces from some of the comments that were just made moments ago with regard to sensors and determining what is safe. Now, here in Silicon Valley, we don't have bad weather generally very often, so we're pretty safe here. But both in Michigan and in Ottawa, I know that that inclement weather does become a concern. So being able to navigate through, making certain that we have the ability to see like what's necessary to not impede the performance of emergency vehicles, of our roadways, but also be able to optimize for smart mobility solutions as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing where we can go with this discussion today.
Well, and we had some really interesting conversations leading up to today's panel about the opportunity to reduce the risk threshold with respect to safety and deployments. I would love for you to share some of your insights on that front as well, Ronnie.
Oh, absolutely. So as it pertains to the overall risk threshold, when I look at things, I'm also looking at it from the cybersecurity threat perspective, as well as ensuring that we're rolling out safe technologies in our environment, being able to model out threats, understanding how to mitigate the risks, having failover systems that have like backup sensor network when the initial sensor and network connectivity that you're depending on fails you. Just understanding like how to build things out from a very safety first perspective, and then from there determining like how can we reduce the overall attack surface of a vehicle so that anything that occurs to it, whether it's a denial of service attack or somebody's cellular network goes down or some other connectivity issue, like we can no longer rely on GPS, that if there's any sort of a cybersecurity attack, that it doesn't impact the safety and road performance of the vehicles that are depending on those technologies. So that's one of the areas that I come from to look at the overall solution and make sure that those technologies are rolled out, knowing that we can't always assume that we have always on, always connected functionality of all of our smart technologies. So that's my model moving forward.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to unpacking this further with our panelists. I want to go now to Paul Corbett, who joins us from Detroit. And Paul, I'd love for you to introduce yourself a little bit about Mich Auto and tell us about some of the most impactful safety projects that you've undertaken with your members in the state of Michigan and how you're helping to facilitate those.
Sure. Thank you, Sonia. I'm happy to be here. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Mich Auto is a statewide industry association housed inside the Detroit Regional Chamber, which is one of the largest chambers of commerce in the United States. The mission of Mich Auto is to retain as much of the automotive industry to Michigan. This industry, considered our signature industry, that has been for so long synonymous with the state of Michigan. At times throughout history, that's been a struggle. But we continue to endeavor to do that. With regards to the future of autonomous vehicles and safety, I'm proud to say Michigan has a variety of pretty impressive assets in our state dedicated to AVs, and a great alacrity, a great credit to the enthusiasm of our leaders there, both the current governor and the past governor in the legislature on a bipartisan basis have passed a series of laws that have allowed for a lot of testing of autonomous vehicles so that we can ensure that this technology is as safe as possible. So one of the things that Mich Auto helped bring about around 2014 is the American Center for Mobility in Ypsilanti, Michigan, just outside of Ann Arbor. That's a testing facility in partnership with Toyota. The University of Michigan has another facility campus called M-City, not unlike this impressive facility here. It's kind of a spaghetti western town with facades and real streets that they test vehicles on. So those things have brought, I think, a lot of people to Michigan in terms of wanting to use those facilities to test their technology. But the one that we're really excited about and will be is in construction now and should be online in the next few years is called CAV, and CAV is a company out of California. They're building 3 different autonomous vehicle lanes, one in California, one in Michigan, and one in Washington, D.C. The one in Michigan will go from Detroit to Ann Arbor along I-94. It starts out at the Michigan Central Station, which is this iconic building that Ford's in the process of bringing back to life. Used to be a train station, ironically enough, and now it's going to be their campus for AV technology. And so that lane is going to have all kinds of different users on it, because it's not going to just be autonomous vehicles. They're going to be able to mix in regular traffic, and I think that's going to greatly increase the ability to collect data and continue to refine the technology.
What steps are you taking with respect to safety in a project like that?
So, yeah, we had to pass legislation. We had to work diligently with our legislature. Last year, in, I'd say, the summertime, right before they went on recess, we got some legislation passed to enable the creation of this road. It's considered a toll road. We've been working on these kinds of initiatives for a long time. There's a few other important laws that we've been able to enact, including a moratorium on regulating AV deployment and testing by municipality. In other words, we don't want to have a patchwork of regulations across the state. We want those who have this kind of technology to have a very clear line of sight and be able to safely deploy their technology. This is very important for CAV because their corridor is going to cross through a couple different counties, so wouldn't be possible if one county decided to start regulating it, this technology very strictly. So yeah, I think those things have enabled startups and entrepreneurs and innovators to come to Michigan, know that they're going to have predictability in the regulatory environment, and yeah, go at it.
This topic has risen up through so many of the discussions today, and I think it's pivotal here. I'd love to open this up to all the panelists. What can we do at that intersection, that critical intersection between innovators, entrepreneurs, and regulators, from that drive to advance these technologies that we know can enhance our lives and change the world for the better in so many respects, and the regulators that must keep us as a society safe? What's working at that intersection, and what can we do differently? I know you'll all have perspectives on this. Maybe we'll launch with Jim, and we'll give him the opportunity to start as Transport Canada's Innovation Centre.
Yeah, well, look, lots of activity going on in this space, lots of testing, lots of evaluation being done on advanced driver assistance systems, right, like ADAS systems, and how we can use those systems to improve safety. So I think the stat is something like 80%, 86% of fatalities involve human error. And if there's an opportunity to find systems to decrease those accidents, then it's on everybody to find ways to enable those things to happen. With respect to working together collaboratively in this space, I think government is doing what it should do right now, and that is providing guidance, providing direction, following the technology as it's evolving in a non-regulatory sort of space, but being able to step in and apply non-regulatory tools and guidances in certain circumstances, and if something more needs to be done, understanding the technology at a level where something more could be done if necessary. So we've done a lot of regulatory test bed activity in different areas where we've worked with industry collaboratively together to understand how the technologies are working in controlled environments. So we did a cooperative truck platooning technology test at the Motor Vehicle Test Center, where we brought in the supplier, we brought in academia, we brought in industry, and we evaluated the technologies together to learn together how they performed in certain different test scenarios. I think those sort of examples can be expanded upon to allow us to continue to work with industry to understand how the technologies are evolving, hopefully bringing them to market in a timely manner, but a safe manner as well.
I was going to add to that I think that you're exactly right. I think government has done a very good job in sort of setting the framework and creating the box, if you will, around the sandbox, the play box, if you will, around how these technologies can move and deploy. And we all were responding in real time as they started coming onto the roadways and being able to adapt and to manage them. And I actually think that we're ready for sort of that 2.0 version of what that sandbox can look like now. And so I use that example, going back to my opening statement about the idea that, is automation going away, or because companies are starting to shut down, does that mean that this is something that is no longer part of our future? And I think the answer, of course, is no. We see continuing consolidation, but continuing maturity now. We're past the hype cycle, so now we're into the next mode of that. And so I think that the questions that we need to be able to answer at this intersection now is truly an honest conversation about what's next and what's next in that roadmap. We've set good regulatory frameworks or non-regulatory frameworks. We have set sort of expectations about how it can get involved in local streets and otherwise. And so now the question is, how do we create the viability of a market, of the continued advances of the technology, along with a regulatory framework that keeps it moving forward? And I say that with the presumption that we believe that automation is something that is a part of our future, that should be part of our future, because it's going to impact the use cases of us or saving lives and on our roadways. And I think how we have that honest conversation is what's next. What kind of investment do we need to make? Government's investment has been small to none, other than the regulatory frameworks, the playbooks, so to speak. So is there an intersection now where we advance technology together? And I think those are questions that we maybe should start talking about.
Eric, I'd love to hear from you on this.
Yeah, no, it's so I appreciate what everyone has said here. And I think as we think about moving on to what's next and unlocking some of that investment that we need to see, again, it comes down to how are they the best steward for our tax dollars and their budgets, which we know there is never enough money to do everything that needs to be done. So how do you measure effectively this intersection, right? And what is working? Now that we're past this hype period of time, as you've said, how do we measure the effectiveness of some of these, and what is the best way to get the ROI or the cost benefit out of some of these deployments so we can prioritize those areas? Because I think, as we've heard several times today, many of these deployments to facilitate autonomy are extremely expensive. And as we look at some of these technologies, you cannot just say, let's do everywhere all at once at the moment, right? You need to be choiceful in the solutions that you're deploying, and which ones require infrastructure-based solutions to help facilitate autonomy, and which can be facilitated and deployed through technology. And I think where Michelin is really interested in this is leveraging the amount of data that we have access to across North America to really help identify and prioritize those, and then help validate and understand how effective these different measures are being. So if we're looking at these routes that CAV is doing and the measures that you're taking to make sure this is safe, how safe is that, right? What is the benchmark that we're comparing against, and how effective are those measures? Are they more effective than we imagined, or potentially less so? What can we do to optimize around those elements, and how do we work together, fact-based, data-driven, without the hype, without the sales pitch, and just to say what is working, what is not, and how do we make it better?
I love that. I'm just going to highlight that Amy is on her way back to Colorado. She is rushing to get her flight. We convinced her to stay on the panel for as long as she could, so we're very grateful. Ronnie, you're living in the land of high entrepreneurship there in the Valley. I know that you've worked with a lot of different companies at that very intersection. I would love to hear from you on this with respect to what's working and where you think we're going in terms of that next intelligent staged rollout of autonomy.
Okay, great. Thank you for the question. So, with regard to the way that I see successes, I wouldn't say failures, but I see attempts that don't necessarily turn into, a production vehicle on the road. But I see a lot of technology advancements and innovation efforts that really that allow us to sort of step over some of the regulatory restrictions that you would anticipate having, just because there is generally an openness in this environment to get funding and investments to attempt to try new technologies. and see how close we can get. But when I see things succeed, I generally see a collaboration between different teams and different technologies that help facilitate what I believe to be, what I perceive as a staged approach at rollout. So if we think about, we want an autonomous solution, but then we think about, okay, well, we already have the infrastructure the existing network infrastructure of trains and distribution centers. And some of it is, how can we implement driver assistive technologies or autonomous solutions to handle the last mile efforts, rather than trying to handle the entire problem as one solution, looking at it as a staged approach, our existing network infrastructure, and how can we then expound from that. Now, I don't have, I'm not in a position where I'm making any of the heavy decisions and the heavy lifting on that effort, but I'm very happy that this is going forward.
Well, and I'm going to look across all these experts. We have someone at a border town, Detroit, our colleagues from Windsor here. We've got a lot of background from both levels of government, state and federal. When I think about the bilateral opportunity for us to be collaborating as countries or state and province, safety is one of the common goals that I know that we share. What can we do to enhance bilateral collaboration or greater provincial and state collaboration on this very important topic, given the broad difference in the different regulatory environments, the standards, the rapid evolution of these technologies?
Well, thankfully, it's already happening. The governor and Premier Ford have signed this pact to partner on exchange of commerce and deepen our ties in terms of the business communities back and forth. Of course, we do more trade between Windsor and Detroit in 6 months than we do with, I think, the next not Mexico, but like the next 3 combined. So it's an incredible ongoing partnership. I think in terms of technology and the automotive space, the fact that the OEMs already have a strong presence throughout Canada and places like this exist are a manifestation of that. So I would say we're on the right track. I am curious to learn more and more about Canada's approach to autonomous vehicles from a regulatory standpoint vis-a-vis our own. I think it doesn't sound like either one is perfect, but perhaps there are ways we can learn from each other and continue to deepen those ties and make, again, the technology as safe as possible through that partnership.
Yeah, and I want to echo that there's a lot of good work already underway, right? So when it comes to the ITS architecture, that has been adopted in a North American context. So the playbook, as it would be, has been established consistently across jurisdictions. And when we're talking about informing collaborative work, like all jurisdictions are feeding into global technical regulations, non-regulatory tools, that there's an international body of work that's collaborating on what would those expected technology outcomes be, and how would we measure their effectiveness, to your point. The last but not least, we are actively working in non-regulatory spaces like new car assessment programs, where we feed information into IIHS, the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety, and do collaborative projects across the borders with them to inform things like automated emergency braking and how it performs. So there's a number of tools in the toolbox on how we can actually influence things and work collaboratively across the US border. Within the Canadian context, there are active bodies that work collaboratively across provincial jurisdictions and federal areas of responsibilities, both under the Canadian Council of Motor Vehicle Transport Administrators, the CCMTA envelope, as well as working groups and committees through the Council of Deputy Ministers and the Transportation Association of Canada. So active bodies are working collaboratively, all with the same interest of improving safety and enabling technology that will allow us to do that.
So maybe I will take a slightly different perspective on the level of collaboration. And while I think we absolutely are collaborating both across nations and at different levels of government, what I would say is it's not enough yet, right? We still have too many silos, whether you're in the US at a state level to a city level to a county level to a planning organization level, or between a DOT and Department of Energy and Department of Public Safety, even within each company. Amy and I were laughing earlier. I have maybe 5 teams of people that are talking to 5 different teams within AECOM that don't realize that they're talking to each other. And I think we see that at a government level all the time, and that reduces efficiencies. And I think conferences like this one, locations like this, events like this, help break down those barriers and definitely facilitate greater collaboration. But we need to be intentional about that and continue to do that and make sure that we are communicating clearly and often the intent of what we're trying to accomplish with both our colleagues within our organizations as well as our partner organizations and our customers, so that we can better understand what we're trying to achieve. Because what I constantly find is many of us are trying to achieve the same things in our own silos, and we're not being as efficient with the limited time and resources that we could be. And I constantly push my teams to say, look, communicate more, talk more, understand what are some of the synergies that we could be having. A concrete example of this is in California at the moment. My teams are having conversations with both Caltrans and Office of Traffic Safety, not together at all. They're not even aware that they're having the same conversations, and bringing those conversations together to talk about how do we do work, for example, in Southern California, where we're also talking to their largest MPO, who also wasn't aware that there were conversations going on at the state level, and bringing that together and saying, look, what are we trying to achieve? How do we do a single thing that meets the needs of multiple, so that we're not increasing costs, so we're not deploying resources that aren't as efficient as we need them to be, because we're not making the progress yet that we need to. Even though we're making some progress, it's not yet enough.
Ronnie, I see you nodding in the screen. I would love to hear from you on this before we open the floor to a couple of audience questions.
Oh, absolutely. I love hearing the concept of not everybody being in the same discussion, not everybody knowing that somebody else is already putting the effort forth. But I do believe that those moments, I feel like they can sometimes be, from my perspective, enlightening, where you see that there are multiple attempts at building something or coming up with a solution. And if they, once they are aware of each other's presence, they can really determine like how best to leverage that effort and that energy that they're building up towards implementing new solutions. Like when I think about the discussion, I think about like, okay, we have all these different types of mobility solutions, and we have all of these resources that we can use. And like, how do we use the trains? How do we use the cars? How do we use the taxis and the shuttles? And so I think all of these things together, once we look at it from an approach and like which entities are able to fund it, which entities need to handle the regulation and stage the rollouts and all of those solutions, I feel like there's a lot of possibility and opportunity that we can latch on to.
Here at Area X.O, we are so passionate about working with so many different stakeholders, both in our region, across Canada, into the US. We're about to go to Detroit. We'll be joining the World Economic Forum for one of their urban transformation summits shortly. And we're looking to help foster that. I think these types of facilities, and I know there's many with unique expertise across the US, different ones in Canada, the more we collaborate, I really believe a rising tide does lift all boats, and there's no more important goal than safety. I think we might have time for one question. Yes, I'm getting the signal. One question, if anyone here, online perhaps.
Online, yep. So we have a question from Ryan H. It says, I have seen a program where a small bedroom community integrated a technology that would adjust the traffic lights based on the known actual traffic congestion. By installing this, it reduced accidents, red light infractions, and improved traffic flow. Has there been a study on comparing this type of technology versus integrating sensors and automation into vehicles? The former seems like a much smaller investment with the results we are searching for.
And who is that targeted to?
We do not know.
We do not know.
You guys did a study yourselves, right?
We did do a Smart Safe intersection project, yes. But it sounds like this might be something broader, perhaps.
I would say the CAV new project is going to be both. You're going to have cameras monitoring the roadway in order to improve and have predictability for traffic maintenance purposes and safety alerting. So I think that's the best of both worlds.
It's that comparison, perhaps, that question is really getting at the heart of, is whether or not the investment is better served in the infrastructure versus in the vehicle, I think. I don't know if anyone else has any other insights or thoughts on this.
Well, I know within the city of Ottawa, we funded an eco-drive project that looked at efficiency benefits from adapting signal timing to decrease greenhouse gases, and found some opportunities for improvement with signal time adjustments in a real-time sort of context, preemptive signals. When it comes to actually modifying traffic flow based on congestion, I think most larger urban areas have traffic control centers that are starting to do those things already. So the problem comes is there's more supply more demand than supply in certain corridors, and trying to adjust how many people are in an individual vehicle versus how many cars are trying to get through an intersection, I think is a challenge for all societies.
Okay. And that wraps up our panel for today. I would like to thank all of you for taking the time to share your expertise and experience with us. Ronnie, coming to us from California, we look forward to joining you here, and to all the panelists who join me on the stage, thank you so much. If you have questions, I'm certain these very seasoned leaders would be happy to take them during the networking or in follow-up to the conference. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everyone.
And now, I believe we are going to take a brief 10 to 12 minute break. We will encourage everyone to take a moment to go and enjoy some refreshments. The technology will see you back here in less than 15 minutes.
We have two panels that are left today. The one that I keep talking about, data security and privacy, is coming up. But right now, very pleased to open the panel for defense. And to MC our panel, I'm very pleased to welcome Steve Onion. Welcome, Steve. Senior Sector Strategist, I can't talk. Defense guy. Senior Sector Strategist, Defense and Security with Invest Ottawa. Welcome, Steve.
Welcome, everybody, to what I feel is probably one of the most interesting panels today, but I'm a huge defense nerd, so I may be a little bit biased. So really, to be part of this is incredible. We've got a great representation from across industry. We're privileged to have a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, member of Department of National Defense, participants from North Atlantic Treaty Organization's Diana program, and handling everything and stick handling and shepherding everything is Nicholas Todd, Vice President of Government Relations and Communications from the Canadian Association of Defence and Security Industries, more commonly known as CADSI. So my value add is starting to diminish, so over to Nick.
Well, thank you very much, and please everyone come up. Don't be shy. It's not like the defense sector is ever shy. All right.
So we can get Francesca up on the
And on the screen, we'll soon have one more panelist, Francesca Tortorella, joining us as well. All right. Excellent. Well, we'll begin then. So as we look to wrap up the conference today, we have a panel that's going to look at technology in the context and complex context of defense. Emerging and disruptive technologies and the companies that make these technologies have many choices when it comes to whether they want to pursue defense work, which essentially can compromise their existing commercial opportunities because of all the industrial security and export controls that goes around securing what they do. So while much of the focus is often on innovating the next autonomous or connected widget, equally, if not always more important, is then integrating that widget at scale in complex defense systems, platforms, or environments. Because it's all about the effect that you're trying to create with that. For EDTs, military-focused R&D, it's nice, but fairly minimal in Canada, given that companies fund 67% of all R&D spend. End user feedback from the military users is necessary, and then a clear link to domestic procurement and then exports, but especially that first sale to your own military as a reference customer in a managed market, not a free market. It's essential and also rarely practiced in Canada. So in Canada, D&D and the CAV are in competition for these commercially focused innovations with the commercial and consumer marketplaces in a way that they're not when they're trying to procure traditional weapons platforms. So a very different context and fairly new. The policy and regulatory environment, the cultural norms around procurement often need to go from a hindrance to an enabler so that technologies like autonomy and connectivity can deliver decisive and sometimes lethal outcomes for the warfighter. And so that's a bit of the context that we're going to be looking at. So we have a full panel here to discuss these daunting challenges, especially daunting to do it in an hour, and how they specifically, these problems are applied to connectivity and autonomy, which are in some ways very foundational kind of technologies. So quick word about our panelists. Today we have Francesca Tortorella, who's a test center leader with NATO's Diana program, and hopefully she'll be able to say a few words about what that is. It's a relatively new part of NATO and what it's doing. Next to me, we have Philippe Hébert, who's Director General, R&D Innovation at the Innovation for Defense Excellence and Security Ideas Program at Defense Research and Development Canada. We've got Jeff Tasserone, Director of Strategic Opportunities and Innovation in the Canadian Defense and Security Group at CAE. And we've got Rick Whitaker, who's the co-founder and CEO of AirShare, which is developing and fielding non-lethal, low-collateral interceptor missile systems capable of disabling adversary drones. So with that bit of a wind-up, maybe I'll turn to Rick, because often I think about these things, there's the supply side in terms of the companies and what they're doing, and then the demand side, the government and militaries and what they're buying. So we'll start on the supply side. In terms of Rick, what drew you to the kind of Canadian defense marketplace when you've got more lucrative and easy to address commercial marketplace outside of that?
Well, thanks, and thanks for having me on the panel. I think everyone had told us, if you're going to do an innovation, whatever you do, don't do hardware. So we threw that idea out the window. And then whatever you do, don't sell to government. Well, we threw that idea out the window. And if you're going to sell to government, whatever you do, don't sell to defense. Well, we threw that idea out the window as well. And the reason why we did is the problem was just too large. We see that drones are going to become an issue. They're used for a lot of good things. They're also used for very malicious things. And we're now seeing that come to bear now. We happen to be a little bit lucky. So we started off with a dual-use technology. So a technology that could be applied to, say, a stadium or an airport. We tried to make it safe for those environments to be used. But really the problem was being most felt and most relevant in the defense sector. And that, that inspired kind of private sector investors to say, well, at least if defense takes a little bit longer or is a little bit more complex, there is this kind of fallback commercial market that you have that you can pursue. And that's really what gave the private sector a little bit more confidence to deal with what I would call the lumpy business of defense.
Yeah, it certainly can have very different sales cycles that way. And Jeff, part of the equation often overlooked in getting that kind of emerging and disruptive technology supply to the military demand is integrating the technology with the primes and all the enabling elements, right? So training and education, personnel, infrastructure, information management, doctrine. So, what insights can you share about those challenges as you see them based on CAE's role as a world leader in training and simulation, often working with those OEMs?
Yeah, that's a fascinating problem, and I think what we're seeing is kind of a really sort of an interesting change in what the military needs to focus on. And obviously, in the training realm, CAE is in the fortunate position of supplying, a lot of those services in some of the high consequence environments. But really that's a position that we've kind of evolved into as militaries have come under manning pressures and operational pressures. And so we're actually starting to see that now extend into a whole bunch of sort of domains where formerly, the military would really hold a lot of control over it and want to develop internally those specializations, even, on the contractual level, writing requirements and including the scientific side, with folks like in DRDC. But now what we're seeing is kind of a dual realization that they don't have enough people to manage it, and they don't necessarily have the specialization and the intimacy with the technology providers. And so we're starting to see them, I would say, loosening the reins a little bit on what they're willing to contract out. And so, I mean, that's great, I think, not only for companies that are used to working in a service environment, but also ones, that have a unique technology and understand the subtleties of maybe a dual use technology there. They can come in and really start to, in a way that wasn't possible before, shape how the military prepares itself and takes those technologies in. So quite a big change, but in many cases being driven by just the people factor, that there's not enough folks with enough experience to really, get on top of these things.
Yeah, certainly the labor supply post-COVID is a growing concern across the board. So Philippe, as we move to those with a role in kind of especially the connectivity tissue between supply and demand, what do you see as ideas in DRDC's role in connecting the CAF's needs and industry's offerings, and through that shaping those offerings? And also if you can touch on how is DRDC and D&D more broadly addressing some of these bigger challenges about trying to go out and connect with EDTs and convincing them that doing business in defense is worth it?
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, I think from an ideas and D&D perspective, we have a big role to play. And I have to say, ideas was set up just because there's this realization that innovation now is done in the private sector. It's not done in government labs anymore like it was during the Cold War. So for the Canadian forces to stay up to date and stay up par with the advancement of technology, with our adversaries and so on and so forth, we really need to be able to leverage those technologies, those innovations, and especially in domains that are emerging like EDTs, as you're talking about, like AI and quantum and so on and so forth. And the way our program functions is really based on some of the problems that the Canadian forces are facing, and they come to us at ideas and say, well, I want to be able to solve that particular problem, or I need that a capability that will do that, and then we will go out and solicit, if you wish, some potential solutions, and we'll fund them to refine them and to mature them, and to arrive at a product that at the end of the ideas continuum can be almost ready, if you wish, for commercialization that has a lot of potential. I think where we still have a lot of work to do is to cross that famous valley of death between the end of the innovation process, and after that you talked a little bit about that first important government contract. So this is where an area that we're really focusing on from a policy perspective, because at the end of the day, you do innovation not just to do innovation. There needs to be a capability that comes at the end of that could be serving our military.
And maybe just a quick follow-on, to what extent is speed a factor? Because the military problems are maybe faster. Certainly the tech cycle for EDTs is weeks or months, and defense procurement traditionally is measured in years or decades.
Yeah, that's a dichotomy that we need to bridge as well, because I think in many ways, and that's not going to be any surprise to anybody, I think our government procurement systems are set up for an earlier era. where technology didn't change as much, and we really need to find a way to be able to integrate those innovative technologies much more rapidly. Otherwise, again, I talked about being left behind. In certain areas, we are already behind. So I think that's really incumbent on government to be able to change the way we do things and to become leaner and more rapid, and probably take more risk as well, because I think for some of those technologies, it's not always going to be perfect, and you need to work in an iterative fashion, and so on and so forth. So we really need to change the whole mindset, I think.
Yeah, well, so there's always these challenges, and when you try to do it in one country, it's a big challenge, and when you try to do it at 31 and hopefully at 32 very soon, as Francesca is doing with with Diana, there's a whole other set of challenges there. So maybe Francesca, can you talk in terms of Diana's accelerators, test centers, and challenges are serving the entire alliance as opposed to just one military. So maybe how will Diana define success, and how will it address some of these challenges that we've been talking about at a national level, but across the alliance?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for having me on the panel. And yeah, I'm going to touch upon many of the elements that were already mentioned here. So what Rick said about the difficulty for innovators to actually access the defense market, which is really viewed by them as a black box, because startups, innovators that come from the private sector really have no idea how to tap into the defense sector. They have no idea how it works. They have no idea who they can help. So that's very important. The people factor is very, very important as well. What Philippe mentioned with ideas and what you mentioned about speed, they are all rationals that are at the basis of the birth of Diana. And as you said, this is already a very, very difficult challenge in general, but imagine doing it at 31. It took a little bit of time, but last year our leaders actually adopted a new strategic concept. So the 2022 strategic concept that was adopted in Madrid that actually mentioned EDTs and the need for us to work with the civilian innovation ecosystem. And it mentioned it twice because it's really, really important. As Philippe said, innovation for defense and security is no longer driven by the government. Think about, the latest groundbreaking innovation, GPS, the internet. They were all born into the government or the defense and security sector. Now it's no longer the case. EDTs are undercapitalized, competitors can access it, competitors and adversaries can access it. So what do? We miss an opportunity if we don't tap into this civilian ecosystem. But there's a gap because, again, they see us as a black box. They're like, okay, why should we help them? They're difficult. There are very long acquisition timelines. So why should we do it? And this is where we have a big opportunity because we need to educate them to work with us. We need to attract them. We need to teach them how to work with our end users, with our military. That, as Philippe said, and it's the same for the IDEAS program, there is a problem. They may have a solution, but we need to teach them how to work with us. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult for them. We need to educate them on working in defense and security, of course, and we need to connect them to our end users for co-development from early stage, because we all know we have very, very lengthy acquisition timelines. And by the time the capability delivery is happening, the requirements are already outdated. So we need to put them together, the innovators and the end users, so that they can co-develop from the very early stage. So this is where Diana is born. And Diana is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic. It's, as you said, an effort that is led by all 31 allies in NATO, and it's the first accelerators program of the alliance. We will attract dual-use innovators to find solution to our critical problems. We will put them through a competitive process of an accelerators program, leveraging existing accelerators that we have in our countries and giving them the possibility to perfect their solutions in over 100 test centers where they will be able to improve, test, experiment, and again, co-develop from an early stage with our end users. So this is what we're trying to do, because again, what we're missing here, where there is this gap between the innovators, the civilian innovation ecosystem and defense, is something that we can actually fill by teaching them, by giving them the opportunity to learn about what defense and security is.
Well, thank you. Rick, now let's talk a bit about, the future and where we can go to improve all of this and make it easier, to include autonomy, connectivity in these systems. So, as a business owner who's chosen and gone into this despite all the advice to the contrary, what are one or two things that you think we could change to help make it easier for SMEs to be able to start delivering these military outcomes that allied militaries want? And any stories you have along those lines of how others do it too, and it would be interesting.
Sure. I could kind of talk all afternoon and evening on this one, but before I kind of throw out a couple points, what I thought would be useful is acknowledge what we're doing right. And so we were very, very fortunate and blessed to be recipients of both the IDEAS program and of the Innovative Solutions program from ISED, as well as IRAP and others along the way, which, Canadian innovation system, I mean, we can complain about this and that, and we'll talk about areas where we can improve, but we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those programs. And truthfully, yes, we got private sector investment. Yes, we've been pushing really hard. Yes, we put lots of private sector investment in it. But that piece that pushes it over the edge, that piece that gets you in front of the customer, is priceless. And so that is excellent. And if that's all that we did, okay, good. I think we're A class. Can we do better? For sure. One of the problems we talked about, even on this panel, is about time cycles. And so Francesca brought up an interesting thing. If we took programs that we currently have, pick one, IDEAS, ISED, et cetera, and allowed that to include NATO allied countries as the first customer, wouldn't that be great? Because then we wouldn't have to wait till that next kind of cycle went through and a customer had a vehicle or a platform or an aircraft or a ship available, and the program was right and the budget was right and everything was right. You could match those time cycles a little bit easier and kind of still get it into relevant end users that will benefit the Canadians and Canadian government. So that it's an idea, and I'm pretty sure it's being talked about already, but that was certainly something that we could see as a benefit.
Well, yeah, certainly in terms of in Canada, exports are essential for the defense sector. We're selling more than 50% of annual sales is exports for that very reason of if you're just selling to the Canadian Armed Forces, you're likely to go broke. And so there's a whole other set of problems of how do you go and coordinate across cooperation projects like that, for sure. Philippe, in terms of what are there things on the demand side that you're seeing, or areas where you're looking to make improvements based on the feedback that you've had from IDEAS graduates now that it's been about 5 years or so since the program's been in place?
Yes, so I've been in my position for just over a year, and as you say, this year is 5 years for IDEAS, and I think the program has accomplished a lot of really, really great things. But really the way I'm approaching our process is, and that's what I tell my staff a lot as well, is let's put ourselves in the shoes of the innovator. Like when they interact with IDEAS, like what do they see, and our processes, are they geared to facilitate the implication of the innovator, or is it just kind of bureaucratic and very difficult? So we're really looking at trying to lean some of those processes and try to. We still need to have like an internal governance process and so on, and making sure that we make decisions that are based on the needs of the end user, which is the military. But we're really trying to look at what we can do better in terms of facilitating the innovators as well. And one thing as well that I can say that I found sometimes a little bit frustrating, being very candid here as well, is that obviously we function by challenges. We put challenges out, but it's very difficult for us to deal with, if I go to a conference and somebody comes and says, hey, I've got this great innovative idea, and maybe somebody in the military would be interested in that. And maybe a lot of those ideas would, amount to nothing, but there might be this one or two that would be super, game changing, and it's very difficult. And I think it's from a Canadian Forces D&D perspective in general as well, difficult to get into the tent, when you're not solicited, if you wish. So that's something as well that I want to take a look at. Although it takes a lot of resources to be able to assess a whole bunch of people coming to you with ideas, but this is something I want to take a look at.
And maybe just a quick follow-up. How does ideas approach, consider, think about risk differently than, traditional procurement side of the department?
Well, innovation is different than procurement, and you got to expect that on the innovation side, there's going to be a lot of failures. That's kind of the point there. So for us, the way we look at, some potential solutions that are evolving and going through the ideas process, we're not shy about saying, well, this is not going to go forward, so we're just going to stop it there, and thank you. That was a good run, but we need to move on now. So I think that is a bit different than on the procurement side for sure. And I think this is the kind of the less risk averse kind of aspect of our program. Although after that, as I mentioned at the beginning, once you're past the innovation side, then you're back in the very less risk averse world of procurement, and this is where I think we still need to make some progress.
Jeff, so let's imagine we've got some great new piece of technology. What does the development roadmap look like from the industry side to integrate that technology into complex weapon systems? I'm thinking here based on CAE's experience and work with OEMs, where you're trying to integrate some of these other elements like training and simulation into this, because we're trying to bring this whole system together. And so any insights there about how you do that and how it can be done or is be done, or how to do it better with relation to EDTs?
Yeah, that's a really big area, and of course, it's potentially as large as the next giant program. And I think I think there's a few sort of guideposts though that are worth looking at. I mean, piece number one is, at the end of a lot of these sort of innovation journeys, almost regardless of whether it's with a big company or maybe it's within a smaller program, is a kind of recognition that there's a legitimate need. And whether it's a market need or a programmatic need, understanding and scoping that need and making sure that the engagement that you have with the folks that are bringing the technology is really kind of disciplined and focused around that is critical. Because I think, there's a lot of companies out there that will, they'll sink some money into a promising idea, and it might just be a case of, maybe it doesn't develop as quickly as it might, but it never comes to fruition. And it never comes to fruition not because the idea itself is wrong or the technology is a mess or anything like that, but it's just because the timing isn't right and there wasn't like that sort of fertile environment. And so what we really look at when, particularly with some of the new technologies, is not solely, is this something that we can use right now or in the immediate future, but is the time going to be right for us from the standpoint of our ability to absorb it? And so there's kind of an internal introspection that has to go on as well in the company. And so, that's one of the reasons why developing those long-term relationships with companies that have shown themselves not to merely have an innovative idea, but to practice with an innovative mindset as kind of their organizational culture, that's something that's hugely important, because it's hard to sustain that in a big company sometimes where, the tyranny of return on sales and the next program is there. And sometimes, frankly, we're going to look to smaller companies to kind of give us a reminder of what that juice, that innovation, hunger looks like, and inform our activities. And so, that keeping an eye on kind of that human cultural element that brings the excitement in is a big piece and a big determinant of success. And then it's our job to make sure that we get the timing right, that we provide a fertile ground, and that we deliver something that then the company can look back on and with some pride and say, hey, we did this inside of a CAE program. Maybe we can do it for another company or ourselves, depending on where the market's going.
And Francesca, given the advantages of involving the end users as early as possible, what are you looking for in terms of Diana, how to do this with 31 different nations, especially with the challenge that each nation will often have slightly different military requirements to implement the technology, or even in terms of the problems that they're looking for? How can you, what's some of the early thoughts around trying to do that at 31 and hopefully at 32 nations?
Yes, and here, I think I may be able to offer more questions than answers, actually, as we're developing one of the constituent elements of Diana, which is the Rapid Adoption Service, which is basically a mechanism that offers pathways for follow-on contracts to the innovators that are selected for the Diana cohort. And as you said, this is already very difficult and complex in principle, but imagine where you're basically bringing together 31 different allies with 31 different markets and 31 different regulatory systems. So it's very, very, very complex. But here are initial thoughts when we were developing the plan was, first of all, what does adoption mean, right? Because it can mean many things. It can mean fielding a technology to end users for early adoption, or it can mean that we are actually responsible for its procurement and its lifecycle management, let's say. So I think it's very, very difficult to distinguish between these two, and they both offer a big wide range of possibilities. So we conducted a lot of in-depth interviews with prospective startups and applicants to Diana, and we would always ask, so what do you see as rapid adoption in your case? And a company actually once answered to me like, okay, am I here out of altruism to help change the system, or because this will result in revenue for my company, right? So I think this is really important, because at the end of the day, the revenue is what matters for the company, which means that adoption and selling that particular solution or technology is what matters to the company. And here is where if we get constrained by the fact that we have 31 allies that are different with markets and regulatory systems and so on and so forth, we miss an opportunity. So what we're thinking now, while we're finalizing the concept of the rapid adoption service, is, okay, we take all of this into consideration, but we need to try to be very exceptional in the way we look at adoption, and try to be specific for each single innovator and for each single challenge call. Otherwise, we may lose an opportunity. Something that works for a specific technology and a specific solution that is being proposed by one specific innovator maybe doesn't work for another. So we need to try to create, and this is very difficult. As I usually say when we talk about this, we're really building the plane while we're flying it. So there will be a lot of tweaks and adjustments on the way, but the idea is really trying to define a transition strategy for each single innovator, like a living roadmap that can help them address what's better for their solution, what's better for their technology, because at the end of the day, if the measure of success of Diana is basically putting something into the hand of someone, and in order to do this, we cannot have the same approach for each single technology and for each single innovator.
Francesca mentioned their lifecycle management, and so when you're, trying to integrate EDT and very new things into sometimes very old fleets, Philippe, are there experiences that you can speak to, or is this something that Ideas has tried to bridge?
We haven't done that yet. I mean, we've had some really successful kind of test drives as part of Ideas, where we have some technologies, and some of them on the AI side and on the cyber side that I think are very promising. We haven't had our test drive. I've looked at testing those technologies in a military environment. So for some of them, it takes like 18 months or 24 months, but in terms of the integration itself in a fully operational environment, this is something that we're going to have to take a look at, and this is what we are aspiring to do, because I think a ship or an aircraft will stay in service for maybe 20, 25, 30 years, but some of the systems in there will need to be constantly updated, upgraded, and this cycle is going faster and faster. Like the new systems are there, and I think programs like IDEA could really kind of leverage some of that innovation on those in those areas in the ecosystem. So we really need to do that in a better way. And if I could just say something as well about the end user as well interface, because for us it's also very important. It's something that I also want to improve within our program, because we don't start anything in a vacuum at Ideas. We always start from a problem faced by the military, and it's very important for us that we have like a military stakeholder that is there along the way through the whole life of the challenge, and be able to make some decisions about whether or not this will fit in a military environment. This makes sense? Is it desirable? Is it feasible? And this is something also that in terms of improvement to the program, we want to push as well.
I think we're going to be moving to audience questions. So hopefully you have some, and they'll be coming around. Any other comments before we move to audience questions from either of you wanting to respond about connecting new technologies to older systems?
Well, I'll certainly offer a couple things. Like that's half the fun. First of all, is connecting new technology to old systems. You never know what you're going to get, but certainly having access to those systems in the first place is kind of one of the challenges that we see. So one of the things that in terms of areas where we could look to going forward, making accessibility into defense platforms for innovators can really help. So Sandbox, for example, is a perfect example of where Canada is providing a platform to test the kind of things that we do. It would be great if we had other platforms as well. So aircraft platforms, ship platforms, other defense environments, and that's even from our perspective. And there's a whole bunch of technology vendors that certainly will run into the same problem of how do we integrate it? How can we get into something that we can kind of test with? So we're seeing those as certainly an opportunity going forward.
Yeah, Nick.
Great.
I'll just pile on there. There's a really practical element to that as well, and that a lot of people that perhaps wouldn't think about, because so much of our focus is taken up by new platforms and new shiny things. But the reality is, like particularly in the training enterprise, it's not 50% of the fun, it's 75% of the fun, because there are thousands and thousands of simulators and training devices and bits and pieces of equipment that increasingly everybody is recognizing have to be networked together, and they have to be made to serve better and to provide better training outcomes. Right now there's a program running in the USAF called SCARS that CA is involved in to network 2,400 of their existing simulators across, I think, 12 different fleets. And the reason for that isn't because they just woke up one morning and said, hey, it would be cool if we tied these all together. It's because everybody is realizing that mere platform capability, just knowing how to get the aircraft off the ground and get it into the pattern, is not enough. For those high-end missions, those high-end training environments, you have to be able to train at other levels and involve the joint force and all of that. And so that's very much a technology insertion challenge and an interface challenge that has to reach back into, in some cases, technologies from the 70s and 80s. So it's a fascinating problem.
Great, thanks. We had an audience question.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. At the recent Canadian Armed Forces Outlooks, one of the common themes was the move from commonality to interoperability to interchangeability. Yeah, so I wonder if Diana, with the 31, soon to be 32 nations, would be able to drive the opportunity, and the end state would be an RCAF F-35 pilot be able to jump into a Norwegian F-35 at the end state. But is there an opportunity for Diana to be a factor in this interoperability progress?
Interesting question, and I might use a moderator's prerogative to come back to that. But Francesca, how does NATO define interchangeability, and where is it applied beyond munitions?
Swag. We don't.
It's a very interesting question, and also another very difficult one to respond to, because for us, if you think about it, for the past 10, 15 years, really the key word was interoperability. So interoperability, standardization, open modular architecture, these were really the keywords. And then a big company like Anduril comes in and makes a presentation and says, okay, this is completely not effective. It's not good for competition. You're missing an opportunity, and we're all there, and it's like, oh my God, it's probably they're probably right, and interoperability maybe is now outdated. So yeah, interchangeability is definitely something that it's a concept that we're adopting. It's also difficult, to adopt it. Imagine we can count on brilliant planners, acquisition professionals, operators, experts in the fields, but it's very, very deep. They're overwhelmed with their scope of the problem. So it's also very difficult to move to the concept step, to the doctrine step, to actual interchangeability. I'm partial to it, obviously. I've been part of the Diana transition team, which is basically the team that laid the groundwork for Diana to be operational from the very beginning. And I believe that Diana could definitely be a trigger in the adoption of the interchangeability concept. It's also true that these, as all concepts and all doctrines at NATO, requires a little bit of a shift in mindset, which is not always easy to be triggered at NATO. We're trying, and initiatives such as Diana and the NATO Innovation Fund are in that direction, but it's still a shift in mindset that is required. We're working on it, and I believe that this was something that was mentioned by Philippe as well. The toleration of failure for NATO is already very difficult. And the idea that with Diana and with the NIF, we're already trying to tolerate failure is a lot to take by a lot of our policymakers and our decision makers in the alliance. We're trying to do it, and I think we're on a good path. But then again, a shift in mindset is what, in my opinion, is required, and this is not something that it's very, very easy to accomplish in a very short time. But yes, it's something that we're definitely working on.
So maybe just as we wrap up here, I've heard this comment of interchangeability as well. Interchangeability applies to munitions and expendables. The concept that it applies beyond there is not defined anywhere in Canadian doctrine that we have seen. It's more of a pipe dream than anything, and it's really about the military effect. Whether NATO operating in alliances. And interoperability as a concept and practice is well established. To think that we can do this in this other way, it's not grounded in reality yet. And I'd love to have other conversations about that. We're unfortunately out of time. But I think Rick made an important point. The three real huge values for emerging and disruptive technologies. One is the money from R&D investment. Two, it's the end user validation. That doesn't always cost a lot of money, but hugely essential. And then the third is the point that Rick made around the testing environments, synthetic or virtual, sometimes real. That is also essential. And programs like Diana and ideas that can offer that, that's a huge value to companies out there and helpful in convincing them to get into the defense marketplace, because it's not for the faint of heart, but it's very mission focused, and when you can deliver combat effects to the warfighter, that is hugely inspiring. So thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Wow. It is boiling here.
Thank you so much for that incredible discussion. And in particular, for Francesca joining us very late in the evening. Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. We are so excited about the opportunity here at Area X.O to do more in the area of defense, public safety, and security. And we know that we are surrounding ourselves with the right leaders, with the right experts and companies. If you are in the defense sector, Steve is our sector specialist. He would love to hear from you. We have so much infrastructure here and so many collaborators here in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, and internationally, including our friends at NATO. We're just very excited about the future. I encourage you to watch this space because there is lots more to come. We're going to be getting our next virtual speaker queued up and ready to go to come to us. We're just going to do a little stage swap. In the interim, it is my great pleasure to introduce one of our sponsors. I've had the privilege of working with MDK Business Law for likely, I'm going to say 5 or 6 years now. They have been a contributor to our innovation and our entrepreneurship ecosystem for many years, and they are engaged in many facets of the businesses that Invest Ottawa supports. They support our entrepreneurship program, our Ignition program, as well as being a sponsor here at Area X.O. It is my great pleasure to introduce Drew Kessel, who is an associate with MDK, to provide a few greetings and introduce our next panel.
Thank you, Sonia. As Sonia mentioned, I'm an associate lawyer at MDK Business Law. I primarily practice in the area of privacy and data security, which is why they've asked me to be up here today and introduce this next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you. It's my privilege to introduce our esteemed moderator for the Digital Trust panel, Michelle G. Michelle's academic foundation is a testament to her dedication to both business and technology. She holds degrees from 2 prestigious institutions, Columbia and UCLA, where she earned her MBA and BA respectively. Her academic journey laid the groundwork for what has become an impressive career. With over 15 years of experience in the technology sector, Michelle has become a multidisciplinary business professional. She has collaborated with both industry giants and nimble startups, contributing her expertise to develop cutting-edge hardware and software technology programs. Michelle's true prowess lies in her ability to thrive amidst the dynamic world of operations and execution. She has assumed various roles, demonstrating her remarkable skill in navigating complex situations and transforming challenges into opportunities. Today, she embarks on an exciting journey within the realm of artificial intelligence, where she has discovered her passion for assisting visionary executives and leaving an indelible mark on AI companies and startups. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our panel moderator, Michelle G. Her wealth of knowledge and experience promises to guide our discussions towards greater insights and understanding in the realm of digital trust. Michelle, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Drew. So today we're going to navigate the delicate balance between harnessing data and ensuring security and privacy in smart mobility. So I want to welcome this diverse panel, and we're going to explore the complexity of data management and cybersecurity and ethics of privacy and protection. So I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves and why they are interested in data privacy and cybersecurity and smart mobility.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me at this panel. My name is Andrew Miller. I'll do the 3 things about why I care about this subject. So past, present, and future. This isn't just why I care, but it's also why you should take anything I have to say seriously. That's always an important place to start. So in the past, I worked for Sidewalk Labs, the Google Smart City arm, where I was in charge of innovative mobility and setting up innovative mobility plans for the city of the future they were going to build in the Toronto waterfront, including automated vehicles. In the present, I work for Hatch, the world's largest privately held consulting firm, running a vertical on innovative mobility in cities. And in the future, I'm the author of the forthcoming book, The End of Driving, the 2nd edition of The End of Driving,
automated vehicles and the future of cities. And it's a pleasure to be here with you today.
So my name is Mitra Mirasani. I'm actually the co-director of SHIELD Automotive Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. We are affiliated with the University of Windsor, but we also work very closely with industry partners and not-for-profit organizations. We are providing a lot of services for our industry partners and educate, training, and so on. Anything related to IoT, smart vehicle, or whatever has the connectivity, we have the ability to provide basically test the software, test the hardware, and check the cybersecurity compliances. So you asked why I'm interested in data privacy. I guess the answer is obvious. I would like to keep my secrets of cybersecurity. Any breach of data and basically storage of data is always a little bit of provides a very wide door for the attacks that can basically be mounted against that. So that's why I'm interested in it.
So, Ronnie?
Hi, I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the intro. I'm Ronnie Michaels. I'm a security researcher and I'm a security systems engineer. I have a background in the automotive space as well as historically more on the DoD contracting side. I'm very passionate about more so rather than forward engineering, a lot of it's like the reverse engineering, trying to figure out how to break things, how to get things to operate in ways that they're not intended to operate, both for embedding additional features into a product or for finding a way that I'm finding the holes that therefore we then have to patch and try to secure. And I have a very wide perspective on like wireless technologies, like physical hardware devices, lots of detailed analyses, as well as being able to wrap things up at a higher level for why an organization has to move in a different direction or why they have to reassess or how they can assess which risks actually matter enough to focus their attention, how to reduce attack surfaces, how to minimize an environment, how to like lock down and secure and harden in operating systems, for instance. These are all just areas I've worked in for the past 15 or so years. So I'm very happy to be here. I feel like I have a role as almost like I'm passionate about helping people figure out why things aren't as secure as they think they are, whether or not as cyber secure as they think they are, and then also just trying to build out like the workforce to actually drive more creativity, more people in the industry that are willing to challenge and find out how to build the world better. So.
And so do we have Jennifer? Okay. So let's start with our first question. Oh, sorry, Jennifer.
Yes, hi, hello, thank you for having me here. My name is Jennifer Tisdale. I'm the CEO of Grim Cyber. We are a research firm that does very similar work to the work that Ronnie has just described, largely reverse engineering and exclusively focused on cyber physical systems or embedded systems. So all things mobility in relation to IoT, the vehicle itself, and the operating environment in which it will drive. I appreciated the first gentleman's comments in relation to background. My background prior to this was working in economic development at the state level here in the United States, and I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted because I believe in the dream of mobility and I understand the economic empowerment that goes hand in glove with the advancement of tech through distributed mobility, equitable distribution of mobility. But on the cyber side, I believe in the responsible deployment of tech. And so that's why I'm passionate about this subject, to make sure that we are responsibly deploying smart mobility technology, not just in our vehicles, but in the entire ecosystem of mobility. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to start out with what are the toughest challenges that you guys are seeing in smart mobility space regarding cybersecurity and data privacy?
Convincing them that they are in trouble. So a lot of times talking with, on our side in Windsor area, we basically have a very rich area of manufacturing. for automotive. So one part that we are still doing is educating, training for executives and higher ups that they really do need to look into this stuff and get training. So that is, to some extent, one of my toughest parts of my job.
I would say the biggest issue, the biggest challenge right now in data privacy is the staggeringly wide gulf between where regulators are at and where citizens are at. Citizens, it must be said, largely don't care at all about data privacy. I mean, at all. How many times have you clicked accept all cookies just to get through the website faster? That's how everyone is. Give people a trade-off between a little bit of privacy and a little bit of convenience. They'll mash that convenience button almost every time. But that is not how regulators see it. And you know, the negative way to say that is because, oh, regulators are driven by the fears of a bunch of cranks and activists that are pushing them to do things that citizens don't care about. The positive way to look at that is regulators have to take the long view, the more principled view about maybe people want things that aren't good for them. People do things that they shouldn't do all the time just because it feels good. But consequently, it means we get a privacy policy that is driven by often the most stringent attitude towards privacy, whereas residents, users don't care. And trying to thread the balance between excessive care and not enough care, it's a challenge.
I would just echo that sentiment to a degree. I think it's a great point. Consumer education and awareness is not something that we talk about enough, largely because they don't really care, right? We see people giving away their personal information every day on social media without hesitation, clicking the accept cookies button, et cetera. And the assumption is that that will continue with smart mobility as well, whether we're talking about vehicle data or passenger data, or some combination of the two. But for me personally, what motivates me every day in this topic area is that consumer education piece, because you cannot have plausible deniability when it comes to this conversation. So being ignorant is not an excuse. We must do more, both as an industry and as a society, to make sure that people understand what they're bartering away. And so that is something I think will probably be a common thread in my comments this afternoon. So bear with me if that's going to be duplicative for you.
Yeah, I love these different discussions. Andrew's comment that you mirrored as well, Jen. The concept of, as I look at that, I think, well, we're also not necessarily building systems to make the privacy conscious route any easier for people to choose. And so the more barriers you have to a user interface, the harder it's going to be that people are going to fight to try to get through it faster, to get around a system. But we don't have to build it that way. There are smarter ways to build it, in my opinion. As far as whether it's systems or environments or even infrastructure, I think it's important to build intelligent constraints, maybe step back from the bleeding edge. You don't need all of the wireless radios on your device that you can't secure. And if you're trying to roll it as a feature, sell it to your customer to roll it out with a next year update, instead of let's just put everything on board, not secure it, release it, and then wait for something to go wrong, because that's likely to occur. So reducing attack surface is most of what I talk to companies about when it comes to these sort of like early stage problems. Well, how do we build everything we want? Well, how much is needed, and can you even maintain that code base, and for how long? And so that's sort of my model moving forward. But I like that the idea that it's easier to bypass. It is easier to bypass a lot of the privacy constraints, and I don't think that's a good model to model for consumers today. So
I love what you just said. Sorry, real quick before the next question, because I think it's an important point. Technology by its very nature is supposed to bring convenience, where security by its very nature is inconvenient. So I think that's a really great, I might use that in my social media later today. Thanks, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's something as similar as like save my password being auto-selected. Like, why is that the default? That's not necessarily, people just get past the menu because it's faster. Well, does that always, it's not really a smart model to expect people to build something which can't be secured if you're talking about your bank login. I mean, nobody's going to care if it's like your Netflix account, but it's just a matter of like when you get to important systems, some of the defaults are not helpful to the consumer and they're actually putting people's data at risk. So.
Thank you. So I'm going to go on to the next question, kind of circling back on policy. There's been a lot of talk about news about regulation and how, so my question is, how should legislators think about data privacy, cybersecurity, and how to find the sweet spot between safeguarding cybersecurity and protecting individual privacy without inhibiting innovation in smart mobility?
So as someone who, I used to work for regulators, I used to be a civil servant, so I understand how regulators think about questions like this. And the way that they think about it is they tend not to. They tend to take their cues from the popular media. And so what is it is the popular media perception from which regulators are taking their cues? We've heard it a few times today, that data is the new oil. We hear this a lot. Data is the new oil. Data is to the 21st century what oil is to the 19th century. It's nonsense, just nonsense. And you can quote me on that. You heard it here first. Data doesn't do anything. It is almost an automated vehicle driving down the street produces reams of data, gigabytes of data, far more much data than you could ever use. There's no clear way to make money off of it, right? Like, what is data, in what sense is it valuable? Because this is the question a regulator should really understand, is when is data valuable and when should it be protected and when is it not valuable and it should not be? Data is valuable if and only if it's aggregated. It is of no use to anyone to know that I crossed an intersection at 10:04 a.m. If 100 people crossed it at 10:04 a.m., but 1,000 crossed it at 11:04 a.m., now that's valuable. That's useful. That's data that you can use to optimize the system. But knowing what I did at any given time, no one would pay me to get that data from me. So that's the first thing the regulators understand. If they start from the perspective that every scrap of data is of infinite value and someone is trying to steal it, you get very restrictive regulations that don't work. So what regulators need to understand, and I don't think they do, is that data is only valuable in aggregate when it is, and thus is anonymous. So that has implications, sort of the regulations that they should make, and it has implications for what entrepreneurs and people, business OEMs in this space should be doing. But that's beyond the scope of your question, so I'll pass it off for now. So
I should say I'm a little bit in disagreement with you.
Disagreement on a panel? Oh no.
Oh wow, so unconventional. Because especially from the security side of it, any individual data can help us to break into the system. So having the patterns for individuals enables us to basically find patterns, get into their system, mimic their behavior. So I'd say that, yes, you're absolutely right in terms of aggregated data that will add some value for different aspects, but I wouldn't be so easily just say that individual data for individual people are also not as valuable information for whoever wants to hack a system or, get access to a specific network. Those are still some valuable information. And the question that, Michelle, you asked, if I had the answer to that, I would be rich because then I would have my own business and would, sell my product to everyone. It's a very hard balance to create between convenience of the people and the users versus their safety and security. It's a very hard challenge, and certainly not something that we can solve in just this panel, but it needs a little bit more input from different spectrum of people, all the way from users maybe to policymakers. So maybe a consortium or a task force or something can find a way, but it's a very challenging question.
All right, Mitra, I will accept. I stand corrected.
Okay.
Individual data is useless and of no value, to businesses. It is absolutely valuable to criminals.
Okay.
I agree. We shouldn't let criminals.
So
have
we
our
agree
data.
on that. Yes, I agree.
So Jennifer?
Yeah, so as somebody who has worked with policymakers in the past as an employee and who now advises them on this very topic, it is very complicated. I'm glad that you provided the clarifying point. I was too going to disagree with you slightly. But their biggest challenge is they don't have the depth of knowledge necessary, nor are they able to act nimbly enough to make smart policy as quick as technology. So one of the biggest challenges that I experienced when working with state government in particular, and sometimes in advising federal government, U.S. federal government, is that they simply don't know what they don't know. And so having those communities of interest or having industry stakeholders representative of the full community, be it from citizens in the community, literally, industries, businesses, regulators, policymakers, having those discussions. The challenge with that is it doesn't move quickly and nobody's ever going to agree with each other on what the best next step or best first step looks like. And what we end up seeing is policy that's overreaching or overly strict, as I think was mentioned a moment ago. I think we're also going to talk about right to repair and some of the challenges we've seen within the United States with how to modify that without disrupting the balance between cybersecurity and cyber safety. I know I primarily live on the cyber safety side, meaning focused on physical impact to person or property as a result of an attack or a hack. But cybersecurity of data is probably the easier of the two to insulate against, as we've seen in the EU and in other places with policy that they've recently come up with. But it's not an easy solution.
Just wanted to say both Andrew and I agree with you, and we were nodding our heads. You can't see us. But just wanted to say we agree with you.
Oh, well, thank you for that feedback.
So Ronnie?
Okay, well, the discussion of the balance of cybersecurity and privacy, it's important to think from a policy perspective, from my personal opinion, that that there is a necessity to have some visibility and balance between them responsibly. Like, I would almost say like something akin to like a set of guidelines, not necessarily like regulation specific, but in order to, if you can follow this model with this level of precautionary components, then you could like fast track, authorization approval, meeting certain, specific guidelines with documentation and transparency, and to move forward. I think that would maybe help if you meet the certain framework that they're laying out ahead of you, then maybe it could help fast track, certain like specifically autonomous systems or like, some of these new technologies to be able to be operable on roadways, for instance.
So I'm going to move on to autonomous mobility solutions. So as you can see, as cities are ready to roll out autonomous mobility solution, imagine your city is rolling out these solutions in your district and that it is sponsored by a data-driven company. How would you guys all prioritize a user's data, privacy, and concerns? What are the ethical considerations?
Well, I'd want to, so the question is that if I was, would I take a ride in a mobility as a service company's provision of service if it was sponsored by a data-driven company? Let's not mince words, data-driven company. Let's say that's Google. Would I ride in a Waymo, which is, an arm of Google? Not hypothetical. And, as an ex-alphabet person myself, this is something that I've thought about. So here's the thing. It seems that the equation goes in most people's heads is like, oh, Google's going to have its phone listening all the time, and it's going to hear me say the words, I really want to buy a new vacuum cleaner. And then it's going to start serving me ads for vacuum cleaners. And maybe if I'm riding in the car and I say to the person I'm with, I'm thinking about getting a vacuum cleaner, it'll do the same thing. Google already knows if I need a new vacuum cleaner. It knows it because I probably went to the search engine and typed new vacuum cleaner 2023. That's all it needs to know that it should be serving me ads from vacuum cleaners. That's really cheap. It doesn't need data it doesn't need to mine my conversations to then serve me ads. You hear this all the time. Oh, I was standing near my Alexa. Now Amazon's only giving me ads for DVD boxes of The Office. No, it's doing that because that's what's popular. It doesn't need to monitor your conversations to know what to serve you. So if it's being offered by a data-driven company, it's not because it's trying to steal my data. It's because it's trying to use the capabilities that it already has in data management to offer an algorithm that can do service patterns more efficiently. Or so I would presume. Like, if it's not stealing my data, and it isn't, there's got to be some other reason why there's a synergy there. So my first assumption, to answer your question, I won't wander too far off, I wouldn't assume that the fact that it's a data-driven company is actually picking my pocket or damaging my interests in any way. So yeah, I'd absolutely take that ride.
You take the ride. I may hesitate to take the ride, though. Certainly because I don't exactly, well, if it's a data-driven company and it will kind of be clear about its intention of the use of the data, which none of them are, I would be more open to kind of getting there, understanding the implications, and if there is anything in the privacy kind of sector. However, really, as Andrew mentions, we really have to let go, or we have let go of some of our security and privacy by now. As soon as we sign into all these apps, they collect data and we never know what they're doing. So as long as the company is at least is not coming here for the world dominance, I guess, then it's okay. But at the same time, I would love to see more on the usage and how it's going to be used, in what aspect, and how it's going to be aggravated, in what aspect of my life it might, or what my aspect of my life might be modified or impacted. Yeah, I would love to have that. But again, these companies already have a lot of our data available, and there is, we very freely, very openly accept them without even giving the second thought. We, as I said, click and accept and get in there. Even I was actually adding an app, and I really just scrolled down and didn't for a moment think about reading it, and then I said, yeah, wait a minute, I'm going to go on a panel and talk about this, and then I did this now. But it's a very common thing. We are open to the convenience, and I don't think that anyone's going to have a second thought about writing.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, for me, we take certain calculated risks every day, whether we realize it or not. And that would be a comfortable risk that I'd be willing to take. Yes, is there a possibility or an opportunity for some sort of data breach to occur? Do I think it's bad enough or harmful enough for me to inconvenience my whatever my life or my routine is in the moment? Probably not. So I'm getting in the car.
Oh, it's great to hear all these opinions. I have to be the one that I have to plead devil's advocate here, and I have to say I'm not getting in the car. But that's only just for the purpose of this conversation here, because it seems like an interesting stance to take. Yes, I could get in the car. I would want to know what sort of data is being tracked. If there's like a live camera feed, if they like how often they wipe your personal information, like what data they're requiring. Do I have to sign in with a Facebook account just to enter the vehicle? In these concepts, like the idea of like what the data is attached to, what they're retaining, and what it's being intentionally used for. But then there's the other component of it where we do know that some of these systems are rolled out before they're meeting all of the safety considerations to be on the streets. So the more cautious part of me is saying, do I trust that this vehicle will operate safely and not get into an accident with a fire truck in front while I'm in it? And that's more of my concern than the data component. But the privacy aspect of it, depending on how much data it's trying to pull and how I believe it would be used, I may be slightly cautious on that regard as well.
So for these autonomous mobility solutions, what are you guys seeing as the emerging cybersecurity threats? What should we be vigilant about? What insights are we seeing from the academia? And what methodologies should we be thinking about?
So the two rising concerns, one is basically the unethical use of machine learning and AI. Not the AI itself, I'm not as scared of that. I've been in the field, so I know what it can do and what it cannot do, but at the same time, unethical use of it. And then the other thing in terms of both security and privacy is the imminent rise of quantum computing, which will enable the computations that we find impossible. Basically, very soon will be all of it possible. So those are the two things that are coming to my mind when I look at the future, trying to find my way in this world of security and privacy.
I'm sometimes accused of being overly glib. I don't want to be glib in my answer to this question because it's a serious one. So let me be serious. The biggest danger for data in a mobility context is being able to locate an individual's movements, their origin and their destination of their trips. This is what I said before, it's not useful to anyone except in aggregate, but it could be very useful to bad actors. It could be very useful even to people who aren't bad actors, that we still have a right to privacy. You know, you can imagine someone who works at Facebook not wanting their boss to know that they're taking trips during the day over to Amazon because they could, you know, that could be, you've got very good reasons for your boss not to know when you're taking a job interview. And if you've had a bad ex, you probably don't want them to know where you're going or be able to predict where you'll be, because that could be very dangerous. That could be harmful. So there are excellent reasons that it should never be possible for, if you're taking a trip, that people you don't know can predict the origin and destination of that trip. So I said it should only be made available in aggregate. So that's easy to say, but you have to think through the next step, which is if you are an expert in this field, it only takes a hint of metadata to de-aggregate data, to take someone who is anonymous in a data set and pluck out individual trips. So that means that you have to make sure that these data sets are really and truly anonymized. It's not just a question of aggregation. It has to be anonymous as well. How that is done is a technical question. And as a policy person, I'll pass over that in silence. But that is the element that really needs to be considered. And for that, that's where I am glad that there are experts in cybersecurity who can testify that this is being done in a responsible way. That's my non-glib answer to the question.
Jennifer?
I was really hoping that you'd go to Ronnie because I have forgotten the question. What's the question?
What are emerging cybersecurity threats that you are seeing in the autonomous mobility solutions that are being deployed?
So I think it depends. I'm going to give you an engineering answer for being a non-engineer. It depends on your point of view and your perspective. I do a lot with our Department of Defense and other government agencies stateside. That threat landscape is very different and far more intimidating than what we would see in the civilian world. However, I would pose the question, what's the difference once everything is truly connected and accessible, whether it's data mining for a VIP or a dignitary, or whether it is your crazy ex-boyfriend who's trying to stalk you, right? The risks are largely the same and wholly reliant on whether or not it can be done en masse and from how far away. In relation to smart mobility, I'm going to tack on electrification into that. A lot of our time and, pardon the pun, energy is being done right now, not just with EVs. The vehicle itself is not necessarily the problem. It is the connectivity and the bilateral data exchange between the vehicle and the charger to the grid. And when we take into account things that we've seen in other countries, such as Ukraine and Russia, there's increasingly a grayer line between accidents, crimes, and potential acts of war, right? Not talk about being glib. But these are things that we have to be mindful of. And I just wanted to pull the thread on personal safety in everyday relationships, because that is indeed something that has come to our attention. We have been contacted, our company, GRIM, has been contacted on numerous occasions by nonprofits that try to protect victims from domestic violence and abuse. And the number of digital abuse cases that are coming to the surface are increasing exponentially. And so when we can, we gladly help as part of our give back strategy, along with other things. But as a woman who's been in that scenario in my past, it's dangerous and it's scary. And we need to be smart enough to know how to protect our data from those scenarios.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Jen. I'm sorry to hear that that you had to see it from that angle. As I'm quite close to that data as well. I think it's important to also acknowledge that that the concept of data being acquired, being stored, being retained, being connected. As we talk about how data is transferred and maintained, there are some legal restraints that should be holding us back. We have, like in California, we have the CCPA, CPRA. I know in Canada, they just passed the CPPA, which used to be the PIP EDA, which all these different acronyms, we could do acronym soup. And then we've got GDPR and on the other side of the water. But we're running into situations where there are some privacy components that we have to adhere to in certain jurisdictions, but it's not just, is the company holding your data, but when that data is breached, where will it end up? And if the data set becomes publicly available in some way or on the dark web in some environment, now that safety consideration comes into play as well. So because the data is not necessarily safe wherever it is, just because the company's not publicly showing your Fitbit location, if they're not doing that anymore, that doesn't mean that data doesn't exist and can't be exploited and accessed for the purpose of when you mentioned in a wartime scenario, Jen, and then also even just in a domestic abuse type situation. There's ways to target groups of people, there's ways to target individuals in harmful ways, and I think it's important to be cognizant of the data that we are retaining and be responsible for how we work with it.
Thank you. I mean, I'd love to hear more from you guys on data privacy and cybersecurity and smart mobility, but I think we have to wrap up to Q&A now, so. Do we have any questions? No more? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. What an incredible panel discussion. We'll let everyone take a moment to exit the stage, and then we will bring the 6th CAV Canada to a close officially. Thank you so much. I want to do a very big thank you to Ronnie and Jen, two friends who came to us virtually today, who wanted to be with us in person, and to Michelle, fellow director at the Women in Automotive Tech in Silicon Valley. It's been an incredibly strong partnership. We share many goals with respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion in all areas, including STEM and smart mobility. So thank you so much. What a day.
What a day. Am I on? I am on. I have a question.
Of course.
Would you get in the car?
Would I get in the car? Oh my gosh. I drove in a Zoox in Las Vegas just recently. So,
hey.
And I am one of those calculated risk takers. But what really struck me was when Jen said that the domestic abuse cases and the number of security risks that are coming forward with that data, and that someone I care about has been in that, I know many women who have been in that situation. It really does drive home the need for more solutions. Cybersecurity specialists, privacy, everyone that is working in this space is helping to make us all safer, including those communities where the risk is significantly higher.
Mm-hmm. Good point. I would get in the car. I definitely would. I love technology. I love the newness of it. And Tim actually hit home with me today when he said, we're moving from extraordinary to ordinary. I'm excited for the ordinary when we've all done it. It's normal. You know, that's something that I look forward to. We have a little session now where you wanted to shout out some of your key takeaways. Can you do that?
I do. So I always like to think of 3 words. I believe in the power of 3: imagination, intersection, and collaboration. So those are my 3 words. Today was all about, and frankly yesterday at TC Expo, unleashing the power of what is possible and putting imagination to work. The innovators, the entrepreneurs, all of those who are taking part in building those solutions and driving them forward. We work with them every day here at Area X.O, and we were privileged to welcome so many that we want to be serving and saw so many collaborators through this. The power of imagination, we never want to stop driving and believing. It's just how we do it safely. The intersection of regulation and all of the pieces that go along with keeping us safe and driving technologies forward so we can benefit from them and harness a safer environment, a more productive work-life balance, the opportunity to create a cleaner, greener world. There are all these benefits. That intersection, if we get that right, that will be powerful, and it will take collaboration to get there. Collaboration among governments, countries, state, province, cities, different types of experts, academia, government, industry. We talked today in the Smart Cities panel about that trifecta and how powerful that is. The more ways we find to collaborate, being open and inclusive to diverse perspectives, diverse technologies. I'm a huge believer in multidisciplinary, multisectoral R&D collaboration and business opportunity. If we get that right, we will change this planet. I really do believe that.
Amazing. Tough act to follow. So I've been scribbling down notes all day, and some of my key takeaways were that developing and participation with the public makes sense, and responsibly deploying tech in mobility makes sense. Communication of the good and the bad, building trust through transparency makes sense, and the courage to keep moving forward with courageous leaders truly makes sense, because the payoffs to our mobility systems are enormous. We heard about safer, we heard about more reliability, we heard about less fatalities. And you know, talent. I'm a passionate talent person. It's in my core. I'm proud to say in our tech community, I've hired over 1,000 people in my career, and talent was an issue a long time ago. Our talent needs are changing, but we heard talent from our farm panel, we heard talent from our first responders panel, and also in our smart cities. And the last thing that makes sense to me is that it really is time to create a viability for this market so that we can advance technology in smart mobility. I think I have some things to say. So, you know what, that actually wraps it up. So it's time. It's actually been a powerful day. I said earlier that good things happen when we bring these kind of industry leaders, thought leaders together. And the one thing that I want to make sure is that we do this with a lot more community next year and really see if we can bring in our student community, our emerging leaders as well. So as we draw to a close on our 6th annual CAV Canada, I want to extend a sincere thanks for all of you for taking the time to join us. It really has been an honor. So thank you. Thank you to everyone in person and our online participants from across the region, throughout the country, and frankly, across the world. We are also incredibly grateful to say thank you to our 40 speakers and exhibitors who took the time to share their expertise and experience. And I want to shout out to our key sponsors, our event title sponsor, NGen Canada, the Advanced Manufacturing Supercluster, our scale sponsor, FCC, our launch sponsor, Rogers, and our growth sponsors, BlackBerry QNX, Indro Robotics, MDK Business Law, Ottawa Tourism, Ottawa International Airport, RBC, and our amazing friends at Ross Video. I would also take a moment to thank many collaborators and exhibitors who contributed technology to demos and displays. And lastly, my incredible co-host, Sonia. While we can appreciate that a day like today takes countless hours of time and dedication from so many contributors, we couldn't do this without your vision and your leadership. So thank you. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. It does. It takes a village, and I want to echo that right back to you, Amanda. We appreciate all of the support from KNBA and Hub 350, such a critical, the largest tech park in all of Canada is here in Ottawa, and that is a privilege, and we lean on that cluster, and we collaborate so strongly. So thank you so much to you and the team at KNBA, to everyone who supports Invest Ottawa and Area X.O. We work so closely with all 3 levels of government. We could not do this without you. All of the co-founding partners that I referenced this morning. But most of all, right now, I want to recognize the team that delivered the last 2 days, because it has been months of work. I love this team. I trust this team. They go above and beyond. They are all-stars. And at the top of this list, the 2 people that I believe really delivered this event, they led the project management and the production. Pat and Audrey, thank you so much for everything you have done. I see Pat at the back. I'm looking for Audrey. If you were here, if you were a speaker, if you were an exhibitor, if you were a demonstrator, you absolutely collaborated with them. They have been working on this for months and have done an incredible job. I'm grateful for your leadership.
I want to interrupt. Who knew they'd become wasp killers as well?
Oh my goodness. Well, we're coming to that, because yes, I have many wonderful people that looked out for me with my phobia over the course, and this team is just so kind. Our marketing and communications team that supported so many facets of this event, and they've been here working tirelessly. Lindsay, Kelsey, Gray, Nish, Randy, the gentleman that you saw come up behind me during my panel to make sure it wasn't a wasp, but it was actually a fly. I'm indebted. Thank you. Kara, Kelly, Abby, Amanda, Jen, Rakib. You know, from Bayview, we had our Bayview team here, Emily, Lisa, and Kevin. Just an incredible. I work so closely with this entire team every single day on our marketing communication strategy. I am so grateful to you all. You are talented, you are professionals, and it is just a privilege, so thank you. Our Area X.O team does this tirelessly every single day. And I know that they are here. I saw Rebecca just a moment ago. She's hiding over there. Rebecca, she helped to develop the DART with Philip Reese from Indro. She has done incredible things here, and she was a huge part of the success today with Rachel, with Divi, with Juhi, Sammy, and Barry. It's a lean, mean team here, and they do marvelous work every single day, and they are driving forward all of the technologies that we talked about today with the innovators, entrepreneurs, companies, and researchers that are dedicated to bringing them to market safely. It is these people that are helping them to do that, to create the jobs, economy, and community of our future. I love it here, and I love working with all of you, so thank you. Of course, we have many, many volunteers from other parts of Invest Ottawa that contributed from our corporate services team, so many of them, and I know I'm going to risk missing someone, but Lotta, Marie, Khaled, Carolyn, Luktana, Bree, Usman, there were just so many folks, Emily Harper, it just truly takes a village to create the kind of experience and the impact that we want to together with you. We had collaborators from transport, NRC, ISED, CanPlan, all of the incredible vendors that were here. So much extra work. And of course, our leadership team, Mike Tremblay, who is here in the audience with us, who allows us to do this great work every single day and champions it every minute. We're just so grateful and so fortunate. So thank you all. We will be back here next year. It will be exciting. We will always have something new and intriguing and impactful for you. Thank you all for being a part of it. We look forward to hearing from you. Reach out to us. We want to support your smart mobility, R&D, business, and commercialization goals and help you get to market faster, safely. Thank you.